This is Audible.
The Good, the Bad, and the Undead by Kim Harrison. Narrated by Marguerite Gavin. Copyright 2005 by Kim Harrison. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with EOS, an imprint of HarperCollins Publishers, and was produced in the year 2007 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. 1. I hitched the canvas strap holding the watering canister higher up on my shoulder and stretched to get the nozzle into the hanging plant. Sunlight streamed in, warm through my blue institutional jumpsuit. Past the narrow plate glass windows was a small courtyard surrounded by VIP offices. Squinting from the sun, I squeezed the handle of the watering hose, and the barest hint of water hissed through. There was a burst of clattering computer keys, and I moved to the next plant down. Phone conversation filtered in from the office past the reception desk, accompanied by a belly laugh that sounded like the bark of a dog. Wares. The higher up in the pack they were, the more human-looking they managed, but you could always tell when they laughed. I glanced down the row of hanging plants before the windows to the freestanding fish tank behind the receptionist desk. Yep, cream-colored fins, black spot on right side. This was the one. Mr. Ray raised koi, showing them in Cincinnati's annual fish show. Last year's winner was always displayed in his outer office, but now there were two fish, and the Howler's mascot was missing. Mr. Ray was a den boy, a rival of Cincinnati's all-Inderland baseball team. It didn't take much to put two and two together and get stolen fish. "So," the cheerful woman behind the desk said as she stood to drop a ream of paper into the printer's hopper. "Mark is on vacation? He didn't tell me." I nodded, not looking at the secretary dressed in her snappy cream-colored business suit as I dragged my watering equipment down another 3 feet. Mark was taking a short vacation in the stairwell of the building he had been servicing before this one, knocked out with a short-term sleepy time potion. "Yes, ma'am," I added, raising my voice and adding a slight lisp. "He told me what plants to water, though." I curled my red manicured nails under my palms before she spotted them. They didn't go well with the working plant girl image. I should have thought of that earlier. "All the ones on this floor and then the arboretum on the roof?" The woman smiled to show me her slightly larger teeth. She was aware and fairly high up in the office pack by her amount of polish. And Mr. Ray wouldn't have a dog for a secretary when he could pay a high enough salary for a bitch. A faint scent of musk came from her, not unpleasant. "Did Mark tell you about the service elevator at the back of the building?" she said helpfully. "It's easier than lugging that cart up all those stairs." "No, ma'am," I said, pulling the ugly cap with the Plant Man logo on it tighter to my head. "I think he's making everything just hard enough so that I don't try to take his territory." Pulse quickening, I pushed Mark's cart with its pruning shears, fertilizer pellets, and watering system farther down the line. I had known of the elevator, along with the placement of the 6 emergency exits, the pulls for the fire alarm, and where they kept the donuts. "Men," she said, rolling her eyes as she sat before her screen again. "Don't they realize that if we wanted to rule the world, we could?" I gave her a non-committal nod and squirted a tiny amount of water into the next plant. I kind of thought we already did. A tight hum rose over the whirl of the printer and the faint office chatter. It was Jenks, my partner, and he was clearly in a bad mood as he flew out the boss's back office and to me. His dragonfly wings were bright red in agitation, and pixie dust sifted from him to make temporary sunbeams. "I'm done with the plants in there," he said loudly as he landed on the rim of the hanging pot in front of me. He put his hands on his hips to look like a middle-aged Peter Pan grown up to be a trash man in his little blue jumpsuit. His wife had even sewn him a matching cap. "All they need is water. Can I help you out here with anything, or can I go back and sleep in the truck?" he added acerbically. I took the watering canister off me, setting it down to unscrew the top. "I could use a fertilizer pellet," I prompted, wondering what his problem was. Grumbling, he flew to the cart and started rummaging. Green twist ties, stakes, and used pH test strips flew everywhere. "Got one," he said, coming up with a white pellet as large as his head. He dropped it in the canister, and it fizzed. It wasn't a fertilizer pellet, but an oxygenator and slime coat promoter. What's the point of stealing a fish if it dies in transport? "Oh, my God, Rachel," Jenks whispered as he landed on my shoulder. It's polyester! I'm wearing polyester! My tension eased as I realized where his bad mood came from. It'll be okay. I'm breaking out, he said, scratching vigorously under his collar. I can't wear polyester. Pixies are allergic to polyester. Look, see? He tilted his head so his blonde hair shifted from his neck, but he was too close to focus on. Welts! And it stinks. I can smell the oil. I'm wearing dead dinosaur. I can't wear a dead animal. It's barbaric, Rach, he pleaded. Jenks? I screwed the cap tightly back onto the canister and hung it over my shoulder, pushing Jenks from me in the process. I'm wearing the same thing. Suck it up. But it stinks! I eyed him hovering before me. Prune something, I said through gritted teeth. He flipped me off with both hands, hovering backward as he went. Whatever. Patting my back pocket of the vile blue jumpsuit, I found my snippers. While Miss Office Professional typed a letter, I snapped open a step stool and began to clip leaves off the hanging plant beside her desk. Jenks started to help, and after a few moments I breathed, Are we set in there? He nodded, his eyes on the open door to Mr. Ray's office. The next time he checks his mail, the entire Internet security system is going to trip. It'll take 5 minutes to fix if she knows what she's doing, 4 hours if she doesn't. I only need 5 minutes, I said, starting to sweat in the sun coming in the window. It smelled like a garden in there, a garden with a wet dog panting on the cool tile. My pulse increased, and I moved down another plant. I was behind the desk, and the woman stiffened. I had invaded her territory, and she had to put up with it. I was the water girl. Hoping she attributed my rising tension to being so close to her, I kept working. My one hand rested on the lid of the watering canister. One twist, and it would be off. "Vanessa!" came an irate shout from the back office. "Here we go," Jenks said, flying up to the ceiling and the security cameras. I turned to see an irate man, clearly aware by his slight size and build, hanging halfway out the back office. "It did it again," he said, his face red and his thick hands gripping the archway. "I hate these things. What's wrong with paper? I like paper." A professional smile wreathed the secretary's face. "Mr. Ray, you yelled at it again, didn't you? I told you, computers are like women. If you shout at them or ask them to do too many things at once, they shut down and you won't even get a sniff." He growled an answer and disappeared into his office, unaware or ignoring that she had just threatened him. My pulse leapt and I moved the stool right beside the tank. Vanessa sighed. "God save him," she muttered as she got up. "That man could break his balls with his tongue." Giving me an exasperated look, she went into the back office, her heels thumping. "Don't touch anything," she said loudly. "I'm coming." I took a quick breath. "Cameras?" I breathed. Jenks dropped down to me. 10-minute loop. You're clear." He flew to the main door, perching himself on the molding above the lintel, to hang over and watch the exterior hallway. His wings blurred to nothing, and he gave me a tiny thumbs up. My skin tightened in anticipation. I took off the fish tank lid, then pulled the green fish net from an inner pocket of the jumpsuit. Standing atop the step stool, I pushed my sleeve to my elbow and plunged the net into the water. Immediately, both fish darted to the back. "Rachel!" Jenks hissed, suddenly at my ear. "She's good. She's halfway there." "Just watch the door, Jenks," I said, lip between my teeth. How long could it take to catch a fish? I pushed a rock over to get the fish hiding behind it. They darted to the front. The phone started ringing, a soft hum. "Jenks, will you get that?" I said, calmly as I angled the net, trapping them in the corner. "Gotcha now." Jenks zipped back from the door, landing feet first on the glowing button. "Mr. Ray's office, hold please," he said in a high falsetto. "Crap," I swore as the fish wiggled, slipping past the green net. "Come on, I'm just trying to get you home, you slimy, thinned thing," I coaxed through gritted teeth. Almost. It was between the net and the glass. If it would just hold still. "Hey!" a heavy voice said from the hallway. Adrenaline jerked my head up. A small man with a trim beard and a folder of papers was standing in the hallway leading to the other offices. "What are you doing?" he asked belligerently. I glanced at the tank with my arm in it. My net was empty. The fish had slipped past it. I dropped my scissors, I said. From Mr. Ray's office on my other side came a thump of heels and Vanessa's gasp. Mr. Ray! Damn, so much for the easy way. Plan B, Jenks, I said, grunting as I grabbed the top of the tank and pulled. In the other room, Vanessa screamed as the tank tipped and 25 gallons of icky fish water cascaded over her desk. Mr. Ray appeared beside her. I lurched off the stool, soaked from the waist down. No one moved, shocked, and I scanned the floor. Gotcha! I cried, scrabbling for the right fish. She's after the fish, the small man shouted as more people came in from the hallway. Get her! Go! Jenks shrilled. I'll keep them off you. Panting, I followed the fish in a hunched, scrabbling walk, trying to grab it without hurting it. It wiggled and squirmed, and my breath exploded from me as I finally got my fingers around it. I looked up as I dropped it into the canister and screwed the lid on tight. Jenks was a firefly from hell as he darted from where to where, brandishing pencils and throwing them at sensitive parts. A 4-inch pixie was holding 3 wares at bay. I wasn't surprised. Mr. Ray was content to watch until he realized I had one of his fish. "What the hell are you doing with my fish?" he demanded, his face red with anger. "Leaving," I said. He came at me, his thick hands reaching. I obligingly took one of them, jerked him forward and into my foot. He staggered back, clutching his stomach. "Quit playing with those dogs!" I cried at Jenks, looking for a way out. "We have to go!" Picking up Vanessa's monitor, I threw it at the plate glass window. I'd wanted to do that with Ivy's for a long time. It shattered in a satisfying crash, the screen looking odd on the grass. Wares poured into the room, angry and giving off musk. Snatching the canister, I dove through the window. "After her!" someone shouted. My shoulders hit manicured grass and I rolled to my feet. "Up!" Jenks said by my ear. "Over there!" He darted across the small enclosed courtyard. I followed, looping the heavy canister to hang across my back. Hands free, I climbed the trellis. Thorns pierced my skin, ignored. My breath came in a quick pant as I reached the top. The snapping of branches said they were following. Hauling myself over the lip of the flat-top, tar and pebble roof, I took off running. The wind was hot up here, and the skyline of Cincinnati spread out before me. "Jump!" Jenks shouted as I reached the edge. I trusted Jenks. Arms flailing and feet still going, I ran right off the roof. Adrenaline surged as my stomach dropped. It was a parking lot. He sent me off the roof to land in a parking lot. "I don't have wings, Jenks!" I screamed. Teeth gritted, I flexed my knees. Pain exploded as I hit the pavement. I fell forward, scraping my palms. The canister of fish clanged and fell off as the strap broke. I rolled to absorb the impact. The metal canister spun away, and still gasping from the hurt, I staggered after it, fingers brushing it as it rolled under the car. Swearing, I dropped flat on the pavement, stretching for it. "There she is!" came a shout. There was a ping from the car door above me, then another. The pavement beside my arms suddenly had a hole in it, and the sharp tingles of shrapnel peppered me. They were shooting at me? Grunting, I wiggled under the car and pulled the canister out. Hunched over the fish, I backed up. "Hey!" I shouted, tossing the hair from my eyes. "What the hell are you doing? It's just a fish, and it isn't even yours." The trio of wares on the roof stared at me. One hefted a weapon to his eye. I turned and started running. This was not worth $500 anymore. 5,000 maybe. Next time, I vowed as I pounded after Jenks, I'd find out the particulars before I charged my standard fee. "This way!" Jenks shrilled. Bits of pavement were ricocheting up to hit me, echoing the pings. The lot wasn't gated, and as my muscles trembled from adrenaline, I ran across the street and into the pedestrian traffic. Heart pounding, I slowed to look behind me to see them silhouetted against the skyline. They hadn't jumped. They didn't need to. I had left blood all over that trellis. Still, I didn't think they would track me. It wasn't their fish. It was the Howlers. And Cincinnati's all-Inderland baseball team was going to pay my rent. My lungs heaved as I tried to match the pace of the people around me. The sun was hot, and I was sweating inside my polyester sack. Jenks was probably checking my back, so I dropped into an alley to change. Setting the fish down, I let my head thump back into the cool wall of the building. I'd done it. Rent was made for yet another month. Reaching up, I yanked the disguise amulet from around my neck. Immediately I felt better, as the illusion of a dark, completed, brown-haired, big-nosed woman vanished, revealing my frizzy, shoulder-length red hair and pale skin. I glanced at my scraped palms, rubbing them together gingerly. I could have brought a pain amulet, but I had wanted as few charms as possible on me in case I was caught and my intent to steal turned into intent to steal and do bodily harm. One I could dodge, the other I'd have to answer to. I was a runner. I knew the law. While people passed at the head of the alley, I stripped off the damp coveralls and stuffed it into the dumpster. It was a vast improvement, and I bent to unroll the hem of my leather pants down over my black boots. Straightening, I eyed the new scrape mark in my pants, twisting to see all the damage. Ivy's leather conditioner would help, but pavement and leather didn't mesh well. Better the pants scrape than me, though, which was why I wore them. The September air felt good in the shade as I tucked in my black halter top and picked up the canister. Feeling more myself, I stepped into the sun, dropping my cap on a passing kid's head. He looked at it, then smiled, giving me a shy wave as his mother bent to ask him where he had gotten it. At peace with the world, I walked down the sidewalk, boot heels clunking as I fluffed my hair, and headed for Fountain Square in my ride. I had left my shades there this morning, and if I was lucky, they'd still be there. God help me, but I liked being independent. It had been nearly 3 months since I had snapped under the crap assignments my old boss at Inderland Security had been giving me. Feeling used and grossly unappreciated, I had broken the unwritten rule and quit the IS to start my own agency. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, and surviving the subsequent death threat when I couldn't pay the bribe to break my contract had been an eye-opener. I wouldn't have made it if not for Ivy and Jenks. Oddly enough, now that I was finally starting to make a name for myself, it was getting harder, not easier. True, I was putting my degree to work, stirring spells I used to buy and some I had never been able to afford. But money was a real problem. It wasn't that I couldn't get the jobs. It was just that the money didn't seem to stay in the cookie jar atop the fridge very long. What I made from proving a werefox had been slipped some bane by a rival den, had gone to renewing my witch license. The IS used to pay for that. I recovered a stolen familiar for a warlock and spent it on the monthly rider on my health insurance. I hadn't known that runners were all but uninsurable. The IS had given me a card, and I'd used it. Then I had to pay some guy to take the lethal spells off my stuff still in storage, buy Ivy a silk robe to replace the one I'd ruined, and pick up a few outfits for myself since now I had a reputation to uphold. But the steady drain on my finances had to be from the cab fares. Most of Cincinnati's bus drivers knew me by sight and wouldn't pick me up, which was why Ivy had to come cart me home. It just wasn't fair. It had been almost a year since I accidentally removed the hair from an entire busload of people while trying to tag a were. I was tired of being almost broke, but the money for recovering the Howler's mascot would put me in the clear for another month, and the wares wouldn't follow me. It wasn't their fish. If they filed a complaint at the IS, they'd have to explain where they had gotten it. "Hey, Rach," Jenks said, dropping down from who knew where. "Your back is clear, and what is Plan B?" My eyebrows rose, and I looked askance at him as he flew alongside, matching my pace exactly. "Grab the fish and run like hell." Jenks laughed and landed on my shoulder. He had ditched his tiny uniform, and he looked like his usual self in a long-sleeve hunter-green silk shirt and pants. A red bandana was about his forehead to tell any pixie or fairies whose territory we might walk through that he wasn't poaching. Sparkles glittered in his wings where the last of the pixie dust stirred up by the excitement remained. My pace slowed as we reached Fountain Square. I scanned for Ivy, not seeing her. Not worried, I went to sit on the dry side of the fountain, running my fingers under the rim of the retaining wall for my shades. She'd be here. The woman lived and died by schedules. While Jenks flew through the spray to get rid of the last of the dead dinosaur stink, I snapped open my shades and put them on. My brow eased as the glare of the September afternoon was muted. Stretching my long legs out, I casually took off the scent amulet that was around my neck and dropped it into the fountain. Wares tracked by smell, and if they did follow me, the trail would end here as soon as I got in Ivy's car and drove away. Hoping no one had noticed, I glanced over the surrounding people. A nervous, anemic-looking vampire lackey out doing his lover's daytime work. 2 whispering humans giggling as they eyed his badly scarred neck. A tired witch, no, warlock, I decided, by the lack of strong redwood smell. Sitting at a nearby bench eating a muffin. And me. I took a slow breath as I settled in. Having to wait for a ride was kind of an anticlimax. I wish I had a car, I said to Jenks as I edged the canister of fish to sit between my feet. 30 feet away, traffic was stop and go. It had picked up, and I guessed it was probably after 2 o'clock, just beginning the span of time when humans and Inderlanders started their daily struggle to coexist in the same limited space. Things got a hell of a lot easier when the sun went down, and most humans retired to their homes. "What do you want with a car?" Jenks asked as he perched himself on my knee and started to clean his dragonfly-like wings with long, serious strokes. "I don't have a car. I've never had a car. I get around okay. Cars are trouble," he said. But I wasn't listening anymore. You have to put gas in them, and you have to keep them in repair, and spend time cleaning them, and you have to have a place to put them, and then there's the money you lavish on them. It's worse than a girlfriend. "Still," I said, jiggling my foot to irritate him, "I wish I had a car." I glanced at the people around me. James Bond never had to wait for a bus. I've seen every one of his movies, and he never waited for a bus. I squinted at Jenks. It kind of loses its pizzazz. Yeah, he said, his attention behind me. "I can see where it might be safer to. 11 o'clock. Where's?" My breath came fast as I looked, and my tension slammed back into me. "Crap," I whispered, picking up the canister. It was the same 3. I could tell by their hunched stature and the way they were breathing deeply. Jaw clenched, I stood up and put the fountain between us. Where was Ivy? "Rach?" Jenks questioned. "Why are they following you?" "I don't know." My thoughts went to the blood I'd left on the roses. If I couldn't break the scent trail, they could follow me all the way home. But why? Mouth dry, I sat with my back to them, knowing Jenks was watching. "Have they winded me?" I asked. He left in a clatter of wings. "No," he said when he returned a bare second later. "You got about half a block between you, but you gotta get moving." Jiggling, I weighed the risk of staying still and waiting for Ivy with moving and being spotted. "Damn it, I wish I had a car," I muttered. I leaned to look into the street, searching for the tall blue top of a bus, a cab, anything. Where the hell was Ivy? Heart pounding, I stood. Clutching the fish to me, I headed for the street, wanting to get into the adjacent office building and the maze I could lose myself in while waiting for Ivy. Big black Crown Victoria slowed to a stop, getting in my way. I glared at the driver, my tight face going slack, when a window whined down and he leaned over the front seat. "Ms. Morgan," the dark man said, his deep voice belligerent. I glanced at the wares behind me, then at the car, then at him. A black Crown Victoria driven by a man in a black suit could only mean one thing. He was from the Federal Inderland Bureau, the human-run equivalent of the IS. What did the IFB want? "Yeah? Who are you?" Bother crossed him. "I talked to Miss Tamwood earlier. She said I could find you here." "Ivy." I put a hand on the open window. "Is she all right?" He pressed his lips together. Traffic was backing up behind him. "She was when I talked with her on the phone." Jenks hovered before me, his tiny face frightened. "They winded you, Rach." My breath hissed in through my nose. I glanced behind me. My gaze fell on one of the wares. Seeing me watching him, he barked out a hail. The other 2 started to converge, loping forward with an unhurried grace. I swallowed hard. I was dog chow. That's it, dog chow. Game over, hit the reset button. Spinning, I grabbed the door handle and jerked it up. I dove in, slamming the door behind me. "Drive!" I shouted, turning to look out the back window. The man's long face took on a tinge of disgust as he glanced behind him in his rearview mirror. "Are they with you?" "No. Does this thing move, or do you just sit in it and play with yourself?" Making a low noise of irritation, he accelerated smoothly. I spun in my seat, watching the wares come to a halt in the middle of the street. Horns blew from the cars forced to stop for them. Turning back around, I clutched my fish canister and closed my eyes in relief. I was going to get Ivy for this. I swear I was going to use her precious maps as weed block in the garden. She was supposed to pick me up, not send some IFB flunky. Pulse slowing, I turned to look at him. He was a good head taller than me, which was saying something, with nice shoulders, curly black hair cut close to his skull, square jaw, and a stiff attitude just begging for me to smack him. Comfortably muscled without going overboard, there wasn't even the hint of a gut on him. In his perfectly fitting black suit, white shirt, and black tie, he could be the FIB poster boy. His mustache and beard were cut in the latest style, so minimal that they almost weren't there, and I thought he might do better to lighten up on his aftershave. I eyed the handcuff pouch on his belt, wishing I still had mine. They had belonged to the IS, and I missed them dearly. Jenks settled himself at his usual spot on the rearview mirror, where the wind wouldn't tear his wings, and the stiff-necked man watched him with an intentness that told me he had little contact with pixies. Lucky him. A call came over the radio about a shoplifter at the mall, and he snapped it off. "Thanks for the ride," I said. "Ivy sent you?" He tore his eyes from Jenks. "No. She said you'd be here. Captain Eden wants to talk to you. Something concerning Councilman Trent Kalamack." The FIB officer added indifferently. "Kalamack?" I yelped, then cursed myself for having said anything. The wealthy bastard wanted me to work for him or see me dead. It depended on his mood and how well his stock portfolio was doing. "Kalamack, huh?" I amended, shifting uneasily in the leather seat. "Why is Eden sending you to fetch me? You on his hit list this week?" He said nothing, his blocky hands gripping the wheel so tight that his fingernails went white. The silence grew. We went through a yellow light, shifting to red. Who are you?" I finally said. He made a scoffing noise deep in his throat. I was used to wary distrust from most humans. This guy wasn't afraid, and it was ticking me off. "Detective Glenn, ma'am," he said. "Ma'am," Jenks said, laughing. "He called you ma'am." I scowled at Jenks. He looked young to have made detective. The FIB must have been getting desperate. "Well, thank you, Detective Glade," I said, mangling his name. "You can drop me off anywhere. I can take the bus from here. I'll come out to see Captain Eden tomorrow. I'm working on an important case right now." Jenks snickered, and the man flushed, the red almost hidden behind his dark skin. "It's Glenn, ma'am, and I saw your important case. Want me to take you back to the fountain?" "No," I said, slumping in my seat, thoughts of angry young wares going through my head. "I appreciate the lift to my office, though. It's in the hollows. Take the next left." "I'm not your driver," he said grimly, clearly unhappy. "I'm your delivery boy." I shifted my arm inside as he rolled the window up from his control panel. Immediately it grew stuffy. Jenks flitted to the ceiling, trapped. "What the hell are you doing?" he shrilled. "Yeah," I exclaimed, more irate than worried. "What's up?" "Captain Eden wants to see you now, Ms. Morgan, not tomorrow." His gaze darted from the street to me. His jaw was tight, and I didn't like his nasty smile. "And if you so much as reach for a spell, I'll yank your witch butt out of my car, cuff you, and throw you in the trunk. Captain Eden sent me to get you, but he didn't say what kind of shape you had to be in." Jenks alighted on my earring, swearing up a blue streak. I repeatedly flicked the switch for the window, but Glenn had locked it. I settled back with a huff. I could jam my finger in Glenn's eye and force us off the road, but why? I knew where I was going, and Eden would see that I had a ride back home. It ticked me off, though, running into a human who had more gall than I did. What was the city coming to? A sullen silence descended. I took off my sunglasses and leaned over, noticing the man was going 15 over the posted limit. Figures. "Watch this," Jenks whispered. My eyebrows rose as the pixie flitted from my earring. The autumn sun coming in was suddenly full of sparkles as he surreptitiously sifted a glowing dust over the detective. I'd bet my best pair of lace panties it wasn't the usual pixie dust. Glenn had been pixed. I hid a smile. In about 20 minutes, Glenn would be itching so bad he wouldn't be able to sit still. "So, how come you aren't scared of me?" I asked brazenly, feeling vastly better. "A witch family lived next door when I was a kid," he said warily. "They had a girl my age. She hit me with just about everything a witch can do to a person." A faint smile crossed his square face to make him look very un-FIB-like. "The saddest day of my life was when she moved away." I made a pouty face. "Poor baby," I said, and his scowl returned. I wasn't pleased, though. Eden sent him to pick me up because he had known I couldn't bully him. I hated Mondays. 2. The gray stone of the FIB tower caught the late afternoon sun as we parked in one of the reserved slots right in front of the building. The street was busy, and Glenn stiffly escorted me and my fish in through the front door. Tiny blisters between his neck and collar were already starting to show a sore-looking pink against his dark skin. Jenks noticed my eyes on them and snorted. "Looks like Mr. FIB detective is sensitive to pixie dust," he whispered. "It's going to run through his lymphatic system. He's going to be itching in places he didn't know he had." "Really?" I asked, appalled. "Usually you only itched where the dust hit." Glenn was in for 24 hours of pure torture. "Yeah, you won't be trapping a pixie in a car again." But I thought I heard a tinge of guilt in his voice, and he wasn't humming his victory song about daisies and steel glinting red in the moonlight either. My steps faltered before crossing the FIB emblem inlaid in the lobby floor. I wasn't superstitious, apart from when it might save my life, but I was entering what was generally humans-only territory. I didn't like being a minority. The sporadic conversation and clatter of keyboards reminded me of my old job with the IS, and my shoulders eased. Justice's wheels were greased with paper and fueled by quick feet on the streets. Whether the feet were human or Inderlander was irrelevant, at least to me. The FIB had been created to take the place of both local and federal authorities after the turn. On paper, the FIB had been enacted to help protect the remaining humans from the, more aggressive Inderlanders, generally the vamps and wares. The reality was, dissolving the old law structure had been a paranoid attempt to keep us Inderlanders out of law enforcement. Yeah, right. The out-of-the-closet and out-of-work Inderland police and federal agents had simply started their own bureau, the IS. After 40 years, the FIB was hopelessly outclassed, taking steady abuse from the IS as they both tried to keep tabs on Cincinnati's varied citizens. The IS taking the supernatural stuff the FIB couldn't. As I followed Glenn to the back, I shifted the canister to hide my left wrist. Not many people would recognize the small circular scar on the underside of my wrist as a demon mark, but I preferred to err on the side of caution. Neither the FIB nor the IS knew I had been involved in the demon-induced incident that trashed the university's ancient book locker last spring, and I'd just as soon keep it that way. It had been sent to kill me, but it ultimately saved my life. I'd wear the mark until I found a way to pay the demon back. Glenn wove between the desks past the lobby, and my eyebrows rose in that not a single officer made one ribald comment about a redhead in leather. But next to the screaming prostitute with purple hair and a glow-in-the-dark chain running from her nose to somewhere under her shirt, we were probably invisible. I glanced at the shuttered windows of Eden's office as we passed, waving at Rose, his assistant. Her face flashed red as she pretended to ignore me, and I sniffed. I was used to such slights, but it was still irritating. The rivalry between the FIB and the IS was long-standing. That I didn't work for the IS anymore didn't seem to matter. Then again, it could be she simply didn't like witches. I breathed easier when we left the front behind and entered a sterile fluorescent-lit hallway. Glenn, too, relaxed into a slower pace. I could feel the office politics flowing behind us like unseen currents, but was too dispirited to care. We passed an empty meeting room, my eyes going to the huge dry marker board where the week's most pressing crimes were plastered. Pushing out the usual humans stalked by vamp crimes was a list of names. I felt ill as my eyes dropped. We were walking too fast to read them, but I knew what they had to be. I'd been following the papers just like everyone else. "Morgan!" shouted a familiar voice, and I spun, my boots squeaking on the gray tile. It was Eden, his squat silhouette hastening down the hallway toward us, arms swinging. Immediately I felt better. "Slugs, take it," Jenks muttered. "Rach, I'm out of here. I'll see you at home." "Stay put," I said, amused at the pixie's grudge. "And if you say one foul word to Eden, I'll amdro your stump." Glenn snickered, and it was probably just as well I couldn't hear what Jenks muttered. Eden was an ex-Navy SEAL, and looked it, keeping his hair regulation short, his khaki pants creased, and his body under his starched white shirt honed. Though his thick shock of straight hair was black, his mustache was entirely gray. A welcoming smile covered his round face as he strode forward, tucking a pair of plastic-rimmed reading glasses into his shirt pocket. The captain of Cincinnati's FIB division came to an abrupt halt, wafting the smell of coffee over me. He was my height almost exactly, making him somewhat short for a man, but he made up for it in presence. Eden arched his eyebrows at my leather pants and less-than-professional halter top. "It's good of you, Morgan," he said. "I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time." I shifted my canister and extended my hand. His stubby, thick fingers engulfed mine, familiar and welcoming. "No, not at all," I said dryly, and Eden put a heavy hand on my shoulder, directing me down a short hallway. Normally I would have reacted to such a show of familiarity with a delicate elbow and a gut. Eden, though, was a kindred spirit, hating injustice as much as I did. Though he looked nothing like him, he reminded me of my dad, having gained my respect by accepting me as a witch and treating me with equality instead of mistrust. I was a sucker for flattery. We headed down the hallway shoulder to shoulder, Glenn lagging behind. "Good to see you flying again, Mr. Jenks," Eden said, giving the pixie a nod. Jenks left my earring, his wings clattering harshly. Eden had once snapped Jenks's wing off while stuffing him into a water cooler, and pixie grudges went deep. "It's Jenks," he said coldly. "Just Jenks." "Jenks, then. Can we get you anything? Sugar water? Peanut butter?" He turned, smiling from behind his mustache. "Coffee, Miss Morgan?" he drawled. "You look tired." His grin banished the last of my bad mood. "That'd be great," I said, and Eden gave Glenn a directive look. The detective's jaw was clenched, and several new welts ran down his jawline. Eden grasped his forearm as the frustrated man turned away. Pulling Glenn down, Eden whispered, "It's too late to wash the pixie doll stuff. Try cortisone." Glenn gave me a closed stare as he straightened and walked back the way we had come. "I appreciate you dropping in," Eden continued. "I got a break this morning, and you're the only one I could call to capitalize on it." Jenks made a scoffing laugh. "What's the matter, got a were with a thorn in his paw?" "Shut up, Jenks," I said, more from habit than anything else. Glenn had mentioned Trent Kalamack, and that had me itchy. The captain of the FIB drew to a stop before a plain door. Another equally plain door was a foot away. Interrogation rooms. He opened his mouth to explain, then shrugged and pushed the door open to show a bare room at half-light. He ushered me in, waiting until the door shut before turning to the two-way mirror and silently shifting the blinds. I stared into the other room. "Sarah Jane?" I whispered, my face going slack. "You know her?" Eden crossed his short, thick arms on his chest. "That's lucky." "There's no such thing as luck," Jenks snapped, the breeze from his wings brushing my cheek as he hovered at eye level. His hands were on his hips, and his wings had gone from their usual translucence to a faint pink. "It's a setup." I drew closer to the glass. "She's Trent Kalamack's secretary. What is she doing here?" Eden stood beside me, his feet spread wide. "Looking for her boyfriend." I turned, surprised at the tight expression on his round face. "Warlock named Dan Smather," Eden said. "Went missing Sunday. The IS won't act until he's gone for 30 days. She's convinced his disappearance is tied to the witch hunter murders. I think she's right." My stomach tightened. Cincinnati was not known for its serial killers. But we had endured more unexplained murders in the last 6 weeks than the last 3 years combined. The recent violence had everyone upset, Inderlander and human alike. The one-way glass fogged under my breath, and I backed up. "Does he fit the profile?" I asked, already knowing the IS wouldn't have brushed her off if he had. "If he were dead, he would. So far, he's only missing." The dry rasp of Jenks's wings broke the silence. "So why bring Rach into it?" "2 reasons. The first being Mrs. Gridenko is a witch." He nodded to the pretty woman past the glass, frustration thick in his voice. "My officers can't question her properly." I watched Sarah Jane look at the clock and wipe her eye. "She doesn't know how to stir a spell," I said softly. "She can only invoke them. Technically, she's a warlock. I wish you people would get it straight that it's your level of skill, not your sex, that makes you a witch or a warlock." "Either way, my officers don't know how to interpret her answers." A flicker of anger stirred. I turned to him, my lips pressed. "You can't tell if she's lying." The captain shrugged, his thick shoulders bunching. "If you like." Jenks hovered between us, his hands on his hips in his best Peter Pan pose. "Okay, so you want Rach to question her. What's the second reason?" Eden leaned a shoulder against the wall. "I need someone to go back to school, and as I don't have a witch on my payroll, that's you, Rachel." For a moment I could only stare. "Beg pardon?" The man's smile made him look even more like a contriving troll. "You've been following the papers?" he needlessly asked, and I nodded. "The victims are all witches," I said. "All single except for the first 2, and all experienced in ley logic." I stifled a grimace. I didn't like ley lines, and I avoided using them whenever I could. They were the gateways to the ever-after, and demons. One of the more popular theories was that the victims had been dabbling in the black arts and simply lost control. I didn't buy that. No one was stupid enough to bind a demon, except Nick, my boyfriend, and that had been only to save my life. Eden nodded, showing me the top of his head of thick black hair. "What has been kept quiet is that all of them, at one point or another, have been taught by a Dr. Anders." I rubbed my scraped palms. "Anders," I murmured, searching my memory and coming up with a thin-faced, sour-looking woman with her hair too short and her voice too shrill. I had a class with her. I glanced at Eden and turned to the one-way glass, embarrassed. She was a visiting professor from the university while one of our instructors was on sabbatical. Taught ley lines for the Earth Witch. She's a condescending toad. Flunked me out on the 3rd class because I wouldn't get a familiar. He grunted. "Try to get a B this time so I can get reimbursed for tuition." "Whoa!" Jenks shouted, his tiny voice pitched high. "Eden, you can't just plant your sunflower seeds in someone else's garden. Rachel isn't going anywhere near Sarah Jane. This is Kalamack trying to get his manicured fingers on her." Eden pushed himself away from the wall, frowning. "Mr. Kalamack is not implicated in this whatsoever. And if you take this run gunning for him, Rachel, I'll sling your lily-white witch butt back across the river and into the hollows. Dr. Anders is our suspect. If you want the run, you leave Mr. Kalamack out of this." Jenks's wings buzzed an angry whine. "Did you all slip antifreeze in your coffee this morning?" he shrilled. "It's a setup. This has nothing to do with the witch hunter murders, Rachel. Tell him this has nothing to do with the murders." "This has nothing to do with the murders," I said blandly. "I'll take the run." "Rachel!" Jenks protested. I took a slow breath, knowing I would never be able to explain. Sarah Jane was more honest than half the IS agents I had once worked with. A farm girl struggling to find her way in the city and help her indentured servant family. Though she wouldn't know me from Jack, I owed her. She was the sole person who had shown me any kindness during my 3 days of purgatory trapped as a mink in Trent Kalamack's office last spring. Physically, we were as unalike as 2 people could possibly be. Where Sarah Jane sat stiffly upright at the table in her crisp business dress with every blonde hair in place and makeup applied so well it was almost invisible, I stood in scraped-up leather pants with my frizzy red hair wild and untamed. Where she was petite, having a china doll look with her clear skin and delicate features, I was tall with an athletic build that had saved my life more times than I have freckles on my nose. Where she was amply curved and padded in all the right places, I stopped at the curves, my chest not much more than a suggestion. But I felt a kinship with her. We were both trapped by Trent Kalamack, and by now she probably knew it. Jenks hovered beside me. "No," he said. "Trent is using her to reach you." Irritated, I waved him away. "Trent can't touch me, Eden. Do you still have that pink folder I gave you last spring?" "The one with the disc and the date book containing evidence that Trent Kalamack is a manufacturer and distributor of illegal genetic products?" The squat man grinned. "Yeah, I keep it by my bed for when I can't sleep at night." My jaw dropped. "You weren't supposed to open it unless I went missing." "I peek at my Christmas presents, too," he said. "Relax. I won't do anything unless Kalamack kills you. I still say blackmailing Kalamack is risky." "It's the only thing keeping me alive," I said hotly, then winced as I wondered if Sarah Jane might have heard me through the glass. "But probably safer than trying to bring him into justice at the present time. This, though?" He gestured to Sarah Jane. "He's too smart for this." If it had been anyone but Trent, I'd have to agree. Trent Kalamack was pristine on paper, as charming and attractive in public as he was ruthless and cold behind closed doors. I'd watched him kill a man in his office, making it look like an accident with a swiftly implemented set of preparations. But as long as Eden didn't act on my blackmail, the untouchable man would leave me alone. Jenks darted between me and the mirror. He came to a hovering standstill, worry creasing his tiny features. "This stinks worse than that fish. Walk away! You gotta walk away!" My gaze focused past Jenks upon Sarah Jane. She had been crying. "I owe her, Jenks," I whispered, "whether she knows it or not." Eden shifted to stand beside me, and together we watched Sarah Jane. "Morgan?" Jenks was right. There was no such thing as luck, unless you bought it, and nothing happened around Trent without reason. My eyes were fixed upon Sarah Jane. Yeah, I'll do it. 3. My gaze was drawn to Sarah Jane's nails as she fidgeted across from me. Last time I had seen her, they were clean but worn down to the quick. Now they were long and shapely, polished a tasteful shade of red. "So," I said, looking from the fitfully flashing enamel to her eyes. They were blue. I hadn't known for sure. "You last heard from Dan on Saturday?" From across the table, Sarah Jane nodded. There hadn't been a flicker of recognition when Eden introduced us. Part of me was relieved, part disappointed. Her lilac scent pulled the unwelcome memory of helplessness I had felt while a mink caged in Trent's office. The tissue in Sarah Jane's hand was about the size of a walnut, clenched into a ball with her trembling fingers. "Dan called me as he was coming off of work," she said, the tremor reflected in her voice. She glanced at Eden, standing beside the closed door with his arms crossed and his white sleeves rolled up to his elbows. "Well, he left a message on my machine. It was 4 a.m. He said he wanted to have dinner together and that he wanted to talk to me. He never showed up. That's why I know something's wrong, Officer Morgan." Her eyes went wide and her jaw clenched as she struggled not to cry. "It's Ms. Morgan," I said uncomfortably. "I don't work for the FIB on a regular basis." Jenks's wings shifted into motion as he remained perched on my foam cup. "She doesn't really work regularly at all," he said snidely. "Ms. Morgan is our Inderland consultant," Eden said, frowning at Jenks. Sarah Jane dabbed at her eyes, the tissues still in her grip. She nudged her hair back. She had cut it, and it made her look even more professional as it bumped about her shoulders in a straight yellow sheet. "I brought a picture of him," she said, digging in her purse to pull out a snapshot and push it at me. I looked down to see her and a young man on the deck of one of the steamers that take tourists out on the Ohio River. They were both smiling. His arm was around her, and she was leaning into him. She looked happy and relaxed in blue jeans and a blouse. I took a moment to study Dan's picture. He was clean-cut, sturdy-looking, and wearing a plaid shirt. Just the kind of man one would expect a farm girl to bring home to Mom and Dad. "Can I keep this?" I asked, and she nodded. "Thanks." I tucked it in my bag, not comfortable with how her eyes were fixed upon the picture as if she could bring him back by her will alone. Do you know how we can get in touch with his relatives? He may have had a family emergency and needed to leave without notice.
Dan is an only child, she said, dabbing at her nose with the crumpled tissue. Both his parents are gone. They were serfed on a farm up north. Life expectancy isn't high for a farmer.
Oh, I didn't know what else to say. Technically, we can't enter his apartment until he's declared missing. You don't happen to have a key, do you?
Yes,
She blushed through her makeup.
I let his cat in when he works late.
I glanced down at the lie-detecting amulet in my lap as it briefly shifted from green to red. She was lying. But I didn't need an amulet to figure that out. I said nothing, not wanting to embarrass her further by making her admit she had the key for other, more romantic reasons.
I was there today about 7, she said, eyes downcast. Everything looked fine.
7 in the morning? Eden uncrossed his arms and levered himself upright. Isn't that when you witches, are tucked in bed?
She gazed up at him and nodded. I'm Mr. Kalamack's personal secretary. He works in the mornings and evenings, so my schedule is split, 8 to noon in the morning and 4 to 8 in the afternoon. It took a while to become accustomed to it, but with 4 hours more for myself in the afternoon, I was able to spend more time with Dan, she finished.
Please, the young woman pleaded suddenly, her gaze shifting between Eden and me.
I know something's wrong. Why won't anyone help me?
I shifted uncomfortably as she struggled for control. She felt helpless. I understood her better than she knew. Sarah Jane was the latest in Trent's long string of secretaries. As a mink, I had listened in on her interview, unable to warn her as she was lured into believing Trent's half-truths. For all her intelligence, she hadn't a chance to escape his charm and extravagant offers. With his offer of employment, Trent had given her family a golden ticket out of their indentured servitude. And Trent Kalamack was a truly benevolent employer, offering high wages and outstanding benefits. He gave people what they desperately wanted, asking in return nothing but their loyalty. By the time they realized how deep he demanded that loyalty go, they knew too much to extricate themselves. Sarah Jane had escaped the farm, but Trent had then bought it, probably to ensure that she would keep her mouth shut when she found out about his dealings in the illegal drug brimstone, as well as the desperately sought-after genetic medicines outlawed during the turn. I'd almost tagged him with the truth, but the sole other witness had died in a car explosion. Publicly, Trent served on the city's council, untouchable because of his vast wealth and generous donations to charities and underprivileged children. Privately, no one even knew if he was a human or Inderlander. Even Jenks couldn't tell, which was unusual for a pixie. Trent quietly ran a good slice of Cincinnati's underworld, and both the FIB and the IS would sell their bosses to have a court date with him. And now Sarah Jane's boyfriend was missing. I cleared my throat, recalling the temptation of Trent's offer myself. "Is Sarah Jane under control again?" I asked. "You said he works at Pizza Pescari's?" She nodded. "He's a driver. That's how we met." She bit her lip and dropped her eyes. The lie-detecting amulet was a steady green. Pescari's was an Inderland eatery, serving everything from tomato soup to gourmet cheesecake. Pescari himself was said to be one of Cincinnati's master vampires. Nice enough, from what I'd heard, not greedy with his vamp takes, even-tempered, on record as being dead for the last 300 years. Of course, he was probably older than that, and the nicer and more civilized an undead vampire seemed, the more depraved he or she generally was. My roommate thought of him as sort of a friendly uncle, which made me feel oh so warm and fuzzy inside. I handed Sarah Jane another tissue, and she smiled weakly. "I can go out to his apartment today," I said. "Do you think you could meet me there with the key? Sometimes a professional can spot things others miss." Jenks snorted, and I shifted my legs, bumping the underside of the table to make him dart into the air. Sarah Jane showed relief. "Oh, thank you, Ms. Morgan," she gushed. "I can go right now. I just have to call my employer and let him know I'll be a little late." She gripped her purse, looking like she was ready to fly out of the room. "Mr. Kalamack told me to take all the time I need this afternoon." I glanced at Jenks's attention-getting buzz. He had a worried I-told-you-so look. How nice of Trent to let his secretary take all the time she needs to find her boyfriend when he's probably stuffed in a closet so she'll keep her mouth shut. Let's make it tonight, I said, thinking of my fish. I need to look up a few things, and whip up a few anti-goon spells, check my splat gun, and collect my fee. Of course, she said, settling back as her expression clouded. And if nothing turns up there, we'll go on to the next step. I tried to make my smile reassuring. I'll meet you at Dan's apartment a little after 8. Hearing the dismissal in my voice, she nodded and stood. Jenks flitted into the air, and I rose as well. All right, she said. It's out at Redwood. Eden shuffled his feet. I'll tell Ms. Morgan where it is, Ms. Grodenko. Yes, thank you. Her smile was starting to look stilted. I'm just so worried. I disguised putting my lie-detecting amulet away by digging through my bag and pulling out one of my cards. Please let me or the FIB know if you hear from him in the meantime, I said, as I handed it to her. Ivy had the cards professionally printed, and they looked slick. Yes, I will, she murmured, her lips moving as she read Vampiric Charms, the name Nick had given my and Ivy's agency. She met my eyes as she tucked the card in her purse. I shook her hand, deciding her grip was firmer this time. Her fingers, though, were still cold. I'll show you out, Ms. Grodenko, Eden said as he opened the door. At his subtle gesture, I sank back into my chair to wait. Jenks buzzed his wings for my attention. I don't like it, he said as our eyes met. A flash of ire took me. She wasn't lying, I said defensively. He put his hands on his hips, and I waved him off my cup to take a sip of my lukewarm coffee. You don't know her, Jenks. She hates vermin, but she tried to keep Jonathan from tormenting me, though it might have meant her job. She felt sorry for you, Jenks said. Pitiful little mink with a concussion. She gave me part of her lunch when I wouldn't eat those disgusting pellets. The carrots were drugged, Rach. She didn't know that. Sarah Jane suffered as much as I did. The pixie hovered 6 inches before me, demanding I look at him. That's what I'm saying. Trent could be using her to get to you again, and she wouldn't even know it. My sigh pushed him back. She's trapped. I have to help her if I can. I looked up as Eden opened the door and poked his head in. He had an FIB hat on, and it looked odd with his white shirt and khakis as he gestured for me. Jenks flitted to my shoulder. You and your rescue impulses are going to get you killed, he whispered as I found the hallway. Thanks, Morgan, Eden said as he grabbed my canister of fish and led me up front. No problem, I said, as we entered the FIB's back offices. The hustle of people enfolded me, and my tension eased in the blessed autonomy it offered. She wasn't lying about anything other than having a key to let his cat out, but I could have told you that without the spell. I'll let you know what I find out at Dan's apartment. How late can I call you? Oh, Eden said loudly as we slipped past the front desk and headed for the sunlit sidewalk. No need, Ms. Morgan. Thank you for your help. We'll be in touch. I stopped short in surprise. A curl of escaped hair brushed my shoulder as Jenks's wings clattered against themselves in a harsh noise. What the hell? He muttered. My face warmed as I realized he was brushing me off. I did not come down here just to invoke a lousy lie-detecting amulet, I said as I jerked into motion. I told you I'd leave Kalamack alone. Get out of my way and let me do what I'm good at. Behind me, conversations were going quiet. Eden never hesitated in his slow stride to the door. It's an FIB matter, Ms. Morgan. Let me help you out. I followed, tight to his heels, not caring about the dark looks I was getting. This run is mine, Eden, I almost yelled. Your people will mess it up. These are Inderlanders, not humans. You can have the glory. All I want is to be paid. And see Trent in jail, I added silently. He pushed open one of the glass double doors. The sun-warmed concrete threw up a wave of heat as I stomped out after him, almost pinning the short man against the building as he gestured for a cab. You gave me this run, and I am taking it, I exclaimed, yanking a curl out of my mouth as the wind blew it up into my face. Not some stuck-up, arrogant cookie in an FIB hat who thinks he's the greatest thing since the turn. Good, he said lightly, shocking me into taking a step back. Putting my canister on the sidewalk, he stuffed his FIB hat into his back pocket. "But from here on out, you are officially off the run." My mouth opened in understanding. I was officially not here. Taking a breath, I willed the adrenaline out of my system. Eden nodded as he saw my anger fizzle out. "I'd appreciate your discretion on this," he said. "Sending Glenn out to Pizza Piscari's alone isn't prudent." "Glenn!" Jenks shrilled, his voice scraping the inside of my skull, making my eyes water. "No," I said. "I already have my team. We don't need Detective Glenn." Jenks left me. "Yeah," he said as he flew between the FIB captain and me. His wings were red. "We don't play well with others." Eden frowned. "This is an FIB matter. You will have an FIB presence with you when at all possible, and Glenn is the only one qualified." "Qualified," Jenks scoffed. "Why not admit he's the only one of your officers who can talk to a witch without pissing his pants?" "No," I said firmly. "We work alone." Eden stood beside my canister, his arms crossed to make his squat form look as immovable as a stone wall. "He's our new Inderland specialist. I know he's inexperienced." "He's an ass," Jenks snapped. A grin flashed over Eden. "I prefer rough around the edges, myself." My lips pursed. "Glenn is a cocky, self-assured—" I fumbled, looking for something suitably derogatory. "FIB flunky, who is going to get himself killed the first time he runs into an Inderlander who isn't as nice as I am." Jenks bobbed his head. "He needs to be taught a lesson." Eden smiled. "He's my son, and I couldn't agree more," he said. "He's what?" I exclaimed as an unmarked FIB car pulled up to the curb beside us. Eden reached for the handle of the back door and opened it. Eden was clearly from European descent, and Glenn wasn't. My mouth worked as I tried to find something that couldn't be remotely construed as being racist. As a witch, I was sensitive to that kind of thing. "How come he doesn't have your last name?" I managed. "He's used his mother's maiden name since joining the FIB, Eden said softly. "He's not supposed to be under my direction, but no one else would take the job." My brow furrowed. Now I understood the cold reception in the FIB. It hadn't been all me. Glenn was new, taking a position everyone but his dad thought was a waste of time. "I'm not doing this," I said. "Find someone else to babysit your kid." Eden put my canister into the back. "Break him in gently." "You aren't listening," I said loudly, frustrated. "You gave me this run. My associates and I appreciate your offer to help, but you asked me here. Back off and let us work." "Great," Eden said as he slammed the car's back door shut. "Thanks for taking Detective Glenn with you out to Piscari's." A cry of disgust slipped from me. "Eden!" I exclaimed, earning looks from the passing people. "I said no. There is one sound coming past my lips. One sound, 2 letters, 1 meaning. No!" Eden opened the front passenger door and gestured for me to get in. "Thanks, Bunches, Morgan." He glanced into the back seat. "Why were you running from those wares, anyway?" My breath came in a slow, controlled sound. Damn. Eden chuckled, and I put myself in the car and slammed the door, trying to get his stubby fingers in it. Scowling, I looked at the driver. It was Glenn. He looked as happy as I felt. I had to say something. "You don't look anything like your dad," I said snidely. His gaze was fixed with a ramrod stiffness out the front window. "He adopted me when he married my mother," he said through clenched teeth. Jenks zipped in, trailing a sunbeam of pixie dust. "You're Eden's son?" "You got a problem with that?" he said belligerently. The pixie landed on the dash with his hands on his hips. "Nah, all you humans look alike to me." Eden bent to put his beaming round face in the window. "Here's your class schedule," he said, handing me a yellow half-page of paper with printer holes along the sides. "Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Glenn will buy any books you need." "Hold it!" I exclaimed, alarm washing through me as the yellow paper crackled in my fingers. "I thought I was just going to poke around the university. I don't want to take a class." It's the one Mr. Smather was taking. Be there or you won't get paid."
He was smiling, enjoying this. "Eden!" I shouted as he backed up onto the sidewalk.
"Glenn, take Ms. Morgan and Jenks to their office. Let me know what you find at Dan Smather's apartment." "Yes, sir,"
he barked. His knuckles gripping the wheel showed a fierce pressure. Pink patches of ivy aid decorated his wrists and neck. I didn't care that he had heard most of the conversation. He wasn't welcome, and the sooner he understood that, the better. 4. "Right at the next corner," I said, resting my arm on the open window of the unmarked FIB car. Glenn ran his fingertips through his close-cropped hair as he scratched his scalp. He hadn't said a word the entire way, his jaw slowly unclenching as he realized I wasn't going to make him talk to me. There was no one behind us, but he signaled before turning onto my street. He had sunglasses on, taking in the residential neighborhood with its shady sidewalks and patchy lawns. We were well within the hollows, the unofficial haven for most of Cincinnati's resident Inderlanders since the turn, when every surviving human fled into the city and its false sense of security. There has always been some mingling, but for the most part, humans work and live in Cincinnati since the turn, and Inderlanders work and, play in the hollows. I think Glenn was surprised the suburb looked like everywhere else, until you noticed the runes scratched in the hopscotch grid, and that the basketball hoop was a third again taller than NBA regulation. It was quiet, too, peaceful. Some of that could be attributed to Inderland's schools not letting out until almost midnight, but most was self-preservation. Every Inderlander over the age of 40 had spent their earliest years trying to hide that they weren't human, a tradition that is unraveling with the cautious fear of the hunted, vampires included. So the grass is mown by sullen teenagers on Friday, the cars are dutifully washed on Saturday, and the trash makes tidy piles at the curb on Wednesday. But the streetlights are shot out by gun or charm as soon as the city replaces them, and no one calls the Humane Society at the sight of a loose dog, as it might be the neighbor's kid skipping school. The dangerous reality of the hollows remains carefully hidden. We know if we color too far out of humanity's self-imposed lines, old fears will resurface, and they will strike out at us. They would lose, badly, and as a whole, Inderlanders like things balanced just as they are. Fewer humans would mean that witches and wares would start taking the brunt of vampires' needs, and while the occasional witch enjoyed a vampiric lifestyle, at his or her own discretion, we'd bind together to take them out if they tried to turn us into fodder. The older vampires know it, and so they make sure everyone plays by humanity's rules. Fortunately, the more savage side of Inderlanders naturally gravitates to the outskirts of the hollows and away from our homes. The strip of nightclubs along both sides of the river is especially hazardous, since swarming, high-spirited humans draw the more predatorial of us, like fires on a cold night, promising warmth and reassurance of survival. Our homes are kept as human-looking as possible. Those who strayed too far from the Mr. and Mrs. Cleaver veneer were encouraged in a rather unique neighborhood intervention party to blend in a little more, or move out to the country, where they couldn't do as much damage. My gaze drifted over the tongue-in-cheek sign peeping out from a bed of foxgloves. "Day sleeper, solicitors will be eaten," for the most part, anyway. "You can park up there on the right," I said, pointing. Glenn's brow furrowed.
"I thought we were going to your office."
Jenks flitted from my earring to the rearview mirror. "We are," he said snidely. Glenn scratched his jawline, his short beard making a rasping sound under his nail.
"You run your agency out of a house?"
I sighed at his patronizing lilt. "Sort of. Anywhere here is fine." He pulled to the curb at Keesley's house, the neighborhood's wise old man, who had both the medical equipment and know-how of a small emergency room for those who could keep their mouths shut about it. Across the street was a small stone church, its steeple rising high above 2 gigantic oaks. It sat on an unreal 4 city lots and had come with its own graveyard. Renting out a defunct church hadn't been my idea, but Ivy's, seeing tombstones out the small stained glass window of my bedroom, had taken a while to get used to. But the kitchen it came with made up for having dead humans buried in the backyard.
Glenn cut the engine, and the new silence soaked in. I scanned the surrounding yards before I got out, a habit begun during my not-so-distant death threats, which I thought prudent to continue. Old Man Keesley was on his porch, as usual, rocking and keeping a sharp eye on the street. I gave him a wave and got a raised hand in answer. Satisfied he would have warned me if I had needed it, I got out and opened the back door for my canister of fish. "I'll get it, ma'am," Glenn said as his door thumped shut. I gave him a tired look over the car's roof. "Drop the ma'am, will you? I'm Rachel." His attention went over my shoulder, and he visibly stiffened. I whipped around expecting the worst, relaxing as a cloud of pixie children descended in a high-pitched chorus of conversation too fast for me to follow. Papa Jenks had been missed, as usual. My sour mood evaporated as the darting, swooping figures in pale green and gold swirled about their dad in a Disney nightmare. Glenn took his sunglasses off, his brown eyes wide and his lips parted. Jenks made a piercing whistle with his wings, and the horde broke enough for him to hover before me. "Hey, Rach," he said. "I'll be out back if you want me." "Sure." I glanced at Glenn and muttered, "Is Ivy here?" The pixie followed my gaze to the human and grinned, undoubtedly imagining what Ivy would do when meeting Captain Eden's son. Jax, Jenks's eldest child, joined his father. "No, Miss Morgan," he said, pitching his pre-adolescent voice deeper than it normally fell. "She is doing errands. The grocery store, the post office, the bank. She said she'd be back before 5. The bank, I thought, wincing. She was supposed to wait until I had the rest of my rent. Jax flew 3 circles about my head, making me dizzy. "Bye, Miss Morgan," he called out, zipping off to join his siblings, who were escorting their dad to the back of the church and the oak stump Jenks had moved his very large family into. My breath puffed out as Glenn came around the back of the car, offering to carry my canister. I shook my head and hefted it. It wasn't that heavy. I was starting to feel guilty for having let Jenks pix him. But then I hadn't known I was going to have to babysit him at the time. "Come on in," I said, as I started across the street to the wide stone steps. The sound of his hard-soled shoes on the street faltered. "You live in a church?" My eyes narrowed. "Yeah, but I don't sleep with voodoo dolls." "Huh?" "Never mind." Glenn muttered something, and my guilt deepened. "Thanks for driving me home," I said, as I climbed the stone steps and pulled open the right side of the twin wooden doors for him. He said nothing, and I added, "Really, thanks." Hesitating on the stoop, he stared at me. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. "You're welcome," he finally said, his voice giving me no clue either. I led the way through the empty foyer into the even more empty sanctuary. Before we rented out the church, it had been used as a daycare. The pews and altar had been removed to make a large play area. Now all that remained were the stained-glass windows and a slightly raised stage. The shadow of a huge, long-gone cross spread across the wall in a poignant reminder. I glanced at the tall ceiling, seeing the familiar room in a new way as Glenn looked it over. It was quiet. I'd forgotten how peaceful it was. Ivy had spread tumbling mats over half of it, leaving a narrow walkway running from the foyer to the back rooms. At least once a week we'd spar to keep fresh, now that we were both independents and not on the streets every night. It invariably ended with me a sweating mass of bruises and her not even breathing hard. Ivy was a living vamp, as alive as I was, and in possession of a soul, infected by the vamp virus by way of her, at the time, still living mother. Not having to wait until she was dead before the virus began molding her, Ivy had been born possessing a little of both worlds, the living and dead, caught middle ground until she died and became a true undead. From the living she retained a soul, allowing her to walk under the sun, worship without pain, and live on holy ground if she wanted, which she did to tick her mother off. From the dead came her small but sharp canines, her ability to pull an aura and scare the crap out of me, and her power to hold spellbound those who allowed it. Her unearthly strength and speed were decidedly less than a true undead, but still far beyond mine. And though she didn't need blood to remain sane, as undead vampires did, she had an unsettling hunger for it, which she was continually fighting to suppress, since she was one of the few living vamps who had sworn off blood. I imagine Ivy must have had an interesting childhood, but I was afraid to ask. "Come on into the kitchen," I said as I went through the archway at the back of the sanctuary. I took off my shades as I passed my bathroom. It had once been the men's bathroom, the traditional fixtures replaced with a washer and dryer, a small sink, and a shower. This one was mine. The women's bathroom across the hall had been converted into a more conventional bathroom with a tub. That one was Ivy's. Separate bathrooms made things a heck of a lot easier. Not liking the way Glenn was making silent judgments, I closed the doors to both Ivy's and my bedrooms as I passed them. They had once been clergy offices. He shuffled into the kitchen behind me, spending a moment or two taking it all in. Most people did. The kitchen was huge, and part of the reason I had agreed to live in a church with a vampire. It had 2 stoves, an institutional-sized fridge, and a large center island overhung with a rack of gleaming utensils and pots. The stainless steel shone, and the counter space was expansive, with the exception of my beta and the brandy snifter on the windowsill, and the massive antique wooden table Ivy used for a computer desk. It looked like the set of a cooking show. It was the last thing one would expect attached to the back of a church, and I loved it. I set the canister of fish on the table. "Why don't you sit down?" I said, wanting to call the Howlers. "I'll be right back." I hesitated as my manners clawed their way up to the forefront of my mind. "Do you want a drink or something?" I asked. Glenn's brown eyes were unreadable. "No, ma'am." His voice was stiff, with more than a hint of sarcasm, making me want to smack him a good one and tell him to lighten up. I'd deal with his attitude later. Right now, I had to call the Howlers. "Have a seat, then," I said, letting some of my own bother show. "I'll be right back." The living room was just off the kitchen on the other side of the hallway. As I searched for the coach's number in my bag, I hit the message button on the answering machine. "Hey, Ray, it's me," came Nick's voice, sounding tinny through the recording. Shooting a glance at the hallway, I turned it down so Glenn couldn't hear. "I've got him. 3rd row back on the far right. Now, you'll have to make good on your claim and get us backstage passes." There was a pause, then. "I still don't believe you've met him. Talk to you later." My breath came in anticipation as it clicked off. I had met Takata 4 years ago when he spotted me in the balcony at a Solstice concert. I had thought I was going to be kicked out when a thick wear and a staff shirt escorted me backstage while the warm-up band played. Turned out Takata had seen my frizzy hair and wanted to know if it was spelled or natural, and if natural, did I have a charm to get something that wild to lie flat? Starstruck and repeatedly embarrassing myself, I admitted it was natural, though I had encouraged it that night, then gave him one of the charms my mother and I spent my entire high school career perfecting to tame it. He laughed then, unwinding one of his blonde dreadlocks to show me his hair was worse than mine, static, making it float and stick to everything. I hadn't straightened my hair since. My friends and I had watched the show from backstage, and afterward, Takata and I led his bodyguards on a merry chase through Cincinnati the whole night. I was sure he would remember me, but I hadn't a clue as to how to get in touch with him. It wasn't as if I could call him up and say, "Remember me? We had coffee on the Solstice 4 years ago and discussed how to straighten curls." A smile twitched the corner of my mouth as I fingered the answering machine. He was all right for an old guy. Of course, anyone over the age of 30 had seemed old to me at the time. Nick's was the only message, and I found myself pacing as I picked up the phone and punched in the Howler's number. I plucked at my shirt as the number rang. After running from those wares, I had to take a shower. There was a click, and a low voice nearly growled, "Hello, you got the Howlers." "Coach," I exclaimed, recognizing the ware's voice. "Good news." There was a slight pause. "Who is this?" he asked. "How'd you get this number?" I started. "This is Rachel Morgan," I said slowly. "Of Vampiric Charms?" There was a half-heard shout directed off the phone. "Which one of you dogs called the escort service? You're athletes, for God's sake. Can't you pin your own bitches without having to buy them?" "Wait," I said before he could hang up. "You hired me to find your mascot?" "Oh." There was a pause, and I heard several war whoops in the background. "Right." I briefly weighed the trouble of changing our name against the fuss Ivy would raise. 1,000 glossy black business cards, the page ad in the phone book, the matched oversized mugs she had imprinted our name on in gold foil. It wasn't going to happen. "I recovered your fish," I said, bringing myself back. "When can someone pick it up?" The coach muttered. "Didn't anyone call you?" My face went slack. "No." "One of the guys moved her while they cleaned her tank and didn't tell anyone," he said. "She was never gone." Her? I thought. The fish was a her? How could they tell? Then I got angry. I had broken into a ware's office for nothing. "No," I said coldly. "No one called me." Sorry about that. Thanks for your help, though." "Whoa, wait a moment," I cried, hearing the brush in his voice. "I spent 3 days planning this. I risked my life." "And we appreciate that," the coach started. I spun in an angry circle and stared out at the garden through the shoulder-high windows. The sun glinted on the tombstones beyond. "I don't think you do, Coach. We're talking bullets." "But she was never lost," the coach insisted. "You don't have our fish. I'm sorry." "Sorry won't keep those wares off my tail." Furious, I paced around the coffee table. "Look," he said, "I'll send you some tickets to the exhibition game coming up." "Tickets?" I exclaimed, astounded. "For breaking into Mr. Ray's office?" "Simon Ray?" the coach said. "You broke into Simon's office? Damn, that's rough. Bye now." "No, wait!" I shouted, but the phone clicked off. I stared at the humming receiver. Didn't they know who I was? Didn't they know I could curse their bats to crack and their pop flies to land foul? Did they think I would sit back and do nothing when they owed me my rent? I flopped into Ivy's gray suede chair with a feeling of helplessness. "Yeah, right," I said softly. A non-contact spell required a wand. Tuition at the community college hadn't covered wand-making, just potions and amulets. I didn't have the expertise, much less the recipe for anything that complicated. I guess they knew who I was right enough. The sound of a foot scraping linoleum came from the kitchen, and I glanced at the hall. Swell. Glenn had heard the entire thing. Embarrassed, I pulled myself up from the chair. I'd get the money from somewhere. I had almost a week. Glenn turned as I entered the kitchen. He was standing next to that canister of useless fish. Maybe I could sell it. I put the phone beside Ivy's computer and went to the sink. "You can sit down, Detective Eden. We're going to be here a while." "It's Glenn," he said stiffly. "It's against FIB policy to report to a member of your family, so keep it to yourself. And we're going to Mr. Smather's apartment now." I made a scoffing bark of laughter. "Your dad just loves to bend the rules, doesn't he?" He frowned. "Yes, ma'am." "We aren't going to Dan's apartment till Sarah Jane gets off work." Then I slumped. Glenn wasn't the one I was angry with. "Look," I said, not wanting Ivy to find him while I was in the shower, "why don't you go home and meet me back here about 7:30? "I'd prefer to stay." He scratched at the welt, showing a light pink under his watchband. "Sure," I said sourly. "Whatever. I got a shower, though." Clearly he was concerned I'd go without him. The worry was well-founded. Leaning to the window over the sink, I shouted out into the lavish pixie-tended garden, "Jenks!" The pixie buzzed in through the hole in the screen so fast I was willing to bet he'd been eavesdropping. "You bellowed, princess of stink," he said, landing beside Mr. Fish on the sill. I gave him a weary look. "Would you show Glenn the garden while I shower?" Jenks's wings blurred into motion. "Yeah," he said, going to make wide, wary circles around Glenn's head. "Come on, Cookie, you're going to get the $5 tour. Let's start in the graveyard." "Jenks," I warned, and he gave me a grin, tossing his blonde hair artfully over his eyes. "This way, Glenn," he said, darting out into the hall. Glenn followed, clearly not happy. I heard the back door shut, and I leaned to the window. "Jenks?" "What?" The pixie darted back in the window, his face creased with irritation. I crossed my arms and thought, "Would you bring in some mullein leaves and jewelweed flowers when you get the chance? Do we have any dandelions that haven't gone to seeds?" "Dandelions?" He dropped an inch in surprise, his wings clattering. "You going soft on me?" You're gonna make him an anti-itch spell, aren't you?" I leaned to see Glenn standing stiffly under the oak tree, scratching his neck. He looked pitiful, and as Jenks kept telling me, I was a sucker for the underdog. "Just get them, all right?" "Sure," he said. "He's not much good like that, is he?" I choked back a laugh, and Jenks flew out the window to join Glenn. The pixie landed on his shoulder, and Glenn jumped in surprise. "Hey, Glenn," Jenks said loudly. "Head off toward those yellow flowers over there behind that stone angel. I want to show you to the rest of my kids. They've never met an FIB officer before." A faint smile crossed me. Glenn would be safe with Jenks if Ivy came home early. She jealously guarded her privacy and hated surprises, especially ones in FIB uniforms. That Glenn was Eden's son wouldn't help. She was willing to let sleeping grudges lie, but if she felt her territory was being threatened, she wouldn't hesitate to act her odd political status of dead vamp in waiting, letting her get away with things that would put me in the IS lockup. Turning, my eyes fell upon the fish. "What am I going to do with you, Bob?" I said around a sigh. I wasn't going to take him back to Mr. Ray's office, but I couldn't keep him in the canister. I cracked the top, finding that his gills were pumping and he was laying almost on his side. I thought perhaps I'd put him in the tub. Canister in hand, I went into Ivy's bathroom. "Welcome home, Bob," I murmured, dumping the canister into Ivy's black garden tub. The fish flopped in the inch of water, and I hurriedly ran the taps, jiggling the flow to try to keep it room temp. Soon Bob the fish was swimming in graceful, sedate circles. I turned off the water and waited until it finished chinkling in and the surface grew smooth. He really was a pretty fish, striking against the black porcelain, all silver, with long cream fins and that black circle decorating one side to look like a reverse full moon. I dabbled my fingers in the water, and he darted to the other end of the tub. Leaving him, I crossed the hall to my bathroom, got a change of clothes out of the dryer, and started the shower. As I picked the snarls out of my hair while waiting for the water to warm, my eyes fell upon the 3 tomatoes ripening upon the sill. I winced, glad they hadn't been anywhere near for Glenn to see. A pixie had given them to me, meant for smuggling her across the city as she fled an unwanted marriage. And while tomatoes weren't illegal anymore, it was in bad taste to have them on display when one had a human guest. It had been just over 40 years since a quarter of the world's human population had been killed by a military-generated virus that had escaped and spontaneously fastened to a weak spot in a biogenetically engineered tomato. It was shipped out before anyone knew, the virus crossing oceans with the ease of an international traveler, and the turn began. The engineered virus had a varied effect upon the hidden Inderlanders. Witches, undead vampires, and the smaller species, such as pixies and fairies, weren't affected at all. Wares, living vamps, leprechauns, and the like got the flu. Humans died by the droves, taking the elves with them as their practice of bolstering their numbers by hybridizing with humanity backfired. The U.S. would have followed the third world countries into chaos if the hidden Inderlanders hadn't stepped in to halt the spread of the virus, burn the dead, and keep civilization running until what was left of humanity finished mourning. Our secret was on the verge of coming out by way of the what makes these people immune question, when a charismatic living vamp named Ryan Cormel pointed out that our combined numbers equaled humanity's. The decision to make our presence known, to live openly among the humans we had been mimicking to keep ourselves safe, was almost unanimous. The turn, as it came to be called, ushered in a nightmarish 3 years. Humanity took their fear of us out on the world's surviving bioengineers, murdering them in trials designed to legalize murder. Then they went further, to outlaw all genetically engineered products, along with the science that created them. A second, slower wave of death followed the first once-old diseases, found new life when the medicines humanity had created to battle everything from Alzheimer's to cancer no longer existed. Tomatoes are still treated like poison by humans, even though the virus is long gone. If you don't grow them yourself, you have to go to a specialty store to find them. A frown pinched my forehead as I looked at the red fruit beading up with the shower fog. If I was smart, I'd put it in the kitchen to see how Glenn would react at Piscari's. Bringing a human into an Inderland eatery wasn't a crackerjack idea. If he made a scene, we might not only get no information, we might get banned, or worse. Judging that the water was hot enough, I eased into it with little ow-ow-ows. 20 minutes later, I was wrapped in a big pink towel, standing before my ugly pressboard dresser with its dozen or so bottles of perfume carefully arranged on top. The blurry picture of the howler's fish was tucked between the glass and the frame. Sure looked like the same fish to me. The delighted shrieks of pixie children filtered in through my open window to soften my mood. Very few pixies could manage to raise a family in the city. Jenks was stronger in spirit than most would ever know. He had killed before to keep his garden so his children wouldn't starve. It was good to hear their voices raised in delight, the sound of family and security. "Which scent was it now?" I murmured, fingers hovering over my perfumes, as I tried to remember which one Ivy and I were currently experimenting with. Every so often a new bottle would show up without comment, as she found something new for me to try. I reached for one, dropping it when Jenks said from right beside my ear, "Not that one." "Jenks!" I clutched my towel closer and spun. "Get the hell out of my room!" He darted backward as I made a grab for him. His grin widened as I looked down at the leg I accidentally showed. Laughing, he swooped past me and landed on a bottle. "This one works good," he said, "and you're going to need all the help you can get when you tell Ivy you're going to make a run for Trent again." Scowling, I reached for the bottle. Wings clattering, he rose, pixie dust making temporary sunbeams shimmer through the glittering bottles. "Thanks," I said sullenly, knowing his nose was better than mine. "Now get out." "No, wait." He hesitated by my small stained-glass window, and I vowed to sew up the pixie hole in the screen. "Who's watching Glenn?" Jenks literally glowed with parental pride. "Jax. They're in the garden. Glenn is shooting wild cherry pits straight up with a rubber band for my kids to catch before they hit the ground." I was so surprised I almost could ignore that my hair was dripping wet and I was wearing nothing but a towel. "He's playing with your kids?" "Yeah, he's not so bad once you get to know him." Jenks vaulted through the pixie hole. "I'll send him inside in about 5 minutes, okay?" he said through the screen. "Make it 10, I said softly, but he was gone. Frowning, I shut the window, locked it, and checked twice that the curtains hung right. Taking the bottle Jenks had suggested, I gave myself a splash. Cinnamon blossomed. Ivy and I had been working for the last 3 months to find a perfume that covered her natural scent mixing with mine. This was one of the nicer ones. Whether undead or alive, vampires moved by instinct, triggered by pheromones and scent, more at the mercy of their hormones than an adolescent. They gave off a largely undetectable smell that lingered where they did, an odoriferous signpost telling other vamps that this was taken territory and to back off. A far cry better than the way dogs did it, but living together the way we were, Ivy's smell lingered on me. She had once told me it was a survival trait that helped increase a shadow's life expectancy by preventing poaching. I wasn't her shadow, but there it was anyway. What it boiled down to was, the smell of our natural scents mingling tended to act like a blood aphrodisiac, making it harder for Ivy to best her instincts, non-practicing or not. One of Nick's and my few arguments had been over why I put up with her and the constant threat she posed to my free will if she forgot her vow of abstinence one night, and I couldn't fend her off. The truth was, she considered herself my friend, but even more telling was that she had loosened the death grip she kept on her emotions and let me be her friend as well. The honor of that was heady. The best runner I'd ever seen, and I was continually flattered that she left a brilliant career at the IS to work with me, save my ass. Ivy was possessive, domineering, and unpredictable. She also had the strongest will of anyone I had met, fighting a battle in herself that if she won would rob her of her life after death. And she was willing to kill to protect me, because I called her my friend. God, how could you walk away from something like that? Apart from when we were alone and she felt safe from recrimination, she either held herself with a cool stiffness or fell into a classic vampire mode of sexy domination that I had discovered was her way of divorcing herself from her feelings, afraid that if she showed a softening she would lose control. I think she pinned her sanity on living vicariously through me as I stumbled through life, enjoying the enthusiasm with which I embraced everything, From finding a pair of red heels on sale, to learning a spell, to laying a big, bad, ugly out flat. And as my fingers drifted over the perfumes she had bought for me, I wondered again if perhaps Nick was right, and our odd relationship might be slipping into an area I didn't want it to go. Dressing quickly, I made my way to the empty kitchen. The clock above the sink said it was edging toward 4. I had loads of time to make a spell for Glenn before we left. Pulling out one of my spelling books from the shelf under the center island counter, I sat at my usual spot at Ivy's antique wooden table. Contentment filled me as I opened the yellowed tome. The breeze coming in the window had a chill that promised a cold night. I loved it here, working in my beautiful kitchen surrounded by holy ground, safe from everything nasty. The anti-itch spell was easy to find, dog-eared and spotted with old splatters. Leaving the book open, I rose to pull out my smallest copper vat and ceramic spoons. It was rare that a human would accept an amulet, but perhaps if he saw me making it, Glenn might. His dad had taken a pain amulet from me once. I was measuring the spring water with my graduated cylinder when there was a scuffing on the back steps. "Hello? Miss Morgan?" Glenn called as he knocked and opened the door. "Jenks said I could come right in." I didn't look up from my careful measuring. "In the kitchen," I said loudly. Glenn edged into the room. He took in my new clothes, running his eyes from my fuzzy pink slippers up my black nylons to my matching short skirt, past my red blouse, to the black bow holding my damp hair back. If I was going to see Sarah Jane again, I wanted to look nice. In Glenn's hand was a wad of mullein leaves, dandelion blossoms, and jewelweed flowers. He looked stiffly embarrassed. "Jenks, the pixie, said you wanted these, ma'am." I nodded to the island counter. "You can put them over there. Thanks. Have a seat." With a stilted haste, he crossed the room and set the cuttings down. Hesitating briefly, he pulled out what was traditionally Ivy's chair and eased into it. His jacket was gone, and his shoulder holster with his weapon looked obvious and aggressive. In contrast, his tie was loose, and the top button of his starched shirt was unfastened to show a wisp of dark chest hair. "Where's your jacket?" I asked lightly, trying to figure out his mood. "The kids?" He hesitated. "The pixie children are using it as a fort." "No." Hiding my smile, I rummaged in my spice rack to find my vial of celandine syrup. Jenks's capacity to be a pain in the butt was inversely proportional to his size. His ability to be a staunch friend was the same. Apparently Glenn had won Jenks's confidence. How about that? Satisfied the show of his gun wasn't intended to cow me, I added a dollop of celandine, swishing the ceramic measuring spoon to get the last of the sticky stuff off. An uncomfortable silence grew, accented by the whoosh of igniting gas. I could feel his gaze heavy upon my charm bracelet as the tiny wooden amulets gently clattered. The crucifix was self-explanatory, but he'd have to ask if he wanted to know what the rest were for. I had only a paltry 3. My old ones were burnt to uselessness when Trent killed the witness wearing them in a car explosion. The mix on the stove started to steam, and Glenn still hadn't said a word. "So," I drawled, "have you been in the FIB long?" "Yes, ma'am." It was short, both aloof and patronizing. "Can you stop with the ma'am? Just call me Rachel." "Yes, ma'am." Ooh, I thought. It was going to be a fun evening. Peeved, I snatched up the mullein leaves, tossing them into my green-stained mortar. I ground them using more force than necessary. I set the mush to soak in the cream for a moment. Why was I bothering to make him an amulet? He wasn't going to use it. The brew was at a full boil, and I turned the flame down, setting the timer for 3 minutes. It was in the shape of a cow, and I loved it. Glenn was silent, watching me with a wary distrust as I leaned my back against the edge of the counter. "I'm making you something to stop the itching," I said. "God help me, but I feel sorry for you." His face hardened. "Captain Eden is making me take you. I don't need your help." Angry, I took a breath to tell him he could take a flying leap off a broomstick, but then shut my mouth. "I don't need your help" had once been my mantra, but friends made things a lot easier. My brow furrowed in thought. What was it that Jenks did to persuade me? Oh, yeah. Swear, and tell me I was being stupid. "You can go turn yourself for all I care," I said pleasantly. "But Jenks pixed you. And he says you're sensitive to pixie dust. It's spreading through your lymph system.
You want to itch for a week just because you're too stiff-necked to use a paltry itch spell? This is kindergarten stuff. I flicked the copper vat with a fingernail, and it rang. An aspirin, a dime a dozen. It wasn't, but Glenn probably wouldn't accept it if he knew how much one of these cost at a charm shop. It was a Class 2 medicinal spell. I probably should have put myself inside a circle to make it, but I'd have to tap into the ever-after to close one, and seeing me under the influence of a ley line would probably freak Glenn out. The detective wouldn't meet my eyes. His foot twitched as if he was trying to not scratch his leg through his pants. The timer dinged, or mooed, rather, and leaving him to make up his mind, I added the blossoms of jewelweed and dandelion, crushing them against the side of the pot with a clockwise, never-Withershins motion. I was a white witch, after all. Glenn gave up all pretense at trying not to scratch and slowly rubbed his arm through his shirt sleeve. No, I've been spelled. Not unless they did a spell check on you. I was mildly disappointed. He was afraid to openly show he was using magic. The prejudice wasn't unusual, but then, after having taken an aspirin once, I'd rather be in pain than swallow another. I guess I wasn't one to talk. All right. It was a very reluctant admission. Okie dokie. I added the grated golden seal root and turned it to a high boil. When the froth took on a yellow tint that smelled like camphor, I turned off the heat. Nearly done. This spell made the usual 7 portions, and I wondered if he'd demand I waste one on myself before trusting I wasn't going to turn him into a toad. That was an idea. I could put him in the garden to police the slugs from the hostas. Eden wouldn't miss him for at least a week. Glenn's eyes were on me as I pulled out 7 clean redwood discs about the size of a wooden nickel and arranged them on the counter where he could see. "Just about done," I said with a forced cheerfulness. "That's it?" he questioned, his brown eyes wide. "That's it." "No lighting candles or making circles or saying magic words?" I shook my head. "You are thinking of ley line magic, and it's Latin, not magic words. Ley line witches draw their power right from the line, and need the trappings of ceremony to control it. I am an earth witch, thank God. My magic is from the ley lines too, but it's naturally filtered through plants. If I was a black witch, much of it would come through animals." Feeling as if I was back doing my graduate lab work exam, I dug in the silverware drawer for a finger stick. The sharp prick of the blade on my fingertip was hardly noticeable, and I massaged the required 3 drops into the potion. The scent of redwood rose thick and musty, overpowering the camphor smell. I had done it right. I had known I had. "You put blood in it?" he said, and my head came up at his disgusted tone. "Well, duh. How else was I supposed to quicken it? Put it in the oven and bake it?" My brow furrowed, and I tucked a strand of my hair that had escaped my bow back behind my ear. "All magic requires a price paid by death, detective. White earth magic pays for it by my blood and killing plants. If I wanted to make a black charm to knock you out, or turn your blood to tar, or even give you the hiccups, I'd have to use some nasty ingredients involving animal parts. The really black magic requires not just my blood, but animal sacrifice, or human, or Inderlander." My voice was harsher than I had intended, and I kept my eyes down as I measured out the doses and let them soak into the redwood discs. Much of my stunted career at the IS involved bringing in gray spellcrafters, witches that took a white charm, such as a sleep spell, and turned it to bad use, but I brought in black charm makers as well. Most had been ley line witches, since the ingredients needed to stir a black charm were enough to keep most earth witches white. Eye of newt and toe of frog? Hardly. Try blood drawn from the spleen of a still-living animal and its tongue removed as it streamed its last breath into the ether. Nasty. "I won't make a black charm," I said when Glenn remained silent. "Not only is it demented and gross, but black magic always comes back to get you. And when I had my way, it involved my foot in his gut or my cuffs on his wrists." Choosing an amulet, I massaged 3 more drops of my blood onto it to invoke the spell. It soaked in quickly, as if the spell pulled from the blood from my finger. I extended the charm to him, thinking of the time I had been tempted to stir a black spell. I survived, but came away with a demon mark. And all I'd done was look at the book. Black magic always swings back. Always.
"It's got your blood in it," he said in revulsion. "Make another, and I'll put mine in it." "Yours? Yours won't do squat. It has to be witch blood. Yours doesn't have the right enzymes to quicken a spell." I held it out again, and he shook his head. Frustrated, I gritted my teeth. "Your dad used one, you whiny little human. Take it so we can all move on with our lives." I thrust the amulet belligerently at him, and he gingerly took it. "Better," I said as his fingers encircled the wooden disc.
Yeah,"
he said, his square-jawed face suddenly slack.
"It is."
"Of course it is," I muttered. Slightly mollified, I hung the rest of my amulets in my charm cupboard. Glenn silently took in my stash, each hook carefully labeled, thanks to Ivy's anal retentive need to organize. Whatever. It made her happy and was no skin off my nose. I closed the door with a loud thump and turned.
"Thank you, Miss Morgan,"
he said, surprising me. "You're welcome," I said, glad he had finally dropped the ma'am. "Don't get any salt on it, and it should last for a year. You can take it off and store it if you want to when the blisters go away. It works on poison ivy, too." I started to clean up my mess. "I'm sorry for letting Jenks pix you like that," I said slowly. "He wouldn't have if he had known you were sensitive to pixie dust. Usually the blisters don't spread."
"Don't worry about it."
He stretched for one of Ivy's catalogs at the end of the table, pulling his hand back at the picture of the curved stainless steel knives on special. I slid my spelling book away under the center island counter, glad he was loosening up. When it comes to Inderlanders, sometimes the smallest things can pack the hardest punch. There was a loud boom of the front door closing. Stiffening, I crossed my arms before me, only now recognizing that it had been Ivy's motorcycle tooling up the road a moment before. Glenn met my eyes, sitting straighter as he recognized my alarm. Ivy was home. But not always, I finished. 5. Eyes on the empty hallway, I motioned for Glenn to stay seated. I didn't have time to explain. I wondered how much Eden had told him, or if this was going to be one of his nasty but effective ways to smooth Glenn's edges. "Rachel?" came Ivy's melodious voice, and Glenn stood, checking the creases in his gray slacks. Yeah, that would help. "Do you know there's an FIB car parked in front of Keesley's?" "Sit down, Glenn," I warned, and when he didn't, I moved to stand between him and the open archway to the hall. "Yuck," Ivy exclaimed, her voice muffled. "There's a fish in my bathtub. Is it the Howlers? When are they coming to get it?" There was a hesitation, and I managed a sick smile at Glenn. "Rachel," she called out, closer. "Are you in here? Hey, we should go out to the mall tonight. Bath & Body Works is re-releasing an old scent with a citrus base. We need to hit the sample bottles, see how it works. You know, celebrate you making rent. What is it that you have on now? The cinnamon? Well, that's a nice one, but it only lasts 3 hours. Would have been nice to know that earlier. I'm in the kitchen," I said loudly. Ivy's tall, black-clad form strode past the opening. A canvas sack of groceries hung from her shoulder. Her black silk duster fluttered after her boot heels, and I could hear her looking for something in the living room. "I didn't think you would be able to pull the fish thing off," she said. There was a hesitation then. "Where in the hell is the phone?" "In here?" I said, crossing my arms uneasily. Ivy pulled up short in the archway as she saw Glenn. Her somewhat oriental features went blank in surprise. I could almost see the wall come down as she realized we weren't alone. The skin around her eyes tightened. Her small nose flared, taking in his scent, cataloging his fear and my concern in an instant. Lips tight, she put her canvas bag of groceries on the counter and brushed her hair out of her eyes. It fell to her mid-back in a smooth black wave, and I knew it was bother, not nerves, that had prompted her to tuck it behind an ear. Ivy had once had money, and still dressed like it, but her entire early inheritance had gone to the IS to pay off her contract when she quit with me. Put simply, she looked like a scary model, lithe and pale, but incredibly strong. Unlike me, she wore no nail polish, no jewelry apart from her crucifix, twin black chain anklets about 1 foot, and very little makeup. She didn't need it. But like me, she was basically broke, at least until her mother finished dying and the rest of the Tamwood estate came to her. I was guessing that wouldn't be for about 200 years, bare minimum. Ivy's thin eyebrows rose as she looked Glenn over.
Bringing your work home again, Rachel?
I took a breath. Hi, Ivy. This is Detective Glenn. You talked to him this afternoon? Sent him to pick me up? My look went pointed. We were going to talk about that later. Ivy turned her back on him to unpack the groceries.
Nice to meet you,
she said, her tone flat. Then to me she muttered, Sorry, something came up. Glenn swallowed hard. He looked shaky, but was holding up. I guess Eden hadn't told him about Ivy. I really liked Eden.
You're a vampire?
He said. Ooh, Ivy said.
We've got a bright one here.
Fingers fumbling around the string of his new amulet, he pulled a cross from behind his shirt.
But the sun is up,
he said, sounding as if he had been betrayed. My, Ivy said.
And a weatherman, too?
She turned with a snide look.
I'm not dead yet, Detective Glenn.
Only the true undead have light restrictions. Come back in 60 years and I might be worried about a sunburn. Seeing his cross, she smiled patronizingly and pulled out from behind her black spandex shirt her own extravagant crucifix.
That only works on undead vamps,
she said as she turned back to the counter.
Where did you get your schooling? B-movies?
Glenn backed up a step.
Captain Eden never said you worked with a vampire.
The FIB officer stammered. At Eden's name, Ivy spun. It was a blindingly fast motion, and I started. This wasn't going well. She was starting to pull an aura. Damn! I glanced out the window. The sun would be down soon. Double damn.
I heard about you,
the officer said, and I cringed at the arrogance in his voice, which he was using to cover his fear. Even Glenn couldn't be stupid enough to antagonize a vamp in her own house. That gun at his side wasn't going to do him any good. Sure, he could shoot her and kill her, but then she'd be dead and she'd rip his freaking head off, and no jury in the world would convict her of murder, seeing as he killed her first.
You're Tamwood,
Glenn said. His bravado clearly scraped from a misplaced feeling of security.
Captain Eden gave you 300 hours of community service for taking out everyone on his floor, didn't he? What was it he made you do? A candy striper, right?
Ivy stiffened and my mouth dropped open. He was that stupid.
It was worth it,
Ivy said softly. Her fingers were shaking as she set the bag of marshmallows gently on the counter. My breath caught. Shit. Ivy's brown eyes had gone black as her pupils dilated. I stood, shocked at how quickly it had happened. It had been weeks since she'd vamped out on me, and never without warning. The angry shock of finding someone in an FIB uniform in her kitchen might have accounted for some of it, but in hindsight I had a sick feeling that letting her walk in on Glenn hadn't been a thing. His fear had hit her hard and fast, giving her no time to prepare herself against temptation. His sudden fright had filled the air with pheromones. They acted as potent aphrodisiac only she could taste, jerking into play 1,000-year-old instincts fixed deep in her virus-changed DNA. In a breath, they had turned her from my slightly disturbing roommate to a predator that could kill both of us in 3 seconds flat, if the desire to sate her long-suppressed hunger outweighed the consequences of draining an FIB detective. It was that balance that frightened me. I knew where I was on her personal scale of hunger and reason. Where Glenn stood, I hadn't a clue. Like flowing dust, her posture melted, and she leaned back against the counter on one bent elbow, hip-cocked, deathly still. She ran her gaze up Glenn until it locked upon his eyes. Her head tilted with a sultry slowness until she was eyeing him from under her straight bangs. Only now did she take a slow, deliberate breath. Her long, pale fingers flicked about the deep V-neck of her spandex shirt, tucked into her leather pants. "You're tall," she said, her gray voice pulling remembered fear from me. "I like that." It wasn't sex she was after. It was dominance. She would have bespelled him if she could have, but she'd have to wait until she was dead before she had power over the unwilling. Swell, I thought, as she pushed herself from the counter and headed for him. She'd lost it. It was worse than the time she found Nick and I snuggled up together on her couch, not watching pro wrestling. I still didn't know what had set her off then. She and I had a concrete understanding that I wasn't her girlfriend, plaything, lover, shadow, or whatever the newest term for a vampire flunky was these days. My thoughts scrambled for a way to bring her back without making things worse. Ivy drifted to a stop before Glenn, the hem of her duster seeming to move in slow motion as it edged forward to touch his toes. Her tongue slipped across her very white teeth, hiding them even as they flashed. With a recognizable restrained power, she put a hand to either side of him at head height, pinning him to the wall. She said, breathing in through parted lips. Very tall, lots of leg, beautiful, beautiful dark skin. Did Rachel bring you home for me? She leaned into him, almost touching. He was only a few inches taller than she was. She tilted her head as if to give him a kiss. A drop of sweat slid down his face and neck. He didn't move, tension pulling every muscle tight. "You work for Eden," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the line of moisture as it pooled at his collarbone. "He'd probably be upset if you died." Her eyes darted to his at the sound of his quick breath. "Don't move," I thought, knowing if he did, instincts would take over. He was in trouble with his back to the wall like that. "Ivy," I said, trying to distract her and avoid having to tell Eden why his son was in intensive care. "Eden gave me a run. Glenn is along for the ride." I willed myself not to shudder as she turned the black pits her eyes had become to me. They tracked me as I put the island counter between us. She stood unmoving, but for a hand tracing Glenn's shoulder and neck, her finger running a perfect half-inch above him. Ivy," I said hesitantly. "Glenn might want to leave now. Let him go." My request seemed to break through, and she took a quick, clean breath. Bending her elbow, she pushed herself away from the wall. Glenn darted out from under her. Weapon drawn, he stood in the archway to the hall, his feet spread and his gun trained upon Ivy. The safety clicked off, and his eyes were wide. Ivy turned her back on him and went back to the bag of forgotten groceries. It might look as if she was ignoring him, but I knew she was aware of everything down to the wasp bumping about at the ceiling. Back hunched, she set a bag of shredded cheese on the counter. "Tell that blood sack of a captain I said hi the next time you see him," she said, her soft voice carrying a shocking amount of anger. But the hunger, the need to dominate, was gone. Knees weak, I let my breath out in a long puff of air. "Glenn," I suggested, "put the gun away before she takes it from you, and the next time you insult my roommate, I'm going to let her tear your throat out. Understand?" His eyes flicked to Ivy before he holstered the weapon. He stayed in the archway, breathing hard. Thinking the worst had to be over, I opened the fridge. "Hey, Ivy," I said lightly, to try and get everyone back to normal. "Toss me the pepperoni?" Ivy met my gaze from across the kitchen and blinked the last of her runaway instincts from her. "Pepperoni," she said, her voice huskier than usual. "Yeah." She felt a cheek with the back of her hand. Frowning at herself, she crossed the kitchen with what I recognized as a deliberately slow pace. "Thanks for bringing me down," she said softly as she handed me the pouch of cut meat. "I should have warned you. I'm sorry." I put the pepperoni away and straightened, giving Glenn a black look. His face was grayed and drawn as he wiped the perspiration away. I think he just figured out we were in the same room with a predator held back by pride and courtesy. Maybe he'd learned something today. Eden would be pleased. I shuffled through the groceries and pulled out the perishables. Ivy leaned close as she put a can of peaches away. "What's he doing here?" she asked, loud enough for Glenn to hear. "I'm babysitting." She nodded, clearly waiting for more. When it wasn't forthcoming, she added, "It's a paying job, right?" I glanced at Glenn. Yeah, a missing person." I snuck a glance at her, relieved to see her pupils were almost back to normal. "Can I help?" she asked. Ivy had done almost nothing but run for missing persons since she quit the IS, but I knew she would side with Jenks that it was a ploy of Trent Kalamack's once she learned it was Sarah Jane's boyfriend. Putting off telling her would only make it worse, though, and I wanted her to come out to Piscari's with me. I'd get more information that way. Glenn stood with an affected casualness as Ivy and I put the groceries away, not seeming to care that we were ignoring him. "Oh, come on, Rachel," the vamp cajoled. "Who is it? I'll put my feelers out." She looked as far from a predator now as a duck. I was used to the shifts in temperament, but Glenn looked bewildered. A witch named Dan?" I turned away, hiding my head in the fridge as I put the cottage cheese away. "He's Sarah Jane's boyfriend, and before you get all huffy, Glenn is coming with me to look at his apartment. I figure we can wait until tomorrow to check out Piscari's. He works there as a driver, but no way is Glenn coming with me to the university." There was a heartbeat of silence, and I cringed, waiting for her shout of protest. It never came. I looked past the door of the fridge, going slack in surprise. Ivy had put herself at the sink and was hunched over it, a hand to either side. It was her count 10 spot. It had never failed her yet. She pulled her eyes up and put them on me. My mouth went dry. It had failed. "You are not taking this run," she said, the smooth monotone of her voice pulling the chill of black ice through me. Panic flashed before settling into a churning burn in the pit of my stomach. All that existed was her pupil-black eyes. She inhaled, taking my warmth. Her presence seemed to swirl behind me until I fought to keep from turning around. My shoulders tensed and my breath came fast. She had pulled a full-blown, soul-stealing aura. Something was different, though. This wasn't anger or hunger I was seeing. This was fear. Ivy was afraid? "I'm taking the run," I said, hearing a thin thread of fear in my voice. "Trent can't touch me, and I already told Eden I would." "No, you aren't." Silk duster furling, she jerked into motion. I started, finding her right before me almost as soon as I noticed she had moved. Face whiter than usual, she pushed the fridge door shut. I jumped to get out of the way. I met her eyes, knowing if I showed the fright that was making my stomach knot, she would feed on it, making her fervor stronger. I'd learned a lot in the last 3 months, some of it the hard way, some of it I wished I hadn't needed to know. "The last time you took on Trent, you almost died," she said, sweat trickling down her neck to disappear behind the deep V of her shirt. She was sweating? "The key word there is almost," I said boldly. "No, the key word is died." I could feel the heat coming from her and stepped back. Glenn was in the archway, watching me with wide eyes as I argued with a vamp. There was an act to it. "Ivy," I said calmly, though I was shaking inside. "I'm taking this run. If you want to come with Glenn and me when we talk to Piscari—" My breath cut off. Ivy's fingers were around my throat. Gasping, my air exploded from me as she slammed me up against the kitchen wall. "Ivy?" I managed, before she picked me up with one hand and pinned me there. Air coming in short, insufficient pants, I hung off the floor. Ivy put her face next to mine. Her eyes were black, but they were wide with fear. "You aren't going to talk to Piscari," she said, panic a silver ribbon through the gray silk of her voice. "You aren't taking this run." I braced my feet against the wall and pushed. A breath of air made it past her fingers, and my back smacked into the wall. I kicked out at her, and she shifted to the side. Her hold on me never altered. "What the hell are you doing?" I rasped. "Let me go!" "Miss Tamwood," Glenn shouted, "drop the woman and step to the center of the room." Digging my fingers into her one-handed grip, I looked past Ivy. Glenn was behind her, his feet braced, ready to shoot. "No!" My voice grated. "Get out! Get out of here!" Ivy wouldn't listen to me if he was here. She was afraid. What the hell was she afraid of? Trent couldn't touch me. There was a sharp whistle of surprise as Jake started in. "Howdy, campers," he said sarcastically. "I see Rachel told you about her run, huh, Ivy?" "Get out!" I demanded, my head pounding as Ivy's grip tightened. "Holy crap!" the pixie exclaimed from the ceiling, his wings flashing into a frightened red. "She's not kidding!" "I know!" Lungs hurting, I pried at the fingers around my neck, managing a ragged breath. Ivy's pale face was drawn. The black of her eyes was total and absolute, and laced with fear. Seeing the emotion on her was terrifying. "Ivy, let her go," Jenks demanded as he hovered at eye level. "It's not that bad, really. We'll just go with her." "Get out," I said, taking a clean breath as Ivy's eyes went confused and faltered. Panic took me as her fingers shook. Sweat trickled down her forehead, pinched in confusion. The whites of her eyes showed strong against the black. Jenks started to Glenn. "You heard her," the pixie said. "Get out." My heart raced as Glenn hissed, "Are you crazy? We leave and that bitch will kill her." Ivy's breath came in a whimper. It was as soft as the first snowflake, but I heard it. The smell of cinnamon filled my senses. "We gotta get out of here," Jenks said. "Either Rachel will get Ivy to let go, or Ivy will kill her. You might be able to separate them by shooting Ivy, but Ivy will track her down and kill her the first chance she gets, if she overthrows Rachel's dominance." "Rachel is dominant?" I could hear the disbelief in Glenn's voice, and I frantically prayed they'd get out before Ivy finished throttling me. The buzz of Jenks's wings was as loud as my blood humming in my ears. "How else do you think Rachel got Ivy to back off you? You think a witch could do that if she wasn't in charge? Get out like she said." I didn't know if dominant was the right word, but if they didn't leave, the point would be moot. The honest-to-God's truth was, in some twisted fashion, Ivy needed me more than I needed her. But the dating guide Ivy had given me last spring so I would stop pressing her vamp instinct buttons hadn't had a chapter on what to do if you find yourself the dominant. I was in uncharted territory. "Get out!" I choked as the edges of my sight shifted to black. I heard the safety click back on. Glenn reluctantly holstered his weapon. As Jenks flitted from him to the rear door and back again, the FIB officer retreated, looking angry and frustrated. I stared at the ceiling and watched the stars edging my sight as the screen door squeaked shut. "Ivy!" I rasped, meeting her eyes. I stiffened at their black terror. I could see myself in their depths, my hair wild and my face swollen. My neck suddenly throbbed under her fingers where they pressed against my old demon bite. God help me. But it was starting to feel good. The remembrance of the euphoria that had surged through me last spring as the demons sent to kill me had ripped my neck open and filled it with vamp saliva. "Ivy, open your fingers a little so I can breathe," I managed, spittle dripping down my chin. The heat from her hand made the smell of cinnamon stronger. "You told me to let him go," she snarled, baring her teeth as her grip tightened until my eyes bulged. "I wanted him, and you made me let him go." My lungs tried to work, moving in short splurges as I struggled for air. Her hold slackened. I took a grateful gulp of air, then another. Her face was grim, waiting. Dying with a vampire was easy. Living with one took more finesse. My jaw ached where it rested upon her fingers. "If you want him," I whispered, "go get him. But don't break your fast in anger." I took another breath, praying it wouldn't be my last. "Unless it's for passion, it won't be worth it, Ivy." She gasped as if I'd hit her. Face thunderstruck, her grip loosened without warning. I fell into a heap against the wall. Hunching into myself, I gagged on the air. I felt my throat, my stomach nodding as the demon bite on my neck continued to tingle in bliss. My legs were askew, and I slowly straightened them. Sitting with my knees to my chest, I shook my charm bracelet back to my wrist, wiped the spit from me, and looked up. I was surprised to find Ivy still there. Usually when she broke down like this, she went running to Piscari. But then she had never broken down quite like this before. She had been afraid. She had pinned me to the wall because she had been afraid. Afraid of what? Of me telling her that she couldn't tear out Glenn's throat? Friend or not, I'd leave if I saw her take someone in my kitchen. The blood would give me nightmares forever. "Are you okay?" I rasped, hunching into myself when it triggered a spate of coughing. She didn't move, sitting at the table with her back to me. She had her head in her hands. I'd figured out shortly after we had moved in together that Ivy didn't like who she was, hated the violence even as she instigated it, struggled to abstain from blood even as she craved it. But she was a vampire. She didn't have a choice. The virus had fixed itself deep into her DNA and was there to stay. You are what you are. That she had lost control and let her instincts have sway meant failure to her. "Ivy." I got to my feet, listing slightly as I stumbled to her. I could still feel the impression of her fingers around my neck. It had been bad, but nothing like the time she had pinned me to a chair in a cloud of lust and hunger. I pushed my black bow back where it belonged. "You all right?" I reached out, then drew back before touching her. "No," she said as my hand dropped. Her voice was muffled. "Rachel, I'm sorry, I can't." She hesitated, taking a ragged breath. "Don't take this run. If it's the money—" "It's not the money," I said before she could finish. She turned to me, and my anger that she might try to buy me off died. A shiny ribbon of moisture showed where she had tried to wipe it away. I'd never seen her cry before, and I eased myself down in the chair beside her. "I have to help Sarah Jane." She looked away. "Then I'm going out to Biscari's with you," she said, her voice holding a thin memory of its usual strength. I clutched my arms about myself, one hand rubbing the faint scar on my neck until I realized I was unconsciously doing it to feel it tingle. "I was hoping you would," I said as I forced my hand down. She gave me a frightened, worried smile and turned away. 6. Pixie children swarmed around Glenn as he sat at the kitchen table as far from Ivy as he could without looking obvious about it. Jenks's kids seemed to have taken an unusual liking to the FIB detective, and Ivy, sitting before her computer, was trying to ignore the noise and darting shapes. She gave me the impression of a cat sleeping before a bird feeder, seemingly ignoring everything but very aware if a bird should make a mistake and get too close. Everyone was overlooking that we had nearly had an incident, and my feelings for being saddled with Glenn had waned from dislike to mild annoyance at his new and unexpected tact. Using a diabetic syringe, I injected a sleepy time potion into the last of the thin-walled blue paintballs. It was after 7. I didn't like leaving the kitchen a mess, but I had to make these little gems up special, and there was no way I would go out to meet Sarah Jane at a strange apartment unarmed. No need to make it that easy for Trent, I thought, as I took off my protective gloves and tossed them aside. From the nested bowls under the counter, I pulled out my gun. I had originally kept it in a vat hanging over the island counter, until Ivy pointed out I'd have to put myself in plain sight to reach it. Keeping it at crawling height was better. Glenn perked up at the sound of iron hitting the counter, waving the chattering, gleam-clad adolescent pixie girls off his hand. "You shouldn't keep a weapon out like that," he said scornfully. "Do you have any idea how many children are killed a year because of stupid stunts like that?" "Relax, Mr. FIB officer," I said, as I wiped the reservoir out. "No one has died from a paintball yet." "Paintball?" he questioned. Then he turned condescending. "Playing dress-up, are we?" My brow furrowed. I liked my mini splat gun. It felt nice in my hand, heavy and reassuring despite its palm size. Even with its cherry red color, people generally didn't recognize it for what it was, and assumed I was packing. Best of all, I didn't need a license for it. Peeved, I shook a pinky nail-sized red ball out from the box resting on the shelf above my charms. I dropped it in the chamber. "Ivy," I said, and she looked up from her monitor, no expression on her perfect oval face. "Tag." She went back to her screen, her head shifting slightly. The pixie children squealed and scattered, flowing out of the window and into the dark garden to leave shimmering trails of pixie dust and the memory of their voices. Slowly the sound of crickets came in to replace them. Ivy wasn't the type of roommate who liked to play Parcheesi, and the one time I sat with her on the couch and watched Rush Hour, I had unwittingly triggered her vamp instincts and nearly gotten bitten during the last fight scene, as my body temp rose and the smell of our scents mingling hit her hard. So now, with the exception of our carefully orchestrated sparring sessions, we generally did things with lots of space between us. Her dodging my splat balls gave her a good workout and improved my aim. It was even better at midnight in the graveyard. Glenn ran a hand over his close-cut beard, waiting. It was clear something was going to happen. He just didn't know what. Ignoring him, I set the splat gun on the counter and started to clean up the mess I'd made in the sink. My pulse increased and tension made my fingers ache. Ivy continued to shop on the net, the clicks of her mouse sounding loud. She reached for a pencil as something got her attention. Snatching the gun, I spun and pulled the trigger. The puff of sound sent a thrill through me. Ivy leaned to the right. Her free hand came up to intercept the ball of water. It hit her hand with a sharp splat, breaking to soak her palm. She never looked up from her monitor as she shook the water from her hand and read the caption under the casket pillows. Christmas was 3 months away, and I knew she was stumped as to what to get her mother. Glenn had stood at the sound of the gun, his hand atop his holster. His face slack, he alternated his gaze between Ivy and me. I tossed him the splat gun, and he caught it. Anything to get his hand away from his pistol. If that had been a sleepy-time potion, I said smugly, she'd be out cold. I handed Ivy the roll of paper towels we kept on the island counter for just this reason, and she nonchalantly wiped her hand off and continued to shop. Head bowed, Glenn eyed the paintball gun. I knew he was feeling the weight of it, realizing it wasn't a toy. He walked to me and handed it back. "They ought to make you license these things," he said as it filled my grip. "Yeah," I agreed lightly. "They should." I felt him watching as I loaded it with my 7 potions. Not many witches used potions, not because they were outrageously expensive and lasted only about a week uninvoked, but because you needed to get a good soaking in salt water to break them. It was messy and took a heck of a lot of salt. Satisfied that I'd made my point, I tucked the loaded splat gun into the small of my back and put on my leather jacket to cover it. I kicked off my pink slippers and padded into the living room for my vamp-made boots by the back door. "Ready to go?" I asked as I leaned against the wall in the hallway and put them on. "You're driving." Glenn's tall shape appeared in the archway, dark fingers expertly tying his tie. "You going like that?" Brow furrowing, I looked down at my red blouse, black skirt, nylons, and ankle-high boots. "Something wrong with what I've got on?" Ivy made a rude snort from her computer. Glenn glanced at her, then me. "Never mind," he said flatly. He snuggled his tie tight to make him look polished and professional. "Let's go." "No," I said, getting in his face. "I want to know what you think I should put on. One of those polyester sacks you make your female FIB officers. There's a reason Rose is so uptight, and it has nothing to do with her having no walls or her chair having broken a caster." Face hard, Glenn sidestepped me and headed up the hallway. Grabbing my bag, I acknowledged Ivy's preoccupied wave, goodbye, and strode after him. He took up almost the entire width of the hall as he walked, and put his arms into his suit's jacket at the same time. The sound of the lining rubbing against his shirt was a soft hush over the noise of his hard-soled shoes on the floorboards. I kept to my cold silence as Glenn drove us out of the hollows and back across the bridge. It would have been nice had Jenks come with us, but Sarah Jane had said something about a cat, and he prudently decided to stay home. The sun was long down and traffic had thickened. The lights from Cincinnati looked nice from the bridge, and I felt a flash of amusement as I realized Glenn was driving at the head of a pack of cars too wary to pass him. Even the FIB's unmarked vehicles were obvious. Slowly my mood eased. I cracked the window to dilute the smell of cinnamon, and Glenn flipped the heater on. The perfume didn't smell as nice anymore, now that it had failed me. Dan's apartment was a townhouse, tidy, clean, and gated. Not too far from the university. Good access to the freeway. It looked expensive, but if he was taking classes at the university, he could probably swing it just fine. Glenn pulled into the reserved spot with Dan's house number on it and cut the engine. The porch light was off, and the drapes were pulled. A cat was sitting on the second-story balcony railing, its eyes glowing as it watched us. Saying nothing, Glenn reached under the seat and moved it back. Closing his eyes, he settled in as if to nap. The silence grew, and I listened to the car's engine tick as it cooled off in the dark. I reached for the radio knob, and Glenn muttered, "Don't touch that." Peeved, I sank back. "Don't you want to question some of his neighbors?" I asked. "I'll do it tomorrow when the sun is up and you're at class." My eyebrows rose. According to the receipt Eden had given me, class ran from 4 to 6. It was an excellent time to be knocking on doors, when humans would be coming home, diurnal Inderlanders well up, and nightwalkers stirring. And the area felt like a mixed neighborhood. A couple came out of a nearby apartment, arguing as they got into a shiny car and drove away. She was late for work. It was his fault, if I was following the conversation properly. Bored and a little nervous, I dug in my bag until I found a finger stick and one of my detection amulets. I loved these things. The detection amulet, not the finger stick. And after pricking my finger for the 3 drops of blood to invoke it, I found that there was no one but Glenn and me within a 30-foot radius. I draped it about my neck like my old IS badge as a little red car pulled into the lot. The cat on the railing stretched before dropping out of sight onto the balcony. It was Sarah Jane, and she whipped her car into the spot directly behind us. Glenn took notice, saying nothing as we got out and angled our paths to meet her. "Hi," she said, her heart-shaped face showing her worry in the light from the street lamp. "I hope you weren't waiting long," she added, her voice carrying the professional air of the office. "Not at all, ma'am," Glenn said. I tugged my leather coat closer against the cold as she jingled her keys, fumbling for one that still carried a shiny, new-cut veneer, and opened the door. My pulse increased, and I glanced at my amulet with thoughts of Trent going through me. I had my splat gun, but I wasn't a brave person. I ran away from the big bad uglies. It increased my lifespan dramatically. Glenn followed Sarah Jane in as she flipped on the lights, illuminating the porch and apartment both. Nervous, I crossed the threshold, wavering between closing the door to keep anyone from following me in and leaving it open to keep my escape route available. I opted to leave it cracked. "You got a problem?" Glenn whispered as Sarah Jane made her confident way to the kitchen, and I shook my head. The townhouse had an open floor plan, with almost the entire downstairs visible from the doorway. Stairs ran a straight, unimaginative pathway to the second floor. Knowing my amulet would warn me if anyone new showed up, I relaxed. There was no one here but us three and the cat yowling on the second-floor balcony. "I'll go up and let Sarcophagus in," Sarah Jane said as she headed for the stairs. My eyebrows rose. "That's the cat, right?" "I'll come up with you, ma'am," Glenn offered, and he thumped upstairs after her. I did a quick reconnaissance of the downstairs while they were gone, knowing we'd find nothing. Trent was too good to leave anything behind. I just wanted to see what kind of a guy Sarah Jane liked. The kitchen sink was dry, the garbage can was stinky, the computer monitor was dusty, and the cat box was full. Clearly, Dan hadn't been home in a while. The floorboards above me creaked as Glenn walked through the upstairs. Perched on the TV was the same picture of Dan and Sarah Jane aboard the steamer. I picked it up and studied their faces, setting the framed photo back on the TV as Glenn clumped downstairs. The man's shoulders took up almost the entirety of the narrow stairway. Sarah Jane was silent behind him, looking small and walking sideways in her heels. "Upstairs looks fine," Glenn said as he rifled through the stack of mail on the kitchen counter. Sarah Jane opened the pantry. Like everything else, it was well organized. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled out a pouch of moist cat food. "Mind if I check his emails?" I asked, and Sarah Jane nodded, her eyes sad. I jiggled the mouse to find that Dan had a dedicated always-on line, just like Ivy. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't have been doing this, but as long as no one said Ivy. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't have been doing this, but as long as no one said anything. From the corner of my eye, I watched Glenn run his eyes over Sarah Jane's smartly cut business dress as she tore the bag of cat food open, and then down my outfit as I bent over the keyboard. I could tell by his look that he thought my clothes were unprofessional, and I fought back a grimace. Dan had a slew of unopened messages, 2 from Sarah Jane and 1 with a university address. The rest were from a Hard Rock chat room of some sort. Even I knew better than to open any of them, tampering with evidence should he turn up dead. Glenn ran a hand across his short hair, seemingly disappointed that he had found nothing unusual. I was guessing it wasn't because Dan was missing, but that he was a witch, and as such should have had dead monkey heads hanging from the ceiling. Dan appeared to be an average, on-his-own young man. He was perhaps tidier than most, but Sarah Jane wouldn't date a slob. Sarah Jane set a bowl of food on the placemat next to a water bowl. A black cat slunk downstairs at the clink of porcelain. It hissed at Sarah Jane, not coming to eat until she left the kitchen. "Sarcophagus doesn't like me," she said needlessly. "He's a one-person familiar." A good familiar was like that. The best chose their owners, not the other way around. The cat finished the food in a surprisingly short amount of time, then jumped onto the back of the couch. I scratched the upholstery, and he came close to investigate. He stretched out his neck and touched my finger with his nose. It was how cats greeted each other, and I smiled. I'd love to have a cat, but Jenks would pix me every night for a year if I brought one home. Remembering my stint as a mink, I shuffled through my purse. Trying to be discreet, I invoked an amulet to do a spell check on the cat. Nothing. Not satisfied, I dug deeper for a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Ignoring Glenn's questioning look, I popped open the hard case and carefully put the so ugly they could work as birth control glasses on. I had bought them last month, spending 3 times my rent with the excuse that they were tax-deductible. The ones that didn't make me look like a nerd reject would have cost me twice that. Leyline magic could be bound in silver just as earth magic could be kept in wood, and the wireframes were spelled to let me see through disguises invoked by leyline magic. I felt kind of cheesy using them, thinking that it dumped me back into the realm of warlocks and that I was using a charm that I couldn't make. But as I scratched Sarcophagus's chin, sure now by the lack of any change that he wasn't Dan trapped in a cat's form, I decided I didn't care. Glenn turned to the phone.
"Would you mind if I listened to his messages?"
he asked. Sarah Jane's laugh was bitter. "Go ahead. They're from me." The snap of the hard case was loud as I put my glasses away. Glenn punched the button, and I winced as Sarah Jane's recorded voice came into the silent apartment. "Hey, Dan. I waited an hour. It was Karoo Tower, right?" There was a hesitation, then a distant, "Well, give me a call, and you'd better get some chocolate." Her voice turned playful. "You've got some serious groveling to do, farm boy." The second was even more uncomfortable. "Hi, Dan? If you're there, pick up." Again a pause. I was just kidding about the chocolate. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you. Bye." Sarah Jane stood in the living room, her face frozen. "He wasn't here when I came over, and I haven't seen him since," she said softly.
"Well," Glenn said as the machine clicked off, "we haven't found his car yet, and his toothbrush and razor are still here. Wherever he is, he hadn't planned on staying. It looks like something has happened."
She bit her lip and turned away, amazed at his lack of tact. I gave Glenn a murderous look. "You have the sensitivity of a dog in heat, you know that?" I whispered. Glenn glanced at Sarah Jane's hunched shoulders.
"Sorry, ma'am."
She turned, a miserable smile on her. "Maybe I should take Sarcophagus home."
"No,"
I quickly assured her. "Not yet." I touched her shoulder in sympathy, and the smell of her lilac perfume pulled from me the chalky taste memory of drugged carrots. I glanced at Glenn, knowing he wouldn't leave so I could talk to her alone. "Sarah Jane?" I asked hesitantly. "I have to ask you this, and I apologize. Do you know if anyone has threatened Dan?" "No," she said, her hand rising to her collar and her face going still. "No one." "How about you?" I asked. "Have you been threatened in any way? Any way at all?" No, of course not," she said quickly, her eyes dropping and her pale features going even whiter. I didn't need an amulet to know she was lying, and the silence grew uncomfortable as I gave her a moment to change her mind and tell me, but she didn't. Are we done?" she stammered, and nodding, I adjusted my bag on my shoulder. Sarah Jane headed to the door, her steps quick and stilted. Glenn and I followed her out onto the cement landing. It was too cold for bugs, but a broken spiderweb stretched by the porch light. "Thank you for letting us look at his apartment," I said, as she checked the door with trembling fingers. "I'll be talking with his classmates tomorrow. Perhaps one of them will know something. Whatever it is, I can help," I said, trying to put more meaning into my voice. "Yes, thank you." Her eyes went everywhere but to mine, and she had fallen into her professional office tone again. "I appreciate you coming over. I wish I could be more help."
"Ma'am,"
said in parting. Sarah Jane's heels clicked smartly on the pavement as she walked away. I followed Glenn to his car, glancing back to see Sarcophagus sitting in the upstairs window watching us. Sarah Jane's car gave a happy chirp before she set her purse inside, got in, and drove away. I stood in the dark beside my open door and watched her tailgates vanish around a corner. Glenn was facing me, standing at the driver's side with his arms resting on the roof of the car. His brown eyes were featureless in the buzz of the street lamp.
"Kalamack must pay his secretaries very well for the car she has,"
he said softly. I stiffened. "I know for a fact he does," I said hotly, not liking what he was implying. "She's very good at her job, and she still has enough money to send home for her family, to live like veritable kings compared to the rest of the farm's employees." He grunted and opened his door. I got in, sighing as I fastened my seatbelt and settled into the leather seats. I stared out the window at the dark lot, growing more depressed. Sarah Jane didn't trust me, but from her point of view, why should she?
"Taking this kind of personal, aren't you?"
Glenn asked as he started the car. "You think because she's a warlock she doesn't deserve help?" I said sharply.
"Slow down. That's not what I meant."
Glenn shot me a quick look as he backed the car into motion. He flipped the heater on full before he shifted into drive, and a strand of hair tickled my face.
I'm just saying you're acting like you have a stake in the outcome.
I ran a hand over my eyes. Sorry.
It's okay,
he said, sounding as if he understood.
So,
he hesitated.
What gives?
He pulled into traffic, and in the light of a street lamp I glanced at him, wondering if I wanted to be that open with him. I know Sarah Jane, I said slowly.
You mean you know her type?
Glenn said. No, I know her. The FIB detective frowned.
She doesn't know you?
Yeah. I rolled the window all the way down to get rid of the smell of my perfume. I couldn't stand it anymore. My thoughts kept returning to Ivy's eyes, black and frightened. That's what makes it hard. The brakes made a slow squeak as we stopped at a light. Glenn's brow was furrowed, and his beard and mustache made deep shadows on him.
Would you talk human, please?
I gave him a quick, mirthless smile. Did your dad tell you about how we nearly brought Trent Kalamack in as a dealer and manufacturer of genetic drugs?
Yeah, that was before I transferred to his department. He said the only witness was an IS runner who died in the car bombing.
The light changed, and we moved forward. I nodded. Eden had told him the basics. Let me tell you about Trent Kalamack, I said, as the wind pushed against my hand. When he caught me rifling through his office looking for a way to bring him into the courts, he didn't turn me into the IS. He offered me a job. Anything I wanted. Cold, I angled the vent toward me. He'd pay off my IS death threat, set me up as an independent runner, give me a small staff, everything, if I worked for him. He wanted me to run the same system I'd spent my entire professional life fighting. He offered me what looked like freedom. I wanted it so badly I might have said yes. Glenn was silent, wisely not saying anything. There wasn't a cop alive who hadn't been tempted, and I was proud that I had passed the test. When I turned him down, his offer became a threat. I was spelled into a mink at the time, and he was going to torture me mentally and physically until I would do anything to get it to stop. If he couldn't have me willingly, he'd be satisfied with a warped shadow eager to please him. I was helpless, just like Sarah Jane is. I hesitated to gather my resolve. I'd never admitted that aloud before, that I had been helpless. She thought I was a mink. But she gave me more dignity as an animal than Trent gave me as a person. I have to get her away from him, before it's too late. Unless we can find Dan and get him safe, she doesn't have a chance.
Mr. Kalamack is just a man,
Glenn said. Really? I said with a bark of sarcastic laughter. Tell me, Mr. FIB detective, is he human or Inderlander? His family has been quietly running a good slice of Cincinnati for 2 generations, and no one knows what he is. Jenks can't tell what he smells like, and neither can the fairies. He destroys people by giving them exactly what they want, and he enjoys it. I watched the passing buildings without seeing them. Glenn's continued silence pulled my eyes up.
You really think Dan's disappearance has nothing to do with the witch hunter murders?
He asked. Yeah, I resettled myself, not comfortable with having told him so much. I only took this run to help Sarah Jane and pull Trent down. You going to run tattling to your dad now? The lights from oncoming traffic illuminated him. He took a breath and let it out.
You do anything in your little vendetta to jeopardize me proving Dr. Anders is the murderer, and I'll tie you to a bonfire in Fountain Square, he said softly in threat. You will go to the university tomorrow, and you will tell me everything you learn. His shoulders eased. Just be careful.
I eyed him, the passing lights illuminating him in flashes that seemed to mirror my uncertainty. It sounded as if he understood. Imagine that. Fair enough, I said, settling back. My head turned as we turned left instead of right. I glanced at him with a feeling of déjà vu. Where are we going? My office is the other way.
Pizza Pescari's, he said. There's no reason to wait until tomorrow.
I eyed him, not wanting to admit I'd promised Ivy I wouldn't go out there without her. Pescari's doesn't open until midnight, I lied. They cater to Inderlanders. I mean, how often does a human order a pizza? Glenn's face went still in understanding, and I picked at my nail polish. It will be at least 2 before they slow down enough to be able to talk to us.
That's 2 in the morning, right?
He asked. Well, duh, I thought. That was when most Inderlanders were hitting their stride, especially the dead ones. Why don't you go home, sleep in, and we'll all go out tomorrow? He shook his head.
You'll go tonight without me.
A puff of affront escaped me. I don't work like that, Glenn. Besides, if I do, You'll go out there alone, and I promised your dad I'd try to keep you alive. I'll wait. Which is honor. Lie, yes. Betray the trust of a partner, even unwelcome ones, no. He gave me a quick, suspicious glance.
All right. Which is honor?
7. Rach, Jenks said from my earring. Take a squint at that guy. Is he trolling or what? I tugged my bag up higher onto my shoulder and peered through the unseasonably warm September afternoon at the kid in question as I walked through the informal lounge. Music tickled my subconscious, the volume of his radio set too low to hear well. My first thought was that he must be hot. His hair was black, his clothes were black, his sunglasses were black, and his black duster was made of leather. He was leaning against a vending machine, trying to look suave as he talked to a woman in a gothic black lace dress. But he was blowing it. No one looks sophisticated with a foam cup in his hand, no matter how sexy his 2-day stubble is. And no one wore goth, but out-of-control teen living vamps and pathetically sad vamp wannabes. I snickered, feeling vastly better. The big campus and the conglomeration of youth had me on edge. I had gone to school at a small community college, taking the standard 2-year program, followed by a 4-year internship with the IS. My mother would never have been able to afford tuition at the University of Cincinnati on my dad's pension, extra death benefit aside. I glanced at the faded yellow receipt Eden had given me. It had the time and days my class met, and right down at the lower right-hand corner was the cost of it all. Tax, lab fees, and tuition, all totaled up into one appalling sum. Just this one class was nearly as much as a semester at my alma mater. Nervous, I shoved the paper in my bag as I noticed a ware in the corner watching me. I looked out of place enough without wandering around with a class schedule in my grip. I might as well have hung a card around my neck saying, "Continuing Adult Education Student." God help me, I felt old. They weren't much younger than I was, but I felt their every move screamed innocence. This is stupid, I muttered to Jenks as I left the informal commissary. I didn't even know why the pixie was with me. It must be Eden had sicked him on me to make sure I went to class. My vamp-made boots clicked smartly as I strode through the windowed, elevated walkway connecting the Business Arts Building with Cantac Hall. A jolt went through me as I realized my feet were hitting the rhythm of Toccata's Shattered Sight, and though I still couldn't really hear the music, the lyrics settled themselves deep into my head to drive me nuts. Sift the clues from the dust, from the lives of my will. I loved you then, I love you still. I should be with Glenn, interviewing Dan's neighbors, I complained. I don't need to take the freaking class, just talk to Dan's classmates. My earrings swung like a tire swing, and Jenks's wings tickled my neck. Eden doesn't want to give Dr. Anders any warning that she's a suspect. I think it's a good idea. I frowned, my steps growing muffled as I found a carpeted hallway and began watching the numbers on the doors count up. You think it's a good idea, do you? Yeah, but there's one thing he forgot, he snickered. Or maybe he didn't. I slowed as I saw a group standing outside a door. It was probably mine. What's that? Well, he drawled, now that you are taking the class, you fit the profile. Adrenaline zinged through me and vanished. How about that? I murmured. Damn Eden anyway. Jenks's laughter was like wind chimes. I shifted my heavy book to my other hip, scanning the small gathering for the person most likely to spill the best gossip. A young woman looked up at me, or Jenks rather, smiling briefly before turning away. She was dressed in jeans like me, with an expensive-looking suede coat over her t-shirt. Casual yet sophisticated. Nice combination. Dropping my bag to the carpet tile, I leaned back against the wall like everyone else, a non-committal 4 feet away. I surreptitiously looked at the book by the woman's feet. Non-contact extensions using ley lines. A tiny wash of relief went through me. I had the right book at least. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. I glanced at the frosted glass of the closed door, hearing a muted conversation from inside. Must be the previous class hadn't let out yet. Jenks rocked my earring, pulling on it. I could ignore that, but when he started singing about inchworms and marigolds, I batted them off. The woman beside me cleared her throat. "Just transfer in?" she asked. "Beg pardon?" I asked as Jenks flitted back. She popped her gum, her heavily made-up eyes going from me to the pixie. "There aren't many of us ley line students. I don't remember seeing you. Do you usually take night classes?" "Oh," I pushed myself away from the wall and faced her. "No, I'm taking a class to, move ahead at work." She laughed as she tucked her long hair back. "Hey, I'm right there with you. But by the time I get out of here, there's probably not going to be any jobs left for a film production manager with ley line experience. Everyone seems to be minoring in art these days. I'm Rachel. I extended my hand. And this is Jenks. Nice to meet you, she said, taking it for an instant. Janine. Jenks buzzed to her, alighting on her hastily raised hand. Pleasure is all mine, Janine, he said, actually making a bow. She beamed, utterly excited. Obviously she hadn't had much contact with pixies. Most stayed outside the city unless employed in the few areas pixies and fairies excelled in, camera maintenance, security, or good old-fashioned sneaking around. Even so, fairies were far more commonly employed, since they ate insects instead of nectar and their food supply was more readily available. Does Dr. Anders actually teach the class, or does she have an aide do it? I asked. Janine chuckled, and Jenks flitted back to my earring. You've heard about her? She asked. Yes, she teaches, seeing as there's not that many of us. Janine's eyes pinched, especially now. We started with more than a dozen, but we lost 4 when Dr. Anders told us the murderer was taking only ley line witches and to be careful, and then Dan went and quit. She slumped back against the wall, sighing. The witch hunter? I asked, stifling my smile. I had chosen the right person to stand beside. I made my eyes wide. You're kidding. Her face went worried. I think that's some of the reason why I left, and it was a shame, too. The man was so hot, he could have made a sprinkler spark in a rainstorm. He had a big interview. Wouldn't tell me anything. I think he was afraid I'd apply for it, too. Looks like he got the job. My head bobbed as I wondered if this was the news he was going to tell Sarah Jane on Saturday. But then a slow burn started in me that perhaps supper at Carew Tower had been a dump dinner, and he chickened out and left without telling her anything. Are you sure he quit? I asked. Maybe the witch hunter... I left my sentence open, and Janine smiled reassuringly. Yes, he quit. He asked if I wanted to buy his magnetic chalk if he got the job. The bookstore won't take them back once you break the seal. My face went slack in sudden, real alarm. I didn't know I needed chalk. Oh, I've got one you can borrow, she said as she rummaged in her purse. Dr. Anders usually has us sketching something or other. Pentagrams, north-south apogees, you name it, we've traced it. She lumps the lab in with the lecture. That's why we meet here instead of a lecture hall. Thanks, I said as I accepted the metallic stick and gripped it along with my book. Pentagrams? I hated pentagrams. My lines were always crooked. I'd have to ask Eden if he would pay for a second trip to the bookstore, but then remembering the cost of the class he would probably never be reimbursed for, I decided to go pick up my old school supplies from my mom. Swell. Better give her a call. Janine saw my sick look, and misunderstanding it, she rushed to say, Oh, don't worry, Rachel. The murderer isn't really after us. Really? Dr. Anders said to be careful, but he's only going for experienced witches. Yeah, I said, wondering if I would be considered experienced or not. I guess. The conversations around us ceased as Dr. Anders' voice shrilled from behind the door. I don't know who's killing my students. I've been to too many funerals this month to listen to your foul accusations, and I'll sue you from here back to the turn if you slander my name. Janine looked alarmed as she picked up her book and held it to her chest. The students in the hallway shifted from foot to foot and exchanged uneasy looks. From my earring, Jenks whispered, So much for keeping Dr. Anders in the dark about her possible suspect status. I nodded, wondering if Eden would let me drop the class now. It's Denon in there with her, Jenks added, and I took a quick breath. What? I can smell Denon, he reiterated. He's in there with Dr. Anders. Denon? I thought, wondering what my old boss was doing out from behind his desk. There was a soft murmur, followed by a loud pop. Everyone in the hall but Jenks and me jumped. Janine reached up and touched her ear as if she had just been knocked a good one. Did you feel that? She asked me, and I shook my head. She just set a circle without drawing a real one first. I eyed the door along with everyone else. I didn't know you could set a circle without drawing it. I also didn't like that everybody but Jenks and I had been able to tell she had done it. Feeling as if I was in over my head, I picked my bag up. The low rumble of my old boss's voice pulled a chill from me. Denon was a living vamp, like Ivy, but he was low blood rather than high, having been born a human and infected with the vamp virus later by one of the true undead. And where Ivy had political power because she'd been born a vamp and thus was guaranteed to join the undead, even if she should die alone with every drop of blood in her, Denon would always be second class, having to trust that someone would bother to finish turning him after he died. "Get out of my room," Dr. Anders demanded, "before I file harassment charges." The students all shifted nervously. I wasn't surprised when the frosted glass darkened with a shape behind it. I stiffened with the rest when the door opened and Denon walked out. The man almost had to turn sideways to clear the door frame. I still maintained my belief that Denon had been a boulder in a previous life, a smooth, river-worn boulder, massing about a ton, maybe. Being low blood and having only human strength, he had to work hard to keep up with his dead brethren. The results were a trim waist and oodles of bunching muscles. They pulled at his white dress shirt as he sauntered into the hallway. The stark cotton stood in sharp contrast with his complexion, drawing my eye and holding it, just as he wanted. The class fell back as he eased past. A cold presence seemed to flow out of the room and pool about him, the remnants of the aura he had probably pulled on Dr. Andrews. A confident, dominating smile curved over him as his eyes fastened on me. Rachel?" Jenks muttered as he flitted to Janine. "I'll see you inside, okay?" I said nothing, suddenly feeling too thin and vulnerable. "I'll save you a seat," Janine said, but I didn't look away from my old boss. There was a soft rustle as the hallway emptied. I had been scared of the man, and I was ready and willing to be scared of him now, but something had changed. Though still moving with the grace of a predator, the ageless look he once carried was gone. The hungry cast in his eye, which he didn't bother to hide, told me he was still a practicing vamp. But I was guessing he had lost favor and was no longer tasting the undead, though they were probably still feeding upon him. "Morgan," he said, his words seeming to backwash against the brick wall behind me and give me a shove forward. His voice was just like him, practiced, powerful, and full of a heavy promise. "I heard you were whoring for the FIB, or are we just bettering ourselves?" "Hello, Mr. Denon," I said, not dropping his pupil-black eyes. "You get bumped down to runner?" The hungry lust in his eyes faltered into anger, and I added, "Looks like you're doing the runs you gave me, rescuing familiars out of trees, checking for valid licenses. How are those homeless bridge trolls doing anyway?" Denon shifted forward, his eyes intent and his muscles tense. My face went cold, and I found my back against the wall. The sun streaming in from the distant walkway seemed to dim. Like a kaleidoscope, it swirled to look twice as far away as it was. My heart leapt, then settled back into its usual pace. He was trying to pull an aura, but I knew he couldn't do it without me giving him the fear to feed it. I wouldn't be afraid. "Cut the crap, Denon," I said boldly, my stomach nodding. "I live with a vamp who could eat you for breakfast. Save the aura for someone who cares." Still he pressed close until he was the only thing I could see. I had to look up, and it ticked me off. His breath was warm, and I could smell the tang of blood on it. My pulse pounded, and I hated it that he knew I was afraid of him still. "Anyone here but you and me?" he said, his voice as smooth as chocolate milk. Hand moving in a slow, controlled motion, I reached for the grip of my splat gun. The brick scraped my knuckles, but just as my fingers touched the handle, my confidence raced back. "Just you, me, and my splat gun. Touch me, and I'll drop you." I smiled right back at him. What do you suppose I put in my splat balls? Might be kind of hard to explain why someone from the IS had to come out here and hose you off with salt water, huh? I'd say that would be good for a laugh for at least a year. I watched his eyes shift to hate. "Back up," I said clearly. "If I pull it, I use it." He backed up. "Walk away from this, Morgan," he threatened. "This is my run." That explains why the IS is spinning its wheels. Maybe you should go back to ticketing parked cars and let a professional take care of it. His breath hissed out, and I found strength in his anger. Ivy was right. There was fear in the back of his soul. Fear that someday the undead vampires that fed on him would lose control and kill him. Fear that they wouldn't bring him back as one of their brothers. He should be afraid. "This is an IS matter," he said. "Interfere and I'll have you down in lockup." He smiled, flashing me his human teeth. "If you thought being in Kalamack's cage was bad, wait until you see mine." My confidence cracked. The IS knew about that? "Don't get your falsies in a twist," I said snidely. I'm here on a missing person, not your murders."
"Missing person," he mocked. "That's a good story. I'd stick with it. Try to keep your tag alive this time."
He gave me a final glance before he started down the hallway to the sun and the distant sound of the commissary.
"You won't be Tamwood's pet forever," he said, not turning around. "Then I'm coming for you."
"Yeah, whatever," I said, even as a sliver of my old fear tried to surface. I quashed it as I pulled my hand away from the small of my back. I wasn't Ivy's pet, though living with her gave me a heap of protection from Cincinnati's vamp population. She wasn't in a position of power, but as the last living member of the Tamwood family, she had a leader-in-waiting status honored by wise vamps both living and dead. I took a deep breath to try to dispel the weakness in my knees. Great. Now I had to go into class after they had probably started. Thinking my day couldn't possibly get any worse, I gathered myself and walked into the room lit brightly from the bank of windows overlooking the campus. As Janine had said, it was set up like a lab, with 2 people sitting on stools at each of the high slate tables. Janine was by herself, talking to Jenks, clearly having saved me the spot next to her. Ozone from Dr. Anders' hastily constructed circle caught at me. The circle was gone, but my sinuses tingled at the remnants of power. I glanced at its source at the front of the room. Dr. Anders sat at an ugly metal desk before a traditional blackboard. She had her elbows on the table, her head in her hands. I could see her thin fingers trembling, and I wondered if it was from Denon's accusations or that she had pulled upon the ever-after strong enough to make a circle without the aid of a physical manifestation. The class seemed unusually quiet. Her hair was back in a severe bun, gray streaks making unflattering lines through the black. She looked older than my mother, dressed in a conservative pair of tan slacks and a tasteful blouse. Trying not to draw attention to myself, I slipped past the first 2 rows of tables and sat beside Janine. "Thanks," I whispered. Her eyes were wide as I tucked my bag under the table. "You work for the IS?" I glanced at Dr. Anders. "I used to. I quit last spring." "I didn't know you could quit the IS," she said, her face going even more full of wonder. Shrugging, I pushed my hair out of the way so Jenks could land on his usual spot. It wasn't easy. I followed her attention to the front of the room as Dr. Anders stood. The tall woman was as scary as I remembered, with a long, thin face, and a nose that wouldn't be out of place on a pre-turned depiction of a witch. No wart, though, and her complexion wasn't green. She reeked of tenure, gathering the class's attention by simply standing. The tremor was gone from her hands as she took up a sheaf of papers. Dropping a pair of wire-rimmed glasses down to perch on her nose, she made a show of studying her notes. I'd have been willing to bet they had a spell on them to see through ley line charms as well as correct her sight, and I wished I had the gall to put my own glasses on and see if she used ley line magic to make her look that unattractive or if it was all her. A sigh shifted her narrow shoulders as she looked up, her gaze going right to mine through her spelled glasses. "I see," she said, her voice making my spine crawl. "That we have a new face today." I gave her a false smile. It was obvious she recognized me. Her face had scrunched up like a prune. "Rachel Morgan," she said. "Here," I said, my voice flat. A wisp of annoyance flashed over her. "I know who you are." Low heels clicking, she came to stand before me. Leaning forward, she peered at Jenks. "And who might you be, Pixie, sir?" Jenks, ma'am?" he stammered, his way moving fitfully to tangle in my hair. "Jenks," she said, her tone bordering on the respectful. "I'm glad to make your acquaintance. You're not on my class list. Please leave." "Yes, ma'am," he said, and much to my surprise, the usually arrogant Pixie swung himself off my earring. "Sorry, Rach," he said, hovering before me. "I'll be in the faculty lounge or the library. Nick might still be working." "Sure, I'll find you later." He gave Dr. Anders a head bob and zipped out the still-open door. "I'm sorry," Dr. Anders said. "Is my class interfering with your social life?" "No, Dr. Anders. It's a pleasure seeing you again." She pulled back at the faint sarcasm. "Is it?" From the corner of my sight I saw Janine's mouth hanging open. What I could see of the rest of the class looked about the same. My face burned. I don't know why the woman had it in for me, but she did. She was as nice as a hungry crow to everyone else, but I got the ravenous badger. Dr. Anders let her papers fall to my table with a slap. My name was circled in a thick red marker. Her thin lips tightened almost imperceptibly. "Why are you here?" she asked. "We are 2 classes into the semester." "It's still add drop week," I countered, feeling my pulse increase. Unlike Jenks, I had no problem fighting authority. But as the song went, authority always won. "I don't even know how you managed to get the approval for taking this class," she said caustically. "You have none of the prerequisites." "All my credits transferred in, and I got a year for life experiences." True enough, but Eden was the real reason I had been able to skip right to a 500-level class. "You are wasting my time, Ms. Morgan," she said. "You are an Earth Witch. I thought I had made that very clear to you. You don't possess the control to work ley lines beyond what you need to close a modest circle." She leaned over me, and I felt my blood pressure rise. "I'm going to flunk you out of my class faster than before." I took a steadying breath, glancing at the shocked faces. Clearly they had never seen this side of their beloved instructor. "I need this class, Dr. Anders," I said, not knowing why I was trying to appeal to her stunted compassion, except that if I got kicked out, Eden might make me pay the tuition. "I'm here to learn." At that, the prickly woman picked up her papers and retreated to the empty table behind her. Her gaze roved over the class before settling on me. "Having trouble with your demon?" Several in the class gasped. Janine actually shrank away from me. "Damn that woman," I thought, my hand going to cover my wrist. Not even here for 5 minutes, and she alienates me from the entire class. I should have worn a bracelet. My jaw clenched and my breathing increased as I fought to not respond. Dr. Anders seemed satisfied. "You can't reliably hide a demon mark with earth magic," she said, her voice raised in the sound of instruction. "You need ley line magic for that. Is that why you're here, Ms. Morgan?" she mocked. Shaking, I refused to drop her eyes. I hadn't known that. No wonder my charms to disguise it never worked past sundown. Her wrinkles went deeper as she frowned. "Professor Peltzer's Demonology for Modern Practitioners is in the next building over. Perhaps you should excuse yourself and see if it's not too late to change classes. We do not deal in the black arts here." "I am not a black witch," I said softly, afraid if I raised my voice I would start shouting. I pushed up my sleeve to show my demon mark, refusing to be ashamed of it. I did not call the demon who gave me this. I fought it off. I took a slow breath, unable to look at anyone, most of all Janine, who had pushed as far from me as she could get. "I'm here to learn how to keep it off of me, Dr. Anders. I will not take any demonology classes. I'm afraid of them." The last was a whisper, but I knew everyone heard. Dr. Anders seemed taken aback. I was embarrassed, but if it kept her off my case, then it was embarrassment well spent. The woman's footsteps were loud as she clacked to the front of the room. "Go home, Ms. Morgan," she said to the blackboard. "I know why you're here. I did not kill my past students, and I take offense in your unsaid accusation." And with that pleasant thought she turned, flashing the class a tight-lipped smile. "If the rest of you will please retain your copies of 18th century pentagrams, we will be having a quiz on them Friday. For next week, I want you to go over chapters 6, 7, and 8 in your text, and to do the even practices at the end of each. Janine." At the sound of her name, the woman jumped. She had been trying to get a good look at my wrist. I was still shaking, my fingers trembling as I wrote down the assignment. "Janine, you would do well to do the odds on Chapter 6 as well. Your control in releasing stored ley line energy leaves something to be desired." "Yes, Dr. Andrews," she said, white-faced. "And go sit by Brian," she added. "You can learn more from him than Ms. Morgan." Janine didn't hesitate. Before Dr. Anders had even finished, Janine picked up her purse and book, moving to the next table. I was left alone, feeling sick. Janine's borrowed chalk sat next to my book like a stolen cookie. "I would like to evaluate your linkages with your familiars on Friday, as we will be starting a section on long-term protection over the next few weeks," Dr. Anders was saying. "So please bring them in. It will take some time to get through all of you. Those at the end of the alphabet can expect to be held beyond the usual class time." There was a weary groan from some of the students, but it lacked a certain joviality that I sensed was usually there. My stomach dropped. I didn't have a familiar. If I didn't get one by Friday, she'd flunk me, same as last time. Dr. Anders smiled at me with the warmth of a doll. "Is that a problem, Ms. Morgan?" "No," I said flatly, starting to want to pin the murders on her whether she had committed them or not. No problem at all. 8. Thankfully, there was no line when we pulled up to Pizza Piscari's in Glenn's unmarked FIB car. Ivy and I slid out almost as soon as the car stopped. It hadn't been a very comfortable ride for either of us. The memory of her pinning me to the kitchen wall still knew penny bright. Her manner had been odd this evening, subdued but excited. I felt like I was going to meet her parents. In a way, I suppose I was. Piscari was the way-back originator of her living vamp family line. Glenn yawned as he slowly got out and put his jacket on. But he woke up enough to wave off Jenks, flitting around his head. He didn't seem at all uneasy about going into what was strictly an Inderland eatery. I could almost see the chip on his shoulder. Maybe he was a slow learner. The FIB detective had agreed to exchange his stiff FIB suit for the jeans and faded flannel shirt Ivy had tucked in the back of her closet in a box labeled Leftovers, in a faded black marker. They fit Glenn exactly, and I didn't want to know where she had gotten them or why they had several neatly mended tears in some rather unusual places. A nylon jacket hid the weapon he refused to leave behind, but I had left my splat gun at home. It would be useless against a room full of vamps. A van eased into the lot to take an empty space at the far end. My attention drifted from it to the brightly lit delivery takeout window. As I watched, another pizza went out, the car lurching in the street and speeding away with the quickness that told of a large engine. Pizza drivers have made good money since they successfully lobbied for hazard pay. Past the parking lot was the soft lapping of water on wood. Long strips of light glinted on the Ohio River, and the taller buildings of Cincinnati reflected in wide streaks on the flat water. Piscari's was waterfront property, situated in the middle of the more affluent strip of clubs, restaurants, and night spots. It even had a landing where yacht-traveling patrons could tie up to, but getting a table overlooking the dock would be impossible this late. "Ready?" Ivy said brightly, as she finished adjusting her jacket. She was dressed in her usual black leather pants and silk shirt, looking lanky and predatory. The only color to her face was her bright red lipstick. A chain of black gold hung about her neck in place of her usual crucifix, which was now tucked in her jewelry box at home. It matched her ankle bracelets perfectly. She had gone further to paint her nails with a clear coat, giving them a subtle shine. The jewelry and nail polish were unusual for her, and after seeing it, I had opted to wear a wide silver band instead of my usual charm bracelet to cover my demon mark. It felt nice to get dressed up, and I'd even tried to do something with my hair. The red frizz I ended up with almost looked intentional. I kept a step behind Glenn as we moved to the front door. Inderlanders mixed freely, but our group was more odd than usual, and I was hoping to get in and out quickly with the information we came for before we attracted attention. The van that pulled in after us was a pack of wares, and they were noisy as they closed the gap between us. "Glenn," Ivy said as we reached the door, "keep your mouth shut." "Whatever," the officer said antagonistically. My eyebrows rose, and I took a wary step back. Jenks landed upon my big hoop earrings. "This ought to be good," he snickered. Ivy grabbed Glenn's collar, picking him up and slamming him against the wooden pillar supporting the canopy. The startled man froze for an instant, then kicked out, aiming for Ivy's gut. Ivy dropped him to evade the strike. With a vamp quickness, she picked him back up and slammed him into the post again. Glenn grunted in pain, struggling to catch his breath. "Ooh!" Jenks cheered. "That's going to ache in the morning." I jiggled my foot and glanced at the pack of wares. "Couldn't you have taken care of this before we left?" I complained. "Look, you little snack," Ivy said calmly, putting herself in Glenn's face. "You will keep your mouth shut. You do not exist unless I ask you a question." "Go to hell," Glenn managed, his face reddening under his dark skin. Ivy shifted him a smidgen higher, and he grunted. "You stink like a human," she continued, her eyes shifting toward Black. "Piscari's is all Inderlanders or bound humans. The only way you're going to get out of here with all your parts intact and unpunctured is if everyone thinks you're my shadow." Shadow, I thought. It was a derogatory term. Thrall was another. Toy would be more accurate. It referred to a human recently bit, now little more than a walking source of sex and food, and mentally bound to a vamp. They were kept submissive as long as possible, decades sometimes. My old boss, Denon, had been counted among them until he curried the favor of the one who had granted him a more free existence. Face ugly, Glenn broke her hold and fell to the ground. "Go turn yourself, Tamwood,"
he rasped, rubbing his neck. "I can take care of myself. This won't be any worse than I'm walking in a good old boys' bar in deep Georgia."
"Yeah?" she questioned, pale hand on her cocked hip. "Anyone there want to eat you?" The werepack flowed past us and inside. One jerked, doing a double take as he saw me, and I wondered if my stealing that fish was going to be a problem. Music and chatter drifted out, cutting off as the thick door shut. I sighed. It sounded busy. Now we'd probably have to wait for a table. I offered Glenn a hand up as Ivy opened the door. Glenn refused my help, tucking his anti-itch spell back behind his shirt as he struggled to find his pride, squished under Ivy's boots somewhere. Jenks flitted from me to his shoulder, and Glenn started.
"Go sit somewhere else, Pixie," he said around a cough.
"Oh, no," Jenks said merrily. "Don't you know a vamp won't touch you if there's a pixie on your shoulder? It's a well-known fact." Glenn hesitated, and my eyes rolled. What a crock. We filed in behind Ivy as the werepack was being led to their table. The place was crowded, not unusual for a workday. Piscari's had the best pizza in Cincinnati, and they didn't take reservations. The warmth and noise relaxed me, and I took off my coat. The rough-cut, thick support beams seemed to prop up the low ceiling, and a rhythmic stomping to the beat of Sting's "Rehumanize Yourself" filtered down the wide stairs. Past them were wide windows looking out over the Black River and the city beyond. A 3-story, obscenely expensive motorboat was tied up, the docking lights shining on the name across the bow, Solar. Pretty college-age kids moved efficiently about in their skimpy uniforms, some more suggestive than others. Most were bound humans, since the vamp staff traditionally took the less supervised upstairs. The host's eyebrows rose as he took Glenn in. I could tell he was the host because his shirt was only half undone, and his name tag said so. "Table for 3. Lighted and on." "Lighted?" I interjected before Ivy could say different. I didn't want to be upstairs. It sounded rowdy.
"It will be 15 minutes. You can wait in the bar if you like."
I sighed. 15 minutes. It was always 15 minutes. 15 little minutes that dragged to 30, then 40, and then you were willing to wait 10 more so you didn't have to go to the next restaurant and start all over again. Ivy smiled to show her teeth. Her canines were no bigger than mine were, but sharp, like a cat's. "We'll wait here. Thanks." Looking almost enraptured by her smile, the host nodded. His chest, showing beneath his open shirt, was scattered with pale scars. It wasn't what the hosts were wearing at Denny's, but who was I to complain? There was a soft look about him that I didn't like in my men, but some women did.
"It won't be long,"
he said, his eyes fixing to mine as he noticed my attention on him. His lips parted suggestively.
"Do you want to order now?"
A pizza went by on a tray, and as I jerked my gaze from him, I glanced at Ivy and shrugged. We weren't there for dinner, but why not? It smelled great. "Yeah," Ivy said. "An extra large, everything but peppers and onions." Glenn jerked his attention from what looked like a coven of witches applauding the arrival of their dinner. Eating at Piscari's was an event.
"You said we weren't going to stay?"
Ivy turned, black swelling within her eyes. "I'm hungry. Is that okay with you?"
"Sure," he muttered.
Immediately Ivy regained her composure. I knew she wouldn't vamp out here. It might start a cascading reaction from the surrounding vampires, and Piscari would lose his A rating on his MPL.
"Maybe we can share a table with someone. I'm starved,"
she said, jiggling her foot. MPL was short for Mixed Public License. What it meant was a strict enforcement of no blood drawn on the premises. Standard stuff for most places serving alcohol since the turn. It created a safe zone that we frail dead means dead folk needed. If you had too many vamps together and one drew blood, the rest had a tendency to lose control. No problem if everyone's a vampire, but people didn't like it when their loved one's night on the town turned into an eternity in the graveyard, or worse. The clubs and night spots without an MPL existed, but they weren't as popular and didn't make as much money. Humans liked MPL places, since they could safely flirt without someone else's bad decision turning their date into an out-of-control, bloodthirsty fiend. At least until the privacy of their own bedroom, where they might survive it. And vamps liked it too. It was easier to break the ice when your date wasn't uptight about you breaking his or her skin. I looked around the semi-open room, seeing only Inderlanders among the patrons. MPL or not, it was obvious Glenn was attracting attention. The music had died, and no one had put in another quarter. Apart from the witches in the corner and the pack of wares in the back, the downstairs was full of vamps in various levels of sensuality, ranging from casual to satin and lace. A good part of the floor was taken up in what looked like a death day party. The sudden warm breath on my neck jerked me straight, and it was only Ivy's bothered look that kept me from smacking whoever it was. Spinning, my tart retort died. Swell. Kiston. The living vamp was Ivy's friend, and I didn't like him. Some of that was because Kist was Piscari's scion, a loose extension of the master vampire who did his daylight work for him. It didn't help that Piscari had once bespelled me against my will through Kist, something I hadn't known was possible at the time. It also didn't help that he was very, very pretty, making him very, very dangerous by my reckoning. If Ivy was a diva of the dark, then Kist was her consort, and God help me, he looked the part. Short blonde hair, blue eyes, and a chin holding enough stubble to give his delicate features a more rugged cast made him a sexy bundle of promised fun. He was dressed more conservatively than usual, his biker leather and chains replaced with a tasteful shirt and slacks. His I should care what you think because attitude remained, though. The lack of biker boots put him a shade taller than me with the heels I had on, and the ageless look of an undead vampire shimmered in him like a promise to be fulfilled. He moved with a cat-like confidence, having enough muscle to enjoy running your fingertips over, but not so much that it got in the way. Ivy and he had a past I didn't want to know about, since she had been a very practicing vamp at the time. I was always struck with the impression that if he couldn't have her, he'd be happy with her roommate, or the girl next door, or the woman he met on the bus this morning. Evening, love. He breathed in a fake English accent, his eyes amused because he had surprised me. I pushed him back with a finger. Your accent stinks. Go away until you get it right. But my pulse had increased, and a faint, pleasant tickle from my scar on my neck brought all my proximity alarms into play. Damn it, I'd forgotten about that. He glanced at Ivy as if for permission, and playfully licked his lips as she frowned her answer. I scowled, thinking I didn't need her help fending him off. Seeing it, she made a puff of exasperated air and pulled Glenn to the bar, enticing Jenks to join with them with the promise of a honeyed toddy. The FIB detective glanced at me over his shoulder as he went, knowing something had passed between the three of us, but not what. Alone at last. Kist shifted to stand shoulder to shoulder with me and look across the open floor. I could smell leather, though he wasn't wearing any. That I could see, at least. Can't you find a better opening line than that? I said, wishing I hadn't driven Ivy away. It wasn't a line. His shoulder was too close to mine, but I wouldn't shift away and let him know it bothered me. I snuck a glance at him as he breathed with a heavy slowness, his eyes scanning the patrons even as he took in my scent to gauge my state of unease. Twin diamond earrings glittered from one ear, and I remembered the other had only one stud and a healed tear. A chain made out of the same stuff as Ivy's was the only hint of his usual bad boy attire. I wondered what he was doing here. There were better places for a living vamp to pick up a date, snack. His fingers moved with a restless motion, always pulling my eyes back to him. I knew he was throwing off vamp pheromones to soothe and relax me, all the better to eat you with, my dear. But the prettier they are, the more defensive I get. My face went slack as I realized I had matched my breathing to his. Subtle bespelling at its finest, I thought, purposely holding my breath to get us out of sync. And I saw him smile as he ducked his head and ran a hand over his chin. Normally only an undead vampire could bespell the unwilling, but being Piscari's scion gave Kist a portion of his master's abilities. He wouldn't dare try it here, though, not with Ivy watching from the bar around her bottled water. I suddenly realized he was rocking, moving his hips with a steady, suggestive motion. "Stop it," I said as I turned to face him, disgusted. "There's an entire string of women watching you at the bar. Go bother them. It's much more fun to bother you." Taking my scent deep into him, he leaned close. "You still smell like Ivy, but she hasn't bitten you. My God, you are a tease." "We're friends," I said, affronted. "She's not hunting me." Then she won't mind if I do." Annoyed, I pulled away. He followed me until my back found a support post. "Stop moving," he said as he put his hand against the thick post beside my head, pinning me, though the air still showed between us. "I want to tell you something, and I don't want anyone else to hear it." "Like anyone could hear you over the music?" I scoffed. the fingers behind my back bending into a fist that wouldn't make my nails cut my palm if I had to slug him.
"You might be surprised,"
he murmured, his eyes intent. I fixed on them, looking for and recognizing the barest hint of swelling black, even as his nearness sent a promise of heat from my scar. I'd lived long enough with Ivy to know what a vamp looked like when they were close to losing it. He was fine, his instincts curbed and his hunger sated. I was reasonably safe, so I relaxed, easing my shoulders down. His lust-reddened lips parted in surprise at my acceptance at how close he was. Eyes bright, he breathed languorously slow, tilting his head and leaning in so his lips brushed the curve of my ear. The light shimmered on the black chain around his neck, drawing my hand up. It was warm, and that surprise kept my fingers playing with it when I should have stopped. The clatter of dishes and conversation retreated as I exhaled into his soft, unrecognizable whisper. A delicious feeling ran through me, sending the sensation of molten metal through my veins. I didn't care that it was from him, triggering my scar into play. It felt so good, and he hadn't even said a word I recognized yet. "Sir?" came a hesitant voice from behind him. Kist's breath caught. For 3 heartbeats he held himself still, unmoving as his shoulders tensed in annoyance. My hand dropped from his neck. "Someone wants you," I said, looking beyond him to the host, shifting nervously. A smile edged over me. Kist was tempting a break in the MPL, and someone had been sent to rein him in. Laws were good things. They kept me alive when I did something stupid. "What?" Kist said flatly. I'd never heard his voice carry anything but sultry petulance before, and the power in it sent a jolt through me, its unexpectedness making it all the more demanding. Sir, the party of wares upstairs, they're starting to pack." "Oh," I thought. That was not what I had expected. Kist straightened his elbow and pushed away from the post, irritation flickering across him. I took a clean breath, my unhealthy disappointment mixing with a distressingly small waft of self-preserving relief. "I told you to tell them we were out of bane," Kist said. "They came in reeking of it." "We did, sir," the waiter protested, taking a step back as Kist pulled entirely away from me. "But they coerced Tara into admitting there was some in the back, and she gave it to them." Kist's annoyance turned into anger. "Who gave Tara the upstairs? I told her to work the lower floor until that were-bite healed over." Kist worked at Biscari's? Surprise, surprise. I hadn't thought the vamp had the presence of mind to do anything useful. "She convinced Samuel to let her up there, saying she'd get better tips," the waiter said. "Sam," Kist said from between closed teeth. Emotion crossed him, the first hints of coherent thoughts that didn't revolve around sex and blood surprising me. Full lips pressed together, he scanned the floor. "Right. Pull everyone is, if for a birthday, and get her out of there before she sets them off. Cut off the bane. Complimentary dessert for any who want it." Blonde stubble catching the light, he glanced up as if able to see through the ceiling to the noise upstairs. The music was high again, and Beck filtered down. "Loser." Somehow it seemed to fit as they all slurred the lyrics together. The wealthier patrons on the lower floor didn't seem to mind. "Biscari will have my hide if we lose our A rating over a were-bite," Kist said. "And as exciting as that might be, I want to be able to walk tomorrow." Kist's easy admission of his relationship with Biscari took me aback, but it shouldn't have. Though I always equated the giving and taking of blood with sex, it wasn't, especially if the exchange was between a living and an undead vampire. The two held vastly different views, probably because one had a soul and the other didn't. The bottle the blood came in mattered to most living vamps. They picked their partners with care, usually, but not always, following their sexual gender preferences, on the happy chance that sex might be included in the mix. Even when driven by hunger, the giving and taking of blood often fulfilled an emotional need, a physical affirmation of an emotional bond, in much the same way that sex could, but didn't always have to. Undead vampires were even more meticulous, choosing their companions with the care of a serial killer, seeking domination and emotional manipulation rather than commitment. Gender didn't enter into the equation. Though the undead wouldn't turn down the addition of sex, since it imparted an even more intense feeling of domination, akin to rape, even with a willing partner. Any relationship that grew from such an arrangement was utterly one-sided, though the bitee usually didn't accept it, thinking their master was the exception to the rule. It gave me pause that Kist seemed eager for another encounter with Piscary, and I wondered, as I glanced at the young vampire beside me, if it was because Kist received a large measure of strength and status by being his scion. Unaware of my thoughts, Kist furrowed his brow in anger.
"Where's Sam?" he asked. "The kitchen, sir?" His eye twitched. Kist looked at the waiter as if to say, "What are you waiting for?" And the man hurried away. Bottled water in hand, Ivy snuck up behind Kist, pulling him farther from me. "And you thought I was stupid for majoring in security instead of business management," she said. "You sound almost responsible, Kist. Be careful, or you'll ruin your reputation." Kist smiled to show his sharp canines, the air of harried restaurant manager falling from him. "The perks are great, Ivy love," he said, curving a hand around her backside with a familiarity she tolerated for an instant before hitting him. "You ever need a job? Come see me. Shove it up your ass, Kist." He laughed, dropping his head for an instant before bringing his sly gaze back to mine. A group of waiters and waitresses were headed up the wide stairway, clapping in time and singing some asinine song. It looked annoying and innocuous, nothing like the rescue mission it really was. My eyebrows rose. Kist was good at this. Almost as if reading my mind, he leaned close. "I'm even better in bed, love," he whispered, his breath sending a delicious dart of sensation down to the pit of my being. He shifted out of my reach before I could push him away, and still smiling, walked off. Halfway to the kitchen, he turned to see if I was watching, which I was. Hell, everything female in the place, alive, dead, or in between, was watching. I pulled my attention from him to find a curiously closed look on Ivy. "You aren't afraid of him anymore," she said flatly. "No," I said, surprised to find I wasn't. "I think it's because he can do something other than flirt." She looked away. "Kist can do a lot of things. He gets off on being dominated, but when it comes to business, he'll slam you to the ground as soon as look at you. Piscary wouldn't have a fool for a scion, no matter how good he is to bleed." Her lips pressed together until they went white. "Table's ready." I followed her gaze to the single, empty table against the far wall away from the windows. Glenn and Jenks had joined us when Kist left, and as a group we wove through the tables, settling on the half-circle bench with all our backs to the wall, Inderlander, human, Inderlander, and waited for the waiter to find us. Jenks had perched himself on the low chandelier, and the light coming through his wings made green and gold spots on the table. Glenn silently took everything in, clearly trying not to look nonplussed at the sight of the scarred, well-put-together waiters and waitresses. Whether male or female, they were all young, with smiling, eager faces that had me on edge. Ivy didn't say anything more about Kist, for which I was grateful. It was embarrassing how quickly vamp pheromones acted on me, turning get lost to get over here, thanks to the excessive amount of vamp saliva the demon pumped into me while trying to kill me. My resistance to vamp pheromones was almost nil. Glenn carefully put his elbows on the table. "You haven't told me how class went." Jenks laughed. "It was hell on earth. 2 hours of non-stop nitpicking and put-downs." My mouth dropped open. "How do you know that?" I snuck back in. "What did you do to that woman, Rachel? Kill her cat?" My face burned. Knowing Jenks had witnessed it made it worse. "The woman is a hag," I said. "Glenn, if you want to string her up for killing those people, you go right ahead. She already knows she's a suspect. The IS was there stirring her into a tizzy. I didn't find anything that remotely resembled possible motive or guilt." Glenn pulled his arms from the table and sat back. "Nothing?" I shook my head. "Just that Dan had an interview after Friday's class. I'm thinking that was the big news he was going to spring on Sarah Jane." "He dropped all his classes Friday night," Jenks said. "Just made the ad drop with the full refund. Must have done it by email." I squinted up at the pixie sitting by the light bulbs to stay warm. "How do you know?" His wings blurred to nothing, and he grinned. "I checked out the registrar's office during class break. You think the only reason I went was to look pretty on your shoulder?" Ivy drummed her fingernails. "You three aren't going to talk shop all night, are you?" "Ivy girl!" came a strong voice, and we all looked up. A short, spare man in a cook's apron was making a beeline for us from across the restaurant, weaving gracefully through the tables. "My Ivy girl," he called over the noise. "Back already, and with friends."
I glanced at Ivy, surprised to see a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks. Ivy girl? Ivy girl? Jenks said from on high. What the hell is that? Ivy rose to give him an embarrassed-looking hug as he halted before us, making an odd picture since he was nearly 6 inches smaller than she was. He returned it with a fatherly pat on the cheek. My eyebrows rose. She hugged him? The cook's black eyes glittered in what looked like pleasure. The scent of tomato paste and blood drifted to me. He was clearly a practicing vamp. I couldn't tell yet if he was dead. "Hi, Piscary," Ivy said as she sat, and Jenks and I exchanged looks. This was Piscary, one of Cincinnati's most powerful vamps. I'd never seen such an innocuous-looking vampire. Piscary was actually an inch or two shorter than I was, and he carried his slight, well-proportioned build with a comfortable ease. His nose was narrow, and his wide-spaced, almond-shaped eyes and thin lips added to his exotic appearance. His eyes were very dark, and they shone as he took his chef's hat off and tucked it behind his apron ties. He kept his skull clean-shaven, and his honey-amber skin glinted in the light from over our table. The lightweight pale shirt and pants he wore might have been off the rack, but I doubted it. They gave him the air of comfortable middle class, his eager smile enforcing the picture in my mind. Piscary ran much of the darker side of Cincinnati, but looking at him, I wondered how. My usual healthy distrust of undead vamps sank to a wary caution. "Piscary?" I asked. "As in pizza Piscary's?" The vampire smiled, showing his teeth. They were longer than Ivy's. He was a true undead, and looked very white next to his dusky complexion. "Yes, pizza Piscary's is mine." His voice was deep for such a small frame, and it seemed to carry the strength of sand and wind. The faint remnants of an accent made me wonder how long he had been speaking English. Ivy cleared her throat, jerking my attention away from his quick, dark eyes. Somehow the sight of his teeth hadn't instilled my usual knee-jerk alarm. "Piscary," Ivy said. "This is Rachel Morgan, and Jenks, my business associates." Jenks had flitted down to the hot pepper shakers, and Piscary gave him a nod before turning to me. "Rachel Morgan," he said slowly and with care. "I've been waiting for my Ivy girl to bring you to see me. I think she's afraid I'll tell her she can't play with you anymore." His lips curved into a smile. "I'm charmed." I held my breath as he took my hand with a high gentility that stood in sharp contrast to his looks. He lifted my fingers, bringing them close to his lips. His dark eyes were fixed on mine. My pulse quickened, but I felt as if my heart were somewhere else. He inhaled over my fingers, as if scenting the blood humming within them. I stifled a shiver by clenching my jaw. Piscary's eyes were the color of black ice. I boldly returned his gaze, intrigued at the hints beyond their depths. It was Piscary who looked away first, and I quickly pulled my hand from him. He was good, really good. He had used his aura to charm rather than frighten. Only the old ones could do that, and there hadn't been even a twinge from my demon scar. I didn't know whether to take that as a good sign or bad. Laughing good-naturedly at my sudden, obvious suspicion, Piscary sat down on the bench beside Ivy as 3 waiters struggled to get by with round platters. Glenn didn't seem at all upset Ivy hadn't introduced him, and Jenks kept his mouth shut. My shoulder pressed into Glenn as he shoved me down until I was nearly hanging off the edge to make room for Piscary. "You should have told me you were coming," Piscary said. "I'd have saved you a table." Ivy shrugged. "We got one, okay?" Half turning, Piscary looked to the bar and shouted, "Bring up a bottle of red from the Tamwood cellar." A sly grin came over him. "Your mother won't miss one." Glenn and I exchanged a worried look. A bottle of red? Ivy? I questioned. "Oh, good God," she said. "It's wine, relax." Relax, I thought. Easier said than done with my rear hanging off the seat and surrounded by vampires. "Have you ordered?" Piscary asked Ivy, but his gaze was on me, suffocating. "I have a new cheese that uses a just-discovered species of mold to age, all the way from the Alps." "Yes," Ivy said, "an extra large, with everything but onions and peppers," he finished, showing his teeth in a wide smile as he turned from me to her. My shoulders slumped as his gaze left me. He looked like nothing more than a friendly pizza chef, and it was setting off more alarm bells than if he had been tall, thin, and slunk about seductively in lace and silk. "Ha!" he barked, and I stifled my jump. "I'm a-going to make you dinner, Ivy girl." Ivy smiled to look like a 10-year-old. "Thank you, Piscary. I'd like that." "Course you would. Something special, something new. On the house, it will be my finest creation," he said boldly. "I will name it after you and your shadow." "I'm not her shadow," Glenn said tightly, shoulders hunched and his eyes on the table. "I wasn't talking about you," Piscary said, and my eyes widened. Ivy stirred uneasily. "Rachel isn't my shadow either." She sounded guilty, and an instant of confusion crossed the old vamp's face. "Really?" he said, and Ivy visibly tensed. "Then what are you doing with her, Ivy girl?" She wouldn't look up from the table. Piscary caught my eye again. My heart pounded as a faint tingle rippled across my neck at my demon bite. Suddenly the table was too crowded. I felt pressed upon at all sides, and the claustrophobic feeling beat at me. Shocked at the change, my breath left me and I held the next one. "Damn, that's an interesting scar on your neck," Piscary said, his voice seeming to scour my soul. It hurt and felt good all at the same time. "Is it vamp?" My hand rose unbidden to hide it. Jinx's wife had sewed me up, and the tiny stitches were almost invisible. I didn't like that he had noticed them. "It's demon," I said, not caring if Glenn told his dad. I didn't want Piscary thinking I'd been bitten by a vamp, Ivy or otherwise. Piscary arched his eyebrows in a mild surprise. "It looks vampiric." "So did the demon at the time," I said, my stomach tightening in the memory. The old vamp nodded. "Ah, that would explain it." He smiled, chilling me. "A ravaged virgin whose blood has been left unclaimed. And what a delectable combination you are, Miss Morgan. No wonder my Ivy girl has been hiding you from me." My mouth opened, but I could think of nothing to say. He stood with no warning. "I'll have your dinner out in a moment." Leaning to Ivy, he murmured, "Talk to your mother. She misses you." Ivy dropped her eyes. With a casual grace, Piscary snagged a stack of plates and breadsticks from a passing tray. "Enjoy your evening," he said as he set them on our table. He made his way back to the kitchen, stopping several times to greet the more well-dressed patrons. I stared at Ivy, waiting for an explanation. "Well?" I said bitingly. "You want to explain why Piscary thinks I'm your shadow?" Jenks snickered, taking his hands on hips Peter Pan pose atop the pepper shaker. Ivy shrugged in obvious guilt. "He knows we live under the same roof. He just assumed." "Yeah, I got it." Annoyed, I chose a breadstick and slumped against the wall. Ivy's in my arrangement was odd no matter from what angle you looked at it. She was trying to abstain from blood, the lure to break her fast, almost irresistible. As a witch, I could fend her off with my magic when her instincts got the better of her. I had dropped her once with a charm, and it was that memory that helped her master her cravings and keep her on her side of the hallway. But what bothered me was that it was shame that made her let Piscary believe what he wanted. Shame for turning her back on her heritage. She didn't want it. With a roommate, she could lie to the world, pretending she had a normal vamp life with a live-in source of blood, yet remain true to her guilty secret. I told myself I didn't care, that it protected me against other vamps, but sometimes it rankled me that everyone assumed I was Ivy's toy. My sulk was interrupted by the arrival of the wine, slightly warm, as most vamps liked it. It had been opened already, and Ivy took control of the bottle, avoiding my look as she poured 3 glasses. Jenks made do with the drop on the mouth of the bottle. Still peeved, I settled back with my glass and watched the other guests. I wouldn't drink it because the sulfur it broke down into tended to wreak havoc with me. I'd have told Ivy, but it was none of her business. It wasn't a witch thing, just my own personal quirk that gave me headaches and made me so light-sensitive that I had to hide in my room with a washcloth over my eyes. It was an oddly related lingering remnant of a childhood affliction that had me in and out of the hospital until puberty kicked in. I'd take the developed sulfur sensitivity any day in exchange for my misery as a child, weak and sickly as my body tried to kill itself. The music had started again, and my unease at Piscary slowly filtered away, driven out by the music and background conversations. Everyone could ignore Glenn now that Piscary had talked to us. The rattled human downed his wine as if it were water. Ivy and I exchanged glances as he refilled his glass with shaking hands. I wondered if he was going to drink until he passed out or try to tough it out sober. He took a sip of his next glass, and I smiled. I was going to split the difference. Glenn gave Ivy a wary glance and leaned close to me.
"How could you meet his eyes?"
he whispered, hard to hear above the surrounding noise.
"Were you afraid he'd bespell you?"
"The man is over 300 years old," I said, realizing Piscari's accent was Old English. If he wanted to bespell me, he wouldn't have to look into my eyes. Face going sallow behind his short beard, Glenn pulled away, leaving him to mull that around for a bit. I jerked my head to get Jenks's attention. "Jenks," I said softly, "why don't you take a quick peek in back? Check out the employees' break room, see what's up?" Ivy topped her glass off.
"Piscari knows we're here for a reason," she said.
"He'll tell us what we want off."
"Piscari knows we're here for a reason," she said. "He'll tell us what we want to know. Jenks will only get himself caught."
The small pixie bristled. "Get turned, Tamwood," he snarled. "Why am I here if not to sneak around? The day I can't evade a baker is the day I—" He cut his thoughts short. He reiterated. "Yeah, I'll be right back." Pulling a red bandana from a back pocket, he put it around his waist like a belt. It was a pixie's version of a white flag of truce, a declaration to other pixies and fairies that he wasn't poaching should he stumble into anyone's jealously guarded territory. He buzzed off just below the ceiling, headed for the kitchen. Ivy shook her head.
"He's going to get caught."
I shrugged and edged the breadsticks closer. "They won't hurt him." Settling back, I watched the contented people enjoy themselves, thinking of Nick and how long it had been since we'd been out. I'd started on my second breadstick when a waiter appeared. Already silent, the table went expectant as he cleared away the crumbs and used plates. The man's neck from behind the blue satin shirt was a mass of scars, the newest still red-rimmed and sore-looking. His smile at Ivy was a little too eager, a little too much like a puppy. I hated it, wondering what his dreams had been before he became someone's plaything. My demon bite tingled, and my gaze roved across the crowded room to find Piscari himself bringing our food. Heads turned as he passed, drawn by the fabulous smell that had to be emanating from the elevated platter. The level of conversation notably dropped. Piscari settled the platter before us, an eager smile hovering about him, his need for his cooking skills to be recognized looking odd on someone with so much hidden power.
"I call it Tamer's need," he said.
"Oh, my God," Glenn said in disgust, clear over the hush.
"It's got tomatoes on it!"
Ivy elbowed him in the gut hard enough to knock the wind out of him. The room went silent except for the noise filtering down from upstairs, and I stared at Glenn.
How wonderful," he wheezed.
Sparing Glenn a glance, Piscari cut it into wedges with a professional flourish. My mouth watered at the smell of melted cheese and sauce. "That smells great," I said admiringly, my earlier distrust lulled by the prospect of food. My pizzas never come out like this. The short man raised his thin, almost non-existent eyebrows.
"You use sauce from a jar."
I nodded, then wondered how he knew. Ivy looked to the kitchen.
"Where's Jenks? He should be here for this."
"My staff is playing with him," Piscari said lightly.
"I imagine he'll be out soon."
The undead vamp slid the first piece onto Ivy's plate, then mine, then Glenn's. The FIB detective pushed his plate away with one finger in disgust. The other patrons whispered, waiting to see our reaction to Piscari's latest creation. Ivy and I immediately picked our slices up. The smell of cheese was strong, but not enough to hide the odor of spice and tomatoes. I took a bite. My eyes closed in bliss. There was just enough tomato sauce to carry the cheese, just enough cheese to carry the toppings. I didn't care if it had brimstone on it. It was so good. "Oh, burn me at the stake now," I moaned, chewing. "This is absolutely wonderful." Piscari nodded, the light shining on his shaven head.
"And you, Ivy girl?"
Ivy wiped her chin free of sauce.
"It's enough to come back from the dead for."
The man sighed.
"I'll rest easy this sunrise."
I slowed my chewing, turning with everyone else to Glenn. He was sitting frozen between Ivy and me, his jaw clenched with a mix of determination and nausea.
"Ah,"
he said, glancing down at the pizza. He swallowed, looking as if the nausea was winning out. Piscari's smile vanished, and Ivy glared at him. "Eat it," she said, loud enough for the entire restaurant to hear. "And start at the point, not the crust," I warned him. Glenn licked his lips. "It has tomatoes on it," he said, and my lips pursed. This was exactly what I had been hoping to avoid. One would think we had asked him to eat live grubs. "Don't be an ass," Ivy said caustically. "If you really think the T4 angel virus skipped 40 tomato generations and appeared in an entirely new species for your benefit, I'll ask Piscari to bite you before we leave. That way you won't die, but just turn vamp." Glenn scanned the waiting faces, realizing he was going to have to eat some pizza if he wanted to walk out under his own power. Visibly swallowing, he awkwardly picked the slice up. His eyes screwed up and he opened his mouth. The noise from upstairs seemed loud as everyone downstairs watched, their breath held. He took a bite, his face distorting wildly. The cheese made twin bridges from him to the pizza. He chewed twice before his eyes cracked open. His jaw slowed. He was tasting it now. His eye caught mine, and I nodded. Slowly he pulled the pizza away until the cheese separated. "Yes?" Piscari leaned to put his expressive hands atop the table, genuinely interested in what a human thought of his cooking. Glenn was probably the first in 4 decades to sample it. The man's face was slack. He swallowed. He grunted from around a partially full mouth. "It's, good." He looked shocked. "It's really good." The restaurant seemed to heave a sigh. Piscari straightened to all of his short height, clearly delighted as the conversation started up with a new, excited edge to them. "You're welcome here any time, FIB officer," he said, and Glenn froze, clearly worried that he had been made. Piscari grabbed a chair from behind him and swung it around. Hunched over the table across from us, he watched us eat. "Now," he said as Glenn lifted the cheese to look at the tomato sauce under it, "you didn't come here for dinner. What can I do for you?" Ivy set her pizza down and reached for her wine. "I'm helping Rachel find a missing person," she said, flicking her long hair needlessly back. "One of your employees." "Trouble, Ivy girl?" Piscari asked, his resonant voice surprisingly gentle with regret. I took a sip of wine. "That's what we want to find out, Mr. Piscari. It's Dan Smather." Piscari's few wrinkles folded into a soft frown as he gazed at Ivy. With telltale motions so slight they were almost undetectable, she fidgeted, her eyes both worried and defiant. My attention jerked to Glenn. He was pulling the cheese off his pizza. Appalled, I watched him gingerly pile it into a mound. "Can you tell us the last time you saw him, Mr. Piscari?" the man asked, clearly more interested in denuding his pizza than our questioning. "Certainly." Piscari eyed Glenn, his brow furrowed as if not sure whether to be insulted or pleased as the man ate the pizza, now nothing more than bread and tomato sauce. "It was early Saturday morning after work, but Dan isn't missing. He quit." My face went slack in surprise. It lasted for 3 heartbeats, then my eyes narrowed in anger. It was starting to fall together, and the puzzle was a lot smaller than I had thought. A big interview, dropping his classes, quitting his job, standing his girlfriend up at a we-have-to-talk dinner. My eyes flicked to Glenn, and he gave me a brief, disgusted look as he came to the same conclusion. Dan hadn't disappeared. He had gotten a good job and ditched his small-town girlfriend. Pushing my glass away, I fought off a feeling of depression. "He quit?" I said. The innocuous-looking vamp looked over his shoulder to the front door as a rowdy group of young vamps swirled in and what looked like the entire waitstaff flocked to them with loud calls and hugs. "Dan was one of my best drivers," he said. "I'm going to miss him, but I wish him luck. He said it was what he was going to school for." The slight man brushed the flour from the front of his apron. "Security maintenance, I think he said." I exchanged weary looks with Glenn. Ivy straightened on the bench, her usual aloof mien looking strained. A sick feeling went through me. I didn't want to be the one to tell Sarah Jane she had been dumped. Dan had gotten a career job and cut all his old ties, the cowardly sack of crap. I would have bet he had a second girlfriend on the side. He was probably hiding out at her place, letting Sarah Jane think he was dead in an alley and laughing as she fed his cat. Piscary shrugged, his entire body moving with a slight motion.
If I had known he was good at security, I might have made him a better offer, though it would be hard to give more than Mr. Kalamack. I'm just a simple restaurant owner.
At Trent's name, I started. Kalamack? I said. He got a job with Trent Kalamack. Piscary nodded as Ivy sat stiffly on the bench, her pizza sitting untouched, but for the first bite.
Yes, he said. Apparently his girlfriend works for Mr. Kalamack, too. I believe her name is Sarah. You might want to check with her if you are looking for him.
His long-toothed smile went devious.
She's probably the one that got him the job, if you know what I mean.
I knew what he meant, but from the sound of it, Sarah Jane hadn't. My heart pounded, and I started to sweat. I knew it. Trent was the witch hunter. He lured Dan with the promise of employment, and probably nacked him when Dan tried to back out, realizing what side of the law Trent worked. It was him. Damn him back to the turn. I had known it. "Thanks, Mr. Piscary," I said, wanting to leave so I could start cooking up some spells that night. My stomach tightened, the pleasant slurry of pizza and my gulp of wine going sour in my excitement. Trent Kalamack, I thought bitterly, you are mine. Ivy set her empty wine glass onto the table. I met her eyes triumphantly, my pleased emotion faltering as she watched herself refill it. She never, ever drank more than one glass, rightly concerned about lowered inhibitions. My thoughts went back to how she had flaked out in the kitchen after I told her I was going after Trent again.
"Rachel,"
Ivy said, her gaze fixed on the wine.
"I know what you're thinking. Let the FIB handle it, or give it to the IS.
Glenn stiffened but remained silent. The memory of her fingers around my neck made it easy for me to find a flat tone. "I'll be fine," I said. Piscary rose, his bare head coming below the hanging light.
"Come see me tomorrow, Ivy girl. We need to talk."
That same wash of fear that I saw in her yesterday swept her. Something was going on that I wasn't aware of, and it wasn't something good. Ivy and I were going to have a talk, too. Piscary's shadow fell over me, and I looked up. My expression froze. He was too close, and the smell of blood overwhelmed the sharp tang of tomato sauce. His black eyes fixed to mine. Something shifted, as sudden and unexpected as ice cracking. The old vamp never touched me, but a delicious tingle raced through me as he exhaled. My eyes widened in surprise. His whisper of breath followed his thoughts through my being, backwashing into a wave that soaked into me like water through sand. His thoughts touched the pit of my soul and rebounded as he whispered something unheard. My breath caught as the scar on my neck suddenly throbbed in time with my pulse. Shocked, I sat unmoving as trails of promised ecstasy raced from it. A sudden need pulled my eyes wide, and my breath came fast. Piscary's intent gaze was knowing as I took another breath, holding it against the hunger swelling in me. I didn't want blood. I wanted him. I wanted him to pull upon my neck, to savagely pin me to the wall, to force my head back and draw the blood from me, to leave behind a swelling sensation of ecstasy that was better than sex. It beat upon my resolve, demanding I respond. I sat stiffly, unable to move, my pulse pounding. His potent gaze flowed down my neck. I shuddered at the sensation as my stance shifted, inviting him in. The pull grew worse, tantalizingly insistent. His eyes caressed my demon bite. My eyes slipped shut at the tendrils of aching promise. If he would just touch me. I ached for even that. My hand crept unbidden to my neck. Abhorrence and blissful intoxication warred within me, drowned out by a hurting need. "Show me, Rachel." I felt his voice chime through me. Wrapped in the thought was compulsion. Beautiful, beautiful, thoughtless compulsion. My need shifted to anticipation. I would have it all and more, soon. Warm and content, I traced a fingernail from my ear to my collarbone, poised on the brink of a shudder as my fingernail bumped over each and every scar. The hum of conversation was gone. We were alone, wrapped in a muzzy swirl of expectation. He had bespelled me. I didn't care. God help me, it felt so good. "Rachel," Ivy whispered, and I blinked. My hand was resting against my neck. I could feel my pulse lifting rhythmically against it. The room and the loud noise snapped back into existence with a painful rush of adrenaline. Piscari was kneeling before me, one hand upon mine as he looked up. His pupil-black gaze was sharp and clear as he inhaled, tasting my breath as it flowed back through him. "Yes," he said as I pulled my hand from his, my stomach in knots. "My Ivy girl has been most careless." Almost panting, I stared at my knees, pushing my sudden fear down to mix with my fading craving for his touch. The demon scar on my neck gave a final pulse and faded. My held breath escaped me in soft sound. It carried a hint of longing, and I hated myself for it. In a motion of smooth grace, he stood. I stared at him, seeing and loathing his understanding of what he had done to me. Piscari's power was so intimate and certain that the thought I could stand against it rightly never occurred to him. Beside him, Kist looked like a child, even when borrowing his master's abilities. How could I ever be afraid of Kiston again? Glenn's eyes were wide and uncertain, and I wondered if everyone knew what had happened. Ivy's fingers gripped the stem of her empty wine glass, her knuckles white with pressure. The old vamp leaned close to her. "This isn't working, Ivy girl. You either get control of your pet, or I will." Ivy didn't answer, sitting with that same frightened, desperate expression. Still shaking, I was in no position to remind them that I wasn't a possession. Piscari sighed, looking like a tired father. Jenks flitted erratically to our table with a faint whine. "What the hell am I here for?" he snarled as he landed on the salt shaker and started brushing himself off. What smelled like cheese dust sifted down to the table, and there was sauce on his wings. "I could be home in bed. Pixies sleep at night, you know, but no," he drawled. "I had to volunteer for babysitting. Rachel, give me some of your wine. Do you know how hard it is to get tomato sauce out of silk? My wife is going to kill me." He stopped his harangue, realizing no one was listening. He took in Ivy's distressed expression and my frightened eyes. "What the turn is going on?" he said belligerently, and Piscari drew back from the table. "Tomorrow," the old vamp said to Ivy. He turned to me and nodded his goodbye. Jenks looked from me to Ivy and back again. Did I miss something? 9. "Where's my money, Bob?" I whispered as I dropped the stinky pellets into Ivy's bathtub. Jenks had sent his brood out to the nearest park yesterday to bring back a handful of fish food for me. The pretty fish gulped at the surface, and I wished the smell of fish oil off my hands. Fingers dripping, I looked at Ivy's perfectly arranged pink towels. After a moment of hesitation, I dried my hands, then smoothed them out so she couldn't tell I'd used one. I spent a moment trying to arrange my hair under my leather cap, then strode out into the kitchen, boots thumping. My eyes went to the clock above the sink. Fidgeting, I went to the fridge, opening it to stare at nothing. Where the devil was Glenn? "Rachel," Ivy muttered from her computer. "Stop, you're giving me a headache." I shut the fridge and leaned against the counter. "He said he'd be here at 1 o'clock. "So he's late," she said, one finger on the computer screen as she jotted down an address. "An hour?" I exclaimed. "Cripes! I could have been out to the FIB and back by now." Ivy clicked to a new page. "If he doesn't show, I'll loan you bus fare." I turned back to the window in the garden. "That's not why I'm waiting for him," I said, even though it was. "Yeah, right." She clicked her pen open and shut so fast it almost hummed. "Why don't you make us some breakfast while you wait? I bought toaster waffles." "Sure," I said, feeling a tug of guilt. I wasn't in charge of breakfast, just dinner, but seeing as we ate out last night, I felt I owed her something. The deal was, Ivy did the grocery shopping if I made supper. Originally, the arrangement had been to keep me from running into assassins at the store and creating a new meaning to the phrase, "clean up in aisle 3. But now, Ivy didn't want to cook and refused to renegotiate. Just as well. The way things were going, I wouldn't have enough for a can of Spam by week's end. And rent was due Sunday. I opened the door to the freezer and pushed aside the half-empty cartons of ice cream to find the frozen waffles. The box hit the counter with a hard thunk. Yum, yum. Ivy gave me a raised eyebrow look when I struggled to open the damp cardboard. "So," she drawled as I dug my red nails into the top and tore it completely off when the handy-dandy pull tab broke. "When are they coming to get the fish?" My eyes darted to Mr. Fish swimming in his brandy snifter on the kitchen windowsill.
The one in my bathtub, she added.
Oh, I exclaimed, flushing. Well? Her chair creaked as she leaned back.
Rachel, 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 she lectured. I've told you before, you have to get the money up front, before the run.
Angry that she was right, I jammed 2 waffles into the toaster and shoved them down. They popped back up, and I smacked them down again. It wasn't my fault, I said. The stupid fish was never missing and no one bothered to tell me. But I'll have the rent by Monday. Promise.
It's due Sunday.
There was a distant pounding at the front door.
There's Glenn,
I said, striding out of the kitchen before she could say anything more. Boots clattering, I went down the hall and into the empty sanctuary. "Come on in, Glenn!" I shouted, voice echoing against the distant ceiling. The door remained shut, so I pushed it open, stopping short in surprise. "Nick!"
"Hey, hi,"
he said, his lanky height looking awkward on the wide stoop. His long face was slack in question, and his thin eyebrows were high. Tossing his black, enviably straight bangs from his eyes, he asked,
"Who's Glenn?"
A smile quirked the corners of my mouth at his hint of jealousy. "Eden's son?" Nick's face went empty, and I grinned, grabbing his arm and pulling him inside. "He's an FIB detective. We're working together."
"Oh."
The volume of emotion behind that one word was better than a year's worth of dates. Nick edged past me, his sneakers hushed on the wooden floor, his blue plaid shirt was tucked into his jeans, and I caught him before he made it to the sanctuary, pulling him back into the dark foyer. The skin about his neck almost seemed to glow in the dusk, nicely tanned and so smooth it begged for my fingers to trace the outline of his shoulders. "Where's my kiss?" I complained. The worried look pinching his eyes vanished. Giving me a lopsided smile, he put his long hands about my waist.
"Sorry,"
he said.
"You kinda threw me there?"
"Aw," I gently kidded him. "What are you worried about?" He ran his gaze down me and back up.
"Plenty."
Eyes almost black in the dim light, he pulled me closer, sending the smell of musty books and new electronics to fill my senses. I tilted my head up to find his lips, a warm feeling starting in my middle. Oh, yeah, this was how I like to start my day. Being narrow of shoulders and somewhat spare, Nick didn't exactly fit the white knight on a horse mold, but he had saved my life by binding an attacking demon, leading me to think a brainy man could be as sexy as a muscular one. It was a thought that solidified to fact the first time Nick had gallantly asked if he could kiss me, then left me breathless and pleasantly shocked after I'd said yes. But by saying he wasn't muscle-bound, I didn't mean Nick was a weakling. His lanky build was surprisingly strong, as I learned the time we wrestled over the last spoon of Chunky Monkey and broke Ivy's lamp. And he was athletic in a lean sort of way, his long legs able to keep up with me whenever I coerced him into driving me out to the zoo for their early open hours for runners only. Those hills were killers on the calves. Nick's strongest appeal, though, was that his relaxed, flow-with-the-punches exterior hid a wickedly quick, almost frightening mind. His thoughts jumped faster than mine, taking them places I'd never think to go. Threat brought quick, decisive action with little regard to future consequences, and he wasn't afraid of anything. It was the last that I both admired and worried about. He was a magic-using human. He should be afraid of a lot, and he wasn't. But best of all, I thought as I eased myself against him, he didn't care one whit that I wasn't human. His lips were soft against mine, with a comfortable familiarity. Not a hint of beard ruined our kiss. My hands linked behind his waist, and I tugged him suggestively into me. Off balance, we shifted until my back hit the wall. Our kiss broke as I felt his lips curl against mine in a smile at my forwardness.
"You are a wicked, wicked witch," he whispered. "You know that, don't you? I came over here to give you the tickets, and here you are, getting me all bothered."
His bangs were a soft whisper against my fingertips. "Yeah, you probably ought to do something about that."
"I will."
His grip on me loosened.
"But you're just going to have to wait."
His hand ran a deliciously light path across my backside as he stepped away.
"Is that a new perfume?"
Playful mood faltering, I turned away. Yes, I had thrown my cinnamon scent out that morning, Ivy hadn't said a word upon finding the $30-an-ounce bottle making our trash smell like Christmas. It had failed me. I hadn't the stomach to wear it again. "Rachel," it was the beginning of a familiar argument, and I stiffened. Being in the unusual circumstances of having been raised in the Hollows, Nick knew more about vamps and their scent-triggered hungers than I did. "I'm not moving out," I said flatly. "Could you just—" He hesitated, his long, pianist hands moving in short, jerky motions to show his frustration as he saw my jaw clench. "We're doing okay. I'm very careful." Guilt for having not told him she had pinned me against the kitchen wall pulled my eyes down. He sighed, his narrow body shifting. "Here." He twisted to reach into his back pocket. "You hold the tickets. I lose everything that lays around longer than a week." "Remind me to keep moving, then." I quipped to lighten the mood as I took them. I glanced down at the seat numbers. 3rd row? Fantastic! I don't know how you do it, Nick. He flashed his teeth in a pleased smile, the hint of cunning swelling in his eyes. He'd never tell me where he'd gotten them. Nick could find anything, and if he couldn't, he knew someone who could. I had a feeling the guarded wariness he showed to authority stemmed from here. In spite of myself, I found this as yet unexplored part of Nick deliciously daring. And as long as I didn't know for sure— "Do you want some coffee?" I asked, shoving the tickets into my pocket. Nick glanced past me into the empty sanctuary. "Ivy still here?" I said nothing, and he read my answer in the silence. "She really does like you." I lied. "No, thanks." He shifted to the door. Ivy and Nick didn't get along. I hadn't a clue why. "I've got to get back to work. I'm on lunch break." Disappointment slumped my shoulders. Okay. Nick worked full-time at the museum at Eden Park, cleaning artifacts when he wasn't moonlighting at the university library, helping them catalog and move their more sensitive volumes to a more secure location. I thought it amusing that our break into the university's ancient book locker was probably what prompted the move. I was sure Nick had taken the job so he could borrow the very tomes they were trying to safeguard. He was working both jobs until the end of the month, and I knew it left him tired. He turned to leave, and I reached after him with a sudden thought. "Hey, you still have my largest spell pot, don't you?" We'd used it for making chili 3 weeks ago for a Dirty Harry marathon at his place, and I'd never brought it back. He hesitated, his hand on the door latch. "You need it?" "Eden is making me take a ley line class," I said, not wanting to tell him that I was working on the witch hunter murders. Not yet. I wasn't going to ruin that kiss with an argument. "I need a familiar or the witch will flunk me. That means the big spell pot." "Oh." He was silent, and I wondered if he was going to figure it out anyway. "Sure," he said slowly. "Tonight, soon enough?" When I nodded, he added, "Okay, see you then." "Thanks, Nick. Bye." Pleased I had wrangled a promise to see him tonight, I pushed the door open, stopping halfway when a masculine voice called out in protest. I looked to find Glenn on the stoop, juggling 3 sacks of fast food and a tray of drinks. "Glenn!" I exclaimed, reaching for the drinks. "There you are. Come on in. This is Nick, my boyfriend. Nick, this is Detective Glenn." Nick, my boyfriend. Yeah, I liked that. Shifting the sacks to one hand, Glenn extended his hand. "How do you do?" he said formally, still outside. He was dressed in a sharp-looking gray suit, making Nick's casual clothes seem untidy. My eyebrows rose at Nick's hesitation before shaking Glenn's hand. I was positive it was because of Glenn's FIB badge. Don't want to know, don't want to know. "Nice to meet you," Nick said, then turned to me. "I'll, see you tonight, Rachel." "Okay, bye." It sounded a bit forlorn even to me, and Nick shifted from foot to foot before leaning forward to give me a kiss on the corner of my mouth. I thought it was more to prove his boyfriend status than any attempt to show affection. Whatever. Sneakers silent, Nick hastened down the steps to his salt-rusted blue pickup at the curb. I felt a wash of worry at his hunched shoulders and stilted pace. Glenn, too, was watching, but his expression was more curious than anything else. "Come on in," I repeated, as I eyed the sacks of food and shifted the door wider. Glenn took his sunglasses off, one hand tucking them into the inner breast pocket of his suit. With his athletic build and tidy beard, he looked like a pre-turned Secret Service guy. "That's Nick Sparagamos?" he asked as Nick drove away. "The one who was a rat?" My hackles rose at how he said it, as if turning into a rat or a mink was morally wrong. I put a hand on my hip, the tray of drinks tilting dangerously close to spilling ice and soda pop. Obviously his dad had told him more of the story than Glenn had let on. "You're late."
"I stopped to get us all lunch," he said stiffly. "Mind if I come in?"
I fell back, and he crossed the threshold. He hooked the door with his foot, closing it with a tug behind him. The smell of fries became overpowering in the sudden dusk in the foyer.
"That's a nice little outfit," he said. "How long did it take you to paint it on?"
Affronted, I looked down at my leather pants and the red silk blouse tucked into them. Wearing leather before sunset had worried me until Ivy convinced me that the high quality of the leather I bought elevated the look from white witch trash to wealthy witch class. She ought to know, but I was still sensitive to it. "This is what I wear to work," I snapped. "It saves on skin grafts if I have to run and end up sliding on pavement. Got a problem with it?" Keeping his comments to a non-committal grunt, he followed me to the kitchen. Ivy looked up from her map, silently taking in the burger bags and drinks. "Well," she drawled, "I see you survived the pizza. I could still have Piscary bite you if you want." My mood lifted at Glenn's suddenly closed expression. He made an ugly noise deep in his throat, and I went to put the frozen waffles away, seeing that the toaster hadn't been plugged in. "You scarfed down that pizza fast enough last night," I said. "Admit it, you liked it."
"I ate it to stay alive."
Motions sharp, he stood at the table and pulled the bags to him, seeing a tall black man in an expensive suit and shoulder holster unpacking paper-wrapped food made an odd picture.
"I went home and prayed to the porcelain god for 2 hours straight,"
he added, and Ivy and I exchanged amused looks. Pushing her work aside, Ivy took the burger that was the most unsquished and the fullest envelope of fries. I slouched into a chair beside Glenn. He moved to the end of the table, not even trying to make it look casual. "Thanks for breakfast," I said, eating a fry before unwrapping my burger with a rustle of paper. He hesitated, his death grip on his FIB officer persona loosening as he undid the lowest button to his jacket and sat.
"The FIB is paying for it. Actually, this is my breakfast, too. I didn't get home until the sun was almost up. You put in a long day."
His faint tone of acceptance eased my shoulders another notch. "Not really. It just starts about 6 hours later than yours." Wanting ketchup for my fries, I levered myself up and went to the fridge. I hesitated in my reach for the red bottle. Ivy caught my eye, shrugging after I pointed to it. "Yeah," I thought. "He was invading our lives. He ate the pizza last night. Why should Ivy and I suffer because of him?" That decided, I pulled it out and set the bottle on the table with a bold thump. Much to my disappointment, Glenn didn't notice. "So," Ivy said, reaching across the table and taking the ketchup, "you going to babysit Rachel today? Don't take her on the bus. They won't stop for her." He glanced up, starting as Ivy laced her burger with the red sauce. He blinked, clearly having lost his thought. His eyes were fixed upon the ketchup.
Yes. I'm going to show her what we have so far on the murders."
A smile quirked the corner of my mouth at a sudden thought. "Hey, Ivy," I said lightly, "pass me the clotted blood." Not missing a beat, she pushed the bottle across the table. Glenn froze.
"Oh, my God,"
he whispered harshly, his face going sallow. Ivy snickered and I laughed. "Relax, Glenn," I said as I squirted ketchup over my fries. I lounged in my chair, giving him a sly look as I ate one. "It's ketchup." "Ketchup?" He pulled his paper placemat with his food closer. "Are you insane?" "Nearly the same stuff you were slurping last night," Ivy said. I pushed the bottle toward him. "It won't kill you. Try some." His eyes riveted to the red plastic. Glenn shook his head. His neck was stiff, and he pulled his food closer.
"No."
"Aw, come on, Glenn," I coaxed. "Don't be a squish. I was kidding about the blood. What's the point of having a human over if you can't jerk him around a little?" He stayed sullen, eating his burger as if it were a chore, not an enjoyable experience. But without ketchup, it might be a job. "Look," I said persuasively as I edged closer and turned the bottle around. "Here's what's in it. Tomatoes, corn syrup, vinegar, salt." I hesitated, frowning. "Hey, Ivy, do you know they put onion and garlic powder in ketchup?" She nodded, wiping a stray bit of ketchup off the corner of her mouth. Glenn looked interested, leaning closer to read the fine print above my freshly painted nail.
"Why?" he asked. "What's wrong with onions and garlic?"
He got a knowing look in his brown eyes and settled back.
"Ah," he said wisely. "Garlic."
"Don't be stupid." I set the bottle down. "Garlic and onions have a lot of sulfur, so do eggs. They give me migraines."
Glenn said smugly as he picked the ketchup bottle up with 2 fingers to read the label for himself. "What's natural flavors?"
"You don't want to know," Ivy said, her voice pitched dramatically. Glenn set the bottle down. I couldn't help my snort of amusement. The sound of an approaching motorcycle pulled Ivy to her feet. "That's my ride," she said, crumpling her wrapper and pushing her half-eaten carton of fries to the middle of the table. She stretched, her lanky body reaching for the ceiling. Glenn ran his attention over her, then looked away. My gaze met Ivy's. It sounded like Kist's cycle. I wondered if this had anything to do with last night. Seeing my apprehension, Ivy grabbed her purse. "Thanks for breakfast, Glenn." She turned to me. "See you later, Rachel," she added as she breezed out. Shoulders easing, Glenn looked at the clock above the sink, then went back to eating. I was scraping the last of the ketchup up with a fry as Ivy's demand filtered in from the street. "Go turn yourself, Kist, I'm driving." I smiled as the bike accelerated and the street grew quiet. Finished, I crumpled my paper into a ball and stood. Glenn wasn't done, and as I cleared the table, I left the ketchup. From the corner of my sight, I watched him eye it. "It's good on burgers, too," I said, dropping to crouch beside the island counter and pick out a spell book. There was the sound of sliding plastic. Book in hand, I turned to find he had pushed the bottle away. He wouldn't meet my eyes as I sat down at the table. "Mind if I check on something before we leave?" I asked, opening to the index.
"Go ahead."
His voice had turned cold again, and deciding it was the spell book, I sighed and leaned over the faded print. "I want to stir a spell for the Howlers to change their mind about not paying me," I said, hoping he would relax if he knew what I was doing. "I thought I might pick up what I don't have in the garden while I'm out. You don't mind an extra stop, do you?"
"No."
It was marginally less cold, and I took that as a good sign. He was noisily stirring the ice with his straw, and I purposely edged closer so he could see it. "Look," I said, pointing at the blurring print. "I was right. If I want to send their potflies foul, I need a non-contact spell. For an earth witch such as myself, non-contact meant wands. I'd never made one before, but my eyebrows rose at the ingredients. I had everything but the fern seed and the wand. How much could a dowel of redwood cost?"
"Why do you do it?"
His voice had a touch of belligerence, and blinking, I closed the book. Disappointed, I went to put it away, turning to face him with my back against the island counter. "Make spells? It's what I do. I'm not going to hurt anyone. Not with a spell, anyway." Glenn set his super-sized cup down. His dark fingers loosened their grip and slid away. Leaning back in his chair, he hesitated.
"No," he said. "How can you live with someone like that? Ready to explode with no warning."
"Oh." I reached for my drink. "You just caught her on a bad day. She doesn't like your dad, and she took it out on you. And you did ask for it, dickhead." I slurped the last of my drink and threw the cup away. "Ready?" I said as I got my bag and coat from a chair. Glenn stood and adjusted his suit coat before crossing in front of me to throw his stuff away under the sink.
"She wants something," he said, "and every time she looks at you, I see guilt. Whether she means to or not, she's going to hurt you, and she knows it."
Affronted, I gave him an up-and-down look. "She's not hunting me." Trying to keep a lid on my anger, I headed down the hallway at a fast pace. Glenn was close, his hard-soled shoes a heartbeat behind mine.
"Are you telling me yesterday was the first time she attacked you?"
My lips pursed, and the thumps of my boots went all the way up my spine. There had been lots of almosts before I figured out what pushed her buttons and quit doing it. Glenn said nothing, clearly hearing the answer in my silence.
"Listen,"
he said as we emerged into the sanctuary.
"I may have looked like the dumb human last night, but I was watching. Piscary bespelled you easier than blowing out a candle. She pulled you from him by simply saying your name. That can't be normal. And he called you her pet. Is that what you are? It sure looks like it to me."
"I'm not her pet," I said. "She knows it, I know it. Piscary can think what he wants." Shoving my arms into my coat, I pushed my way out of the church and stormed down the steps. His car was locked, and I yanked at the handle. Angry, I waited for him to unlock it. "And it's none of your business," I added. The FIB detective was silent as he opened his door, then paused to look at me over the roof of the car. He put on his shades, hiding his eyes. "You're right. It's not my business." The door unlocked, and I got in, slamming it to make the car shake. Glenn slid softly in behind the wheel and shut his door. "Damn right it isn't your business," I muttered in the closeness of his car. "You heard her last night. I'm not her shadow. She wasn't lying when she said that." "I also heard Piscary say if she didn't get control of you, he would." A flash of real fear tightened me, unwanted and unsettling. "I'm her friend," I asserted. "All she wants is a friend that isn't after her blood. Ever think of that?" "A pet, Rachel?" he said softly as he started the car. I said nothing, tapping my fingers on the armrest. I wasn't Ivy's pet, and not even Piscary could make her turn me into one. 10. The late September afternoon sun was warm through my leather jacket as I rested my arm on the car's window. The tiny vial of salt on my charm bracelet shifted in the wind to clink against my wooden cross, and reaching out, I adjusted the side mirror to watch the traffic, hanging a car length behind. It was nice to have a vehicle at my beck and call. We'd be at the FIB in 15 minutes, not the 40 it would take by bus, afternoon traffic and all. "Take a right at the next light," I said, pointing. I watched in disbelief as Glenn drove straight through the intersection. "What the turn is wrong with you?" I exclaimed. "I have yet to get in this car, and you go where I want you to." Glenn's expression was smug behind his sunglasses. "Shortcut." He grinned, his teeth startlingly white. It was the first real smile I had seen on him, and it took me aback. "Sure," I said, waving a hand in the air. "Show me your shortcut." I doubted it would be faster, but I wasn't going to say anything, not after that smile. My head turned to follow a familiar sign on one of the passing buildings. "Hey, stop!" I shouted, spinning halfway around in my seat. "It's a charm shop." Glenn checked behind him and made an illegal U-turn. I gripped the top of the window as he made another, pulling up right before the shop and parking at the curb. I opened the door and grabbed my bag. "I'll just be a minute," I said, and he nodded, moving his seat backward and leaning his head against the headrest. Leaving him to nap, I strode into the shop. The bells above the door jingled, and I took a slow breath, feeling myself relax. I liked charm shops. This one smelled like lavender, dandelion, and the bite of chlorophyll. Bypassing the ready-made spells, I went straight to the back where the raw materials were. "May I help you?" I looked up from a posy of bloodroot to find a tidy, eager salesman leaning over the counter. He was a witch by the smell of him, though it was hard to tell with all the scents in there. "Yes," I said. "I'm looking for fern seed and a dowel of redwood suitable for a wand." "Ah," he said triumphantly, "we keep our seeds right over here." I paralleled his path from my side of the counter to a display of amber bottles. He ran his fingers over them, bringing down one the size of my pinky and extending it. I wouldn't take it, indicating he should put it on the counter. He looked affronted as I dug about in my bag, then held an amulet over the bottle. "I assure you, ma'am," he said stiffly, "it's the highest quality." I gave him a weak smile as the amulet glowed a faint green. "I was under a death threat this spring," I explained. "You can't blame me for being cautious." The doorbells jingled, and I glanced back to see Glenn come in. The salesman brightened, snapping his fingers and taking a step back. "You're Rachel Morgan, right? I know you." He pressed the bottle into my hands. "On the house, so glad to see you survived. What were the odds on you, 300 to 1? "It was 200, I said, slightly offended. I watched his gaze dart over my shoulder to Glenn, his smile freezing as he realized he was human. "He's with me," I said, and the man gasped, trying to disguise it with a cough. His eyes lingered on Glenn's half-hidden weapon. The turn taken, I missed my cuffs. "The wands are over here," he said, his tone giving me clear indication he didn't approve of my choice of companions. "We store them in a desiccation box to keep them fresh." Glenn and I followed him to a clear spot beside the cash register. The man pulled a wooden box the size of a violin case out, opened it, and turned it with a flourish so I could see. I sighed as the scent of redwood came rolling out. My hand rose to touch them, dropping as the salesman cleared his throat. "What spell are you stirring, Miss Morgan?" he asked, his tone going professional as he eyed me over his glasses. The rims were wood, and I'd bet my panties they were spelled to see through earth magic disguise charms. I want to try a non-contact spell for, breaking wood under stress, I said, stifling a tinge of embarrassment.
Any of the smaller ones will do,
he said, his gaze shifting between Glenn and me. I nodded, my eyes fixed upon the pencil-size wands. How much?
$975, he said, but to you, I'd sell it for $9.
You know, I said slowly, I should make sure I have everything before I actually get the wand. No sense having it lay around and pick up moisture before I need it. The salesman's smile turned stiff.
Of course.
In one smooth motion, he snapped the case closed and tucked it away. I winced, withering inside. How much for the fern seed? I asked, knowing his earlier offer had been made only because I was buying a wand.
$550.
I had that, I thought. Head bowed, I dug about in my bag. I had known wands were expensive, but not that expensive. Money in hand, I glanced up to find Glenn eyeing a rack of stuffed rats. As the salesman rang up my purchase, Glenn leaned close and, still staring at the rats, whispered,
"What are those used for?"
I have no idea. I got my receipt and jammed everything in my bag. Trying to find a shred of dignity, I headed for the door, Glenn trailing behind. The bells jingled as we reached the pavement. Again in the sun, I took a cleansing breath. I wasn't going to spend $900 to possibly get my $500 fee. Glenn surprised me by opening the car door for me, and as I settled in the seat, he leaned against the frame of the open window.
I'll be right back,
he said, and strode inside. He was out in a moment with a small white bag. I watched him cross in front of the car, wondering. Timing himself between the traffic, he opened the door and slid in behind the wheel. "Well?" I asked as he set the package between us. "What did you get?" Glenn started the car and pulled out into traffic.
"A stuffed rat?"
"Oh," I said, surprised. What the devil was he going to do with it? Even I didn't know what it was for. I was dying to ask all the way to the FIB building, but managed to keep my mouth shut, even as we slipped into the cold shade of their underground parking. Glenn had a reserved spot, and my heels echoed as I found the pavement. With the pained slowness I remembered from my dad, Glenn slowly unkinked himself as he got out and tugged the sleeves of his jacket down. He reached back in for his rat and gestured to the stairs. Still silent, I followed him into the concrete stairway. We only had to go up one flight, and he held the door for me as we went in the back door. He took his shades off as we entered, and I pushed my hair out of my eyes and under my cap. The air conditioner was on, and I looked over the small entryway, thinking it was worlds away from the busy front lobby. Glenn plucked a visitor's pass from behind a cluttered desk, signing me in and giving the man on the phone a nod. I clipped it on my lapel as I followed him to the open-aired offices.
"Hi, Rose,"
Glenn said as he came to Eden's secretary.
"Is Captain Eden available?"
Ignoring me, the older woman put a finger on the paper she was typing from and nodded. "He's in a meeting. Want me to tell him you're here?" Glenn took my elbow and started hustling me past her.
"When he gets out, no rush. Ms. Morgan and I will be here for the next few hours."
"Yes, sir," she said, going back to her typing. "Hours?" I thought, not liking the way he hadn't let me talk to Rose. I wanted to find out what their dress code was. The FIB couldn't have that much information. The IS had primary jurisdiction of the crimes.
"My office is over there,"
Glenn said, pointing to the bank of offices with walls and a door that lined the cubicle-divided space. The few officers at their desks looked up from their paperwork as Glenn almost pushed me forward. I was getting the distinct impression that he didn't want anyone to know I was there. "Nice," I said sarcastically as he ushered me into his office. The off-white room was almost barren, the dirt obvious in the corners. A new computer screen sat on a nearly empty desk. It had old speakers. A nasty chair sat behind it, and I wondered if there was a decent chair in the entire building. The desk was laminated white, but the grime embedded into it from past use made it almost gray. There was nothing in the wire trash can beside it.
"Watch the phone lines,"
Glenn said, as he swept past me and dropped his bag-o-rat on the file cabinet. His jacket came off, and he meticulously hung it on a wooden hanger, which then went on a hat tree. Looking over the ugly room, I wondered what his apartment was like. The twin phone lines from the jack behind the long table ran across the open floor to his desk. It had to be an OSHA violation, having them strung out like that. But if he didn't care, if someone pulled his phone off the desk by tripping on it, then why should I? "Why don't you put your desk over there?" I asked, looking at the paper-cluttered table in the logical spot for a desk. Standing hunched over his keyboard, he looked up.
My back would be to the door and I wouldn't be able to see the main floor.
Oh. There were no knickknacks of any kind, nothing of a personal nature at all, the single shelf holding only folders leaking papers. It didn't look as if he had been here long. Light, rectangular shadows showed where pictures had once hung. The only thing on the walls, besides his detective certificate, was a dusty bulletin board with hundreds of sticky notes thumbtacked to it. Hanging right over that long table, they were faded and curling, with cryptic messages only Glenn could probably decipher. "What are these?" I asked, as he checked to see that the blinds on his windows overlooking the open floor were closed.
"Notes from an old case I'm working on."
He had a preoccupied tone in his voice as he edged back to his keyboard and typed in a string of letters.
"Why don't you sit down?"
I stood in the middle of his office, staring at him. "Where?" I finally asked. He looked up, reddening as he realized he was standing over the only chair.
"I'll be right back."
He moved around his desk, coming to an awkward halt before me until I got out of his way. His gait was stilted as he edged past me and strode out. Thinking his office was the most inhospitable slice of FIB bureaucracy I had seen yet, I took off my hat and coat, hanging them on the nails sticking out from the back of his door. Bored, I wandered to his desk. A welcome screen with a blinking prompt waited. A rattle preceded Glenn as he pushed a rolling swivel chair into his office. Giving me an apologetic look, he set it next to his. I dropped my bag on his barren desk and sat beside him, leaning forward to see. I watched him type in 3 passwords: Dolphin, Tulip, and Monica. Old girlfriend? I wondered. They showed up on the screen as asterisks, but he was a 2-fingered typist, and it wasn't hard to follow.
"Okay,"
he said, pulling to him a notepad with a list of names and ID numbers. I glanced at the first and looked back at the screen. With a painful slowness, he furrowed his brow and started to type them in. Tap, pause, tap, tap. "Oh, just give me that," I said, pulling the keyboard close. Keys chattering happily, I typed in the first, then grabbed the mouse and clicked the All button, making the only limit to the retrieval being those entries made in the last 12 months. A query came on the screen, and I hesitated. "Which printer?" I asked. Glenn said nothing, and I turned to see him leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed before him.
"I bet you take the remote away from your boyfriend, too,"
he said, pulling the keyboard back in front of him and reclaiming the mouse. "Well, it's my TV," I said hotly, then added, "Sorry. Actually, it was Ivy's. Mine was lost in the big salt dip, which was just as well since it would have looked like a toy next to Ivy's." Glenn made a small noise at the back of his throat. He slowly typed the next name in, checking it against the list before moving to the next. I impatiently waited. My eyes went to the crumpled bag on the file cabinet. An inane desire to take the rat out filled me. This must be why he had said we'd be here for hours. It'd be faster to cut the letters out and paste them in a note. "That's not the same printer," I said, seeing he had switched them.
"I didn't know you wanted to look at everything,"
he said, his voice preoccupied as he picked letters off the keyboard.
"I'm sending the rest to the basement's printer."
Slowly, he typed in the string of letters and hit enter.
"I don't want to hear about tying this floor's printer up,"
he added. I fought to hide a smirk. Didn't want to hear about it? How much could there be? Glenn stood, and I stared up at him.
"I'll get them. Stay put till I get back."
I nodded as he left. Swiveling my chair from side to side, I waited, listening to the background chatter coming in. A smile eased over me. I hadn't realized how much I missed the camaraderie of my fellow IS runners. I knew if I went out of Glenn's office, the conversations would stop and the looks would go cold, but if I stayed here and listened, I could pretend someone might stop by to say hi, or ask my opinion on a tough case, or tell me a dirty joke to see me laugh. Sighing, I rose to take Glenn's rat out of the bag. I set the ugly, beady-eyed thing on the cabinet, where I could watch him. A scuffing at the door pulled me around. "Oh, hi," I said, seeing that it wasn't Glenn.
"Ma'am?"
The heavy FIB officer eyed first my leather pants, then my visitor's badge. I shifted so he could see better. The badge, not my pants. "I'm Rachel," I said. "I'm helping Detective Glenn. He's getting some printouts."
"Rachel Morgan?" he said. "I thought you were an old hag."
My mouth opened in anger, then shut in understanding. The last time he saw me, I probably did look like an old hag. "That was a disguise," I said as I crumpled the bag and threw it away. "This is the real me." He ran his eyes over my outfit again. "Okay." He turned to leave, and I breathed easier. He was gone when Glenn strode in, a decidedly preoccupied air about him. There was a nice-sized packet of paper in his grip, and I thought the FIB's information gathering must be on par with the IS after all. He stood for a moment in the center of his office, then pushed the papers on his long table against the wall to one end.
"Here's the first one," he said, dropping the reports on the cleared spot. "I'll be right back with the ones from the basement."
I froze in my reach for them. The first one? I'd thought that was all of them. I took a breath to ask him, but he was gone. The thickness of the report was impressive. I wheeled my chair to the table and positioned it sideways so I wouldn't have my back to the door. Sitting, I crossed my legs and pulled the wad of pages into my lap. I recognized the front picture of the first victim because the IS had released it to the papers. She had been a nice-looking older woman with a motherly smile. By the makeup and jewelry, it looked like they'd lifted her photo from a professional picture, like those poses you get for anniversaries and such. She had been 3 months from retiring from a security firm that designed magic-resistant safes. Died from complications from rape. This was all old news. I shuffled to the coroner's report, my gaze dropping to the picture. My gut clenched, and I flipped the report closed. Suddenly cold, I stared out of Glenn's door to the open offices. A phone rang, and someone picked it up. I took another breath and held it. I forced myself to breathe, holding it again so I wouldn't hyperventilate. I suppose, in a loose fashion, it could be considered rape. The woman's insides had been pulled out from between her legs and were dangling to her knees. I wondered how long she had stayed alive through the ordeal, then wished I hadn't. Stomach turning, I vowed not to look at any more pictures. Fingers shaking, I tried to concentrate on the report. The FIB had been surprisingly thorough, leaving me with only one question. Stretching, I snagged the cordless phone from the desk. My jaw hurt from having clenched it too long as I dialed the number listed for next of kin. An older man answered. "No," I assured him when he tried to hang up on me. "I'm not a dating service. Vampiric Charms is an independent runner firm. I'm currently working with the FIB to identify the person who attacked your wife." The picture of her lying twisted and broken on the gurney flashed before me. I shoved it down to where it probably would stay until I tried to sleep. I hoped he hadn't seen the picture. I prayed he hadn't found her body. "I apologize for calling, Mr. Graylin," I said in my best professional voice. "I have only one question. Did your wife happen to talk to a Mr. Trent Kalamack any time before her death?"
"The councilman?" he said, his voice thick with astonishment. "Is he a suspect?"
"Perish the thought," I lied. "I'm following up one of the faint leads that we have concerning a stalker working his way up to him."
"Oh."
There was a moment of silence, then,
"Yes, as a matter of fact, we did."
The zing of adrenaline pulled me upright.
We met him at a play this spring," the man was saying. "I remember because it was the Pirates of Penzance, and I thought the lead pirate looked like Mr. Kalamack. We had dinner afterwards at Carew Tower and laughed about it. He's not in any danger, is he?"
"No," I said, my heart pounding. "I'd ask you to keep our line of investigation quiet until we've proven it false. I'm very sorry about your wife, Mr. Graylin. She was a lovely woman."
"Thank you. I miss her."
He hung up the phone in the uncomfortable silence. I set the phone down, waiting 3 heartbeats before whispering an exuberant, "Yes!" Spinning my swivel chair around, I found Glenn standing in the doorway.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, dropping another stack of papers before me. I grinned, continuing to shift back and forth in my chair. "Nothing." He went to his desk and punched a button on the phone's cradle, frowning as the last number called appeared on the tiny screen.
"I never said you could call these people."
His face went angry and his posture became stiff.
"That man is trying to put this behind him. He doesn't need you dredging it up for him again."
"I only asked one question." Legs crossed, I swiveled, smiling. Glenn glanced behind him into the open offices.
"You are a guest here," he said roughly. "If you can't play by my rules—" He stopped. "Why are you still smiling?"
Mr. and Mrs. Graylin had dinner with Trent a month before she was attacked. The man straightened to his full height and drew back a step. His eyes narrowed. "Mind if I call the next?" I asked. He looked at the phone beside my hand, then back to the open door. With a forced casualness, he shut his door halfway.
"Keep it down."
Pleased with myself, I pulled the stack of papers closer. Glenn went back behind his computer, typing with an annoying slowness. My mood quickly sobered as I scanned the coroner's report, skipping the picture portion this time. Apparently the man had been eaten alive from the extremities inward. They knew he had been alive at the time by the tearing pattern of the wounds, and they were fairly confident he had been eaten by the lack of body parts. Trying to ignore the mental picture my imagination provided, I called the contact number. There was no answer, not even a machine. I called his former place of work next, my intuition settling into a nice groove at the name of the place, Inderland Security. The woman there was very nice, but she didn't know anything, telling me that Mr. Siri's wife was away at a health resort, trying to relearn how to sleep. She did look in her files, though, telling me that they had been contracted to install a safe on the Kalamack estate. "Security," I murmured, pinning Mr. Siri's packet to the bulletin board atop Glenn's sticky notes to get it out of my way. "Hey, Glenn, you have any more of those sticky notes?" He rummaged in his desk drawer, tossing me a pack, shortly followed by a pen. I scrawled the name of Mr. Siri's workplace and stuck it to his report. After a moment's thought, I did the same to the woman's, writing safe designer on it. I added a second sticky note with talk to T, circled in black ink. A scuffing in the hallway brought my eyes up from the third report. I made a non-committal smile, recognizing the overweight cop, mini bag of chips in his hand. He acknowledged me, and Glenn's nod, coming to a rest in the doorway. "Glenn's got you doing his secretary work?" he asked, his good old boy tone almost thick enough to cut. "No," I said, smiling sweetly. "Trent Kalamack is the witch hunter, and I'm just taking a moment to tie the links together." He grunted, eyeing Glenn. Glenn wearily returned his look, adding a shrug. "Rachel," he said, "this is Officer Dunlop. Dunlop, this is Miss Morgan." "Charmed," I said, not offering my hand lest I get it back covered in potato chip grease. Not getting the hint, the man walked in, crumbs falling to the tile floor. "What you got?" he said, coming to peer at my thick reports stuck to the board atop Glenn's faded sticky notes. "Too soon to say." I pushed him out of my space with a finger in his gut. "Excuse me." He backed up, but didn't leave, going instead to see what Glenn was doing. Heaven save me from cops on break. The two talked over Glenn's suspicions concerning Dr. Anders, their rising and falling voices soothing. I blew chip crumbs off my papers, my pulse quickening as I saw that the third victim had worked at the city racetrack in weather control. It was a very difficult field of work, heavy in ley line magic. The man had been pressed to death while working late, stirring up a fall shower to dampen down the track for the next day's race. The actual implement of death was unknown. There had been nothing in the stables heavy enough. I didn't look at that picture either. It had been at this point that the media realized the three deaths were connected, despite the varying methods of death, and named the sadistic freak the witch hunter. A quick phone call got me his sister, who said of course he knew Trent Kalamack, that the councilman often called her brother to ask about the state of the track, but that she hadn't heard if he had talked to Mr. Kalamack before his death or not, and that she was just sick about her brother's death. And did I know how long it took for insurance checks to come in? I finally got my condolences wedged in between her chattering and hung up on her. Everyone had death differently, but that was offensive. "Did he know Mr. Kalamack?" Glenn asked. "Yep." I pinned the packet to the board and stuck a note to it with the words weather maintenance on it. "And his job is important because—" "It takes a hell of a lot of ley line skill to manipulate the weather. Trent raises racehorses. He could have easily been out there and talked to him, and no one would have given it a second thought." I added another note with new T on it. Old Dunlop the cop made an interested noise and ambled over. He hung a respectful 3 feet behind me this time. "Done with this one?" he asked, fingering the first. "For now," I said, and he pulled it from the board. Some of Glenn's notes fluttered down to fall behind the table. Glenn's jaw tightened. Feeling like someone was starting to take me seriously, I sat straighter. The overweight man ambled back to Glenn, making noises as he found the pictures. He dropped the report onto Glenn's desk, and I heard the patter of chip crumbs. Another officer came in, and an impromptu meeting seemed to be taking shape as they clustered around Glenn's computer screen. I turned my back on them and looked at the next report. The fourth victim had been found in early August. The papers had said the cause of death was severe blood loss. What they hadn't said was that the man had been disemboweled, torn apart as if ravaged by animals. His boss had found him in the basement of his workplace, still alive and trying to push his insides back into him where they belonged. It was more difficult than usual since he only had one arm, the other hanging by his underarm skin.
"Here you go, ma'am,"
a voice said at my elbow, and I jerked. Heart-pounding, I stared at a young FIB officer.
"I'm sorry,"
he said as he extended a sheaf of papers.
"Detective Glenn asked me to bring these up when they finished. Didn't mean to startle you."
His eyes dropped to the report in my hand.
"Nasty, isn't it?"
"Thank you," I said, accepting the reports. My fingers were trembling as I dialed the number for the victim's boss when there was no next of kin.
"Gems,"
a tired voice said after the third ring. My greeting froze in my throat. I recognized his voice. It was the announcer at Cincinnati's illegal rat fights. Heart-pounding, I hung up, missing the button the first time. I stared at the wall. The room had gone silent. "Glenn?" I said, my throat tight. I turned to see him surrounded by 3 officers, all looking at me.
"Yeah?"
My hands shook as I extended the report across the small space. "Will you, look at the crime scene photos for me?" His face blank, he took it. I turned to his wall of sticky notes, listening to the pages turn. Feet shuffled.
"What am I looking for?"
he asked. I swallowed hard. "Rat cages?" I asked.
"Oh, my God,"
someone whispered.
"How did she know?"
I swallowed again. I couldn't seem to stop. "Thanks." With motion slow and deliberate, I took the report and stuck it to the bulletin board. My handwriting was shaky as I wrote, "T availability," and stuck it on the pages. The report said he had been a bouncer at a dance club, but if he was one of Dr. Anders' students, he had been skilled with ley lines and was more likely the head of security at Jim's rat fights. I reached for the 5th packet with a grim feeling. It was Trent. I knew it was Trent. But the horror of what he had done was killing any joy I might find in it. I felt the man behind me watching as I leafed through the report, recalling that the 5th victim, found 3 weeks ago, had died the same way as the first. A call to her tearful mother told me she had met Trent in a specialty bookstore last month. She remembered because her daughter had been surprised that such a young, important man was interested in collectible, pre-turn fairy tale anthologies. After confirming that her daughter had been employed in a security subscription firm, I gave her my condolences and hung up. The background murmurs of the excited men added to my numb state. I carefully wrote my big T, making sure the lines were clear and straight. I stuck it beside the copy of the woman's work ID picture. She had been young, with straight blonde hair to her shoulders and a pretty oval face, just out of college. The memory of the picture I had seen of the first woman on the gurney flashed into my mind. I felt the blood drain from me. Cold and lightheaded, I stood. The men's conversation stopped as if I had rung a bell. "Where's the ladies' room?" I whispered, my mouth dry.
"Turn left, go to the back of the room."
I didn't have time to say thanks. Low heels clacking, I strode out of the room. I looked neither left nor right, moving faster as I saw the door at the end of the room. I hit the door at a run, reaching the toilet just in time. Retching violently, I lost my breakfast. Tears streamed down my face, the salt mixing with the bitter taste of vomit. How could anyone do that to another person? I wasn't prepared for this. I was a witch, damn it, not a coroner. The IS didn't teach its runners how to deal with this. Runners were runners, not murder investigators. They brought their tags in alive, even the dead ones. My stomach was empty, and when the dry heaves finally stopped, I stayed where I was, sitting on the floor of the FIB bathroom with my forehead against the cold porcelain, trying not to cry. I suddenly realized someone was holding my hair out of the way, and had been for a while. "It will go away," Rose whispered, almost to herself. "Promise, tomorrow or the next day. You'll close your eyes and it will be gone." I looked up. Rose dropped her hand and took a step back. Beyond the propped-open door was the row of sinks and mirrors. "Really?" I said miserably. She smiled weakly. "That's what they say. I'm still waiting. I think they all are." Feeling foolish, I awkwardly got to my feet and flushed the toilet. I brushed myself off, glad the FIB kept their bathroom cleaner than I kept mine. Rose had gone to a sink, giving me a moment to gather myself. I left the stall feeling embarrassed and stupid, Glenn would never let me live this down. Better? Rose asked as she dried her hands, and I gave her a loose-necked nod, ready to burst into tears again, because she wasn't calling me a newbie, or making me feel inadequate, or that I wasn't strong. Here, she said, taking my purse from a sink and handing it to me. I thought you might want your makeup. I nodded again. Thanks, Rose. She smiled, the age lines in her face making her look even more comforting. Don't worry about it. This is a bad one. She turned to go, and I blurted, How do you deal with it? How do you keep from falling apart? What happened to them is horrible. How can a person do that to another? Rose took a slow breath. You cry, you get angry, then you do something about it. I watched her leave, the clack of her quick heels sounding sharp before the door closed. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. 11. It took more courage than I wanted to admit to walk out of the ladies' bathroom. I wondered if everybody knew I had lost it. Rose had been unexpectedly kind and understanding, but I was sure the FIB officers would use it against me. Pretty little witch too soft to play with the big boys. Glenn would never look past it. I darted a nervous glance over the open-air offices, my steps faltering as I didn't find mocking, knowing faces, but empty desks. No, everyone was outside of Glenn's office, peering in. Loud voices were coming from inside. Excuse me, I murmured, holding my bag close to myself as I pushed past the uniformed FIB officers. I halted just over the threshold, finding the room full of arguing people with weapons and handcuffs. Morgan? The cop who had been eating chips grabbed my arm and pulled me farther in. You all right now? I caught myself stumbling at my abrupt entrance. Yes, I said hesitantly. Good. I called the last one for you. Dunlop met my eyes. They were brown, and it seemed I could see right to his soul, they were so frank. Hope you don't mind. I was dying of curiosity. He ran a hand across his mustache, wiping the grease from it as his gaze went to the 6 reports tacked over Glenn's notes. My gaze swept the room. Every man and woman glanced at me as the weight of my eyes fell on them, recognizing me before going back to his or her conversation. They all knew I had spewed my guts, but by their lack of comment, it seemed I had broken the ice in some twisted fashion. Perhaps falling apart proved to them that I was just as human as they were, sort of. Glenn was sitting at his desk with arms crossed, saying nothing as he watched the separate arguments. He gave me a wry, eyebrow-raised look. By the sound of it, most of the room wanted to arrest Trent, but a few were too cowed by his political muscle and wanted more. There was less tension in the room than I would have expected, seeing as they were all shouting at each other. Humans appeared to enjoy doing things by loud committee. I put my purse on the floor beside the table and sat down to look at the last report. The paper had said the latest victim had been a former Olympic swimmer. He died in his bathtub, drowning. He worked for a local TV station as the celebrity weatherman, but had gone to school for ley line manipulation. The note stuck to it said in a stilted print that his brother didn't know if he talked to Trent or not. I pulled the report from the board and made myself look it over, paying more attention to the conversations around me than the print. He's laughing at us, a street-hardened, swarthy woman said as she argued with a thin, nervous-looking officer. Everyone but Glenn and I were standing, and I felt like I was at the bottom of a well. Mr. Kalamack isn't the witch hunter, the man protested in a nasally voice. He gives more to Cincinnati than Santa Claus. That fits the profile, Dunlop butted in. You've seen the reports. Whoever is doing this is certifiable. Twin lives, probably a schizophrenic. There was a soft murmur from the surrounding officers as the argument swirled down to just this one. For what it was worth, I agreed with Dunlop. Whoever was doing this was an itsy-bitsy skitsy. Trent filled that description nicely. The nervous man straightened, gaze darting about the room for support. Okay, the murderer is mental, yes, he admitted in an irritating whine. But I've met Mr. Kalamack. That man is no more a murderer than my mother is. I flipped to the coroner's report, learning that our Olympic swimmer had indeed died in his bathtub, but that it had been full of witch blood. A bad feeling started to push out the horror. It takes a lot of blood to fill a bathtub. A lot more than one person has. More like 24. Where had it all come from? A vampire wouldn't have wasted it like that. The discussion concerning the thin cop's mother became loud, and I wondered if I should tell them about benevolent Mr. Kalamack killing his lead geneticist and blaming it on a bee sting. Nice, neat, and tidy. Murder without hardly lifting a hand. Trent had given the widowed wife and orphaned 15-year-old girl the upgraded benefits package and an anonymous full university scholarship. "Stop thinking with your wallet, Lewis," Dunlop said, swinging his ample middle around aggressively. "Just because a man gives to the FIB charity auction, that doesn't make him a saint. I say that makes him more suspicious. We don't even know if he's human." Glenn flicked a glance at me. "What does that have to do with anything?" Dunlop started, clearly remembering I was here. "Absolutely nothing," he said loudly, as if the volume of his voice could erase the hidden, underlying racial slur. "But the man has something to hide." I silently agreed, starting to like the overweight cop despite his lack of tact. The officers clustered at the door looked over their shoulders into the open offices. They exchanged looks and backed up. One of them said, "Afternoon, Captain," as he ducked out of the way, and I wasn't surprised when Eden's squat bulk replaced theirs in the doorframe. "What is going on?" he said, pushing his round-framed glasses back up his nose. Another FIB officer made a silent farewell to me and slipped out. "Hi, Eden," I said, not getting up from my swivel chair. "Ms. Morgan?" the short man said, a hint of anger on him as he shook my offered hand and raised his eyebrows at my leather pants. "Rose said you were here. I'm not surprised to find you in the middle of an argument." He looked at Glenn, and the tall FIB officer shrugged, not a bit apologetic as he got to his feet. "Captain," Glenn said, taking a deep breath, "we were conducting a free-flow exercise concerning the possible alternative suspects for the witch hunter murders." "No, you weren't," Eden said, and my eyes went to his at the anger in his voice. "You were gossiping about Councilman Kalamack. He's not a suspect." "Yes, sir," Glenn agreed as Dunlop gave me an unreadable look and edged quietly out of the room, surprisingly agile for his size. "But I believe Miss Morgan is entertaining a valid thought path." Surprised at the support, I blinked at Glenn. Eden didn't even look at me. "Stop the college psycho-babble, Glenn. Dr. Anders is our prime suspect. You'd better have a good reason for pulling your energies from there." "Yes, sir," Glenn said, not at all upset. "Ms. Morgan has found a direct link from 4 of the 6 victims to Mr. Kalamack, and a probable window of opportunity for contact with Mr. Kalamack and the other 2. Instead of being excited as I would have expected, Eden slumped. I stood up as he came close to look at the records tacked to the wall. His tired eyes went from one to the next. The last of the FIB officers left, and I went to stand beside Glenn. With a united front, maybe he might stop wasting our time and let us go after Trent. Feet spread wide, Eden put his hands on his hips and stared at the sticky notes tacked to the reports. I found I was holding my breath and let it out. Unable to resist, I said, "All but the last victim used ley lines heavily in their daily work, and there's a slow progression from those highly skilled down to those just out of school and not yet using their degrees." "I know." Eden's voice was flat. "Which is why Dr. Anders is a suspect. She is the last ley line witch of any repute left in Cincinnati actively practicing. I think she's getting rid of the competition, especially as most of the victims were working in security-related fields." "Or Trent just hasn't gotten to her yet," I said softly. "The woman is a cacti." Eden turned, putting his back to the reports. "Morgan, why would Trent Kalamack be killing ley line witches? He has no motive." "He has the same motive you've given Dr. Anders," I said, "getting rid of the competition. Maybe he offered them a job, and when they refused, he killed them? It would fit with Sarah Jane's missing boyfriend, not to mention what he did to me." Creases appeared in Eden's forehead. "Which brings up the question as to why he would let his secretary come to the FIB?" "I don't know," I said, my voice rising as I became frustrated. "Maybe the 2 are unrelated. Maybe she lied about him, knowing she came to us. Maybe the man is crazy and he wants to get caught. Maybe he's so sure we can't find our asses in the dark that he's thumbing his nose at us. He had them killed, Eden, I know it. He talked to them before they died. What more do you need?" I was almost shouting. I knew it wouldn't get me anywhere with Eden, but this bureaucracy was part of the reason I'd quit the IS, and it rankled to find myself trying to convince the boss again. Head bowed and hand on his chin, Glenn took a step back, leaving me alone. I didn't care. "It's not against the law to talk to Trent Kalamack," Eden said, his eyes level with mine. "Half the city knows him." You're going to ignore that he talked to every one of these people? I protested. His face went red behind his eyeglasses. They looked too small for his round face.
I can't accuse a councilman of phone calls and casual conversations, he said. That's his job.
My pulse quickened. Trent killed those people, I said softly, and you know it.
What you know isn't worth goose shit, Rachel. It's what I can prove, and I can't prove anything with this.
He flicked a hand at the nearest report, making it flutter. Then search his compound, I demanded.
Morgan,
Eden shouted, shocking me.
I won't authorize a search on the evidence that he talked to the victims. I need more.
Then let me talk to him. I'll get it.
God bless it, he swore. You want me fired, Rachel? Is that it? Do you know what will happen if I let you go through his compound and find nothing?
Nothing, I said.
Wrong. I will have accused a well-respected man of murder. He is a councilman, a benefactor of most of the charities and hospitals on both sides of the state line. The FIB will become a foul word in human and Inderland households alike. My reputation will be shot.
Frustrated, I stood toe-to-toe with him, able to look the man right in the eye. I didn't know you became an FIB officer to better your reputation. Glenn shifted, making a soft sound of warning. Eden stiffened, his jaw clenching until white spots appeared on his forehead.
Rachel,
he said with a soft threat,
this is an official FIB investigation and we are going to do it my way. You've allowed yourself to become emotionally involved, and your judgment is compromised.
My judgment? I shouted. He stuck me in a frickin' cage and put me in the rat fights.
Eden took a step closer. I'm not, he said, pointing at me, going to let you waltz into his office and telegraph your vendetta-based suspicions while we're gathering evidence. Even if we do question him, you will not be there.
Eden, I protested.
No,
he barked, rocking me back a step.
This conversation is over.
I took a breath to tell him it wasn't over until I said so, but he had walked out. Angry, I struck out after him. Eden, I called after his swiftly vanishing shadow. For a squat man, he moved fast. A door slammed. Eden! Ignoring the watching FIB officers, I stormed through the open offices, past Rose, and to his closed door. I reached for the handle, then hesitated. It was his office. Angry or not, I couldn't barge in. Frustrated, I stood outside his door and shouted, "Eden!" I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. "You and I both know Trent Kalamack is able and willing to commit murder. If you won't let me talk to him through the FIB, then I quit." I took off my visitor's badge as if it meant something and threw it on Rose's desk. "You hear me? I'll go talk to him by myself." Eden's door jerked open, and I took a step back. He stood before me, his khaki slacks creased and his plaid shirt starting to come untucked. He loomed out into the hallway, pushing me almost into Rose's desk with a stubby finger. "I told you if you came into this gunning for Mr. Kalamack, I'd sling your witch-ass back across the river and into the hollows. You made a commitment to work with Detective Glenn on this, and I'm holding you to it. But if you talk to Mr. Kalamack, I'll toss you in my lockup for harassment." I took a breath to protest, but my resolve faltered. "Now get out of here," Eden almost growled. "You have class tomorrow, and I'll deduct the tuition from your compensation if you don't go." Thoughts of rent money intruded. Despising that money, not what was right, would be what stopped me. I glared at him. "You know he killed those people," I said tightly. Shaking in unspent adrenaline, I walked away. I passed through the silent FIB officers at their desks on my way to the front. I'd take the bus home. 12. I fell hard as Ivy cut my legs from under me. I rolled away, already aching where my hip had hit the floor. My heart pounded in time with the twin pains on the back of my calves. I tossed a strand of hair that had escaped my exercise band from my eyes. Putting a hand against the wall of the sanctuary, I used it for balance as I got to my feet. Lungs heaving, I ran the back of my hand across my forehead to wipe the sweat from me. "Rachel," Ivy said from 8 feet away. "Pay attention. I almost hurt you that time." "Almost?" I shook my head to clear my vision. I'd never seen her move away. She was so quick. Of course, I might not have seen her move since I was falling on my can at the time. Ivy took 3 loping steps toward me. Eyes wide, I twisted my body in a tight circle to the left, sending my right foot into her midsection. Grunting, she clutched her stomach and stumbled backward. "How?" she complained, retreating. I hunched over, putting my hands on my knees to signal I wanted a breather. Ivy obediently moved farther away and waited, trying not to show that I had hurt her. From my position, I glanced at her standing in a band of green and gold afternoon suns streaming in through the sanctuary's windows. The black body stocking and soft slippers she wore when we sparred with each other made her look more predatory than usual. Her straight black hair was tied back, accentuating her tall, lean appearance. Face blank and pale, she waited for me to catch my breath so we could continue. The practice was more for me than for her. She insisted it would extend my life expectancy should I run up against a big bad ugly without my spells or a direction to run. I always came away from our sparring bruised and headed for my charm cupboard. How that extended my life was beyond me. More practice making pain amulets, maybe. Ivy had arrived home early from her afternoon with Kist, surprising me with the offer to work out. I was still seething over Eden's refusal to let me question Trent, and needed to burn off some anger, and so said yes. As usual, within 15 minutes I was hurting and breathing hard while she had yet to break a sweat. Ivy danced impatiently from foot to foot. Her eyes were a nice steady brown. I kept a close watch on her when we worked out together, not wanting to push her too close to her limits. She was fine. "What's up?" she said as I straightened. "You're more aggressive than usual." I bent my leg back to stretch my leg muscle and pull the cuff of my sweatpants back down about my ankle. "Every one of the victims talked to Trent before they died," I said, stretching the truth. "Eden won't let me question him." I pulled the other leg, then nodded. Ivy's breath quickened. I dropped to a crouch as she darted forward. Too quick for thought, I ducked her blow, sweeping my leg at her feet. Calling out, she flung herself in a backflip to avoid it, landing on her hands and then feet. I jerked back to keep her foot from hitting my jaw on the way by. "So?" Ivy questioned softly, waiting as I stood up. "So Trent is the murderer." "Can you prove it?" "Not yet." I lunged for her. She danced out of the way, jumping onto the thin windowsill. As soon as her feet landed, she pushed off, somersaulting right over me. I spun to keep her in view. Red spots of exertion were starting to show on her. She was dipping into her vamp repertoire to evade me. Encouraged, I followed up, striking with my fists and elbows. "So quit and finish the run yourself," Ivy said between blocks and counterstrikes. My wrist smacking into her blocks hurt, but I kept at it. "I told him that's what I was going to do." Strike, block, strike. "And he threatened to lock me up for harassment. Told me I should concentrate on Dr. Anders." Pull 6 feet back, pant, sweat. Why was I doing this again? A smile, real and unusual, flashed across her face, and was gone. "Sneaky bastard," she said. "I knew God had put him on earth to be more than a happy meal." "Eden?" I wiped at the sweat dripping from my nose. "He's more of a big kid's meal, isn't he?" I gestured for her to come get me. Eyes glinting in amusement, she obliged, attacking with a barrage of blows ending with a strike to my solar plexus that sent me reeling. "Your concentration is slipping," she said, breathing hard as she watched me kneel, gasping on the floor. "You should have seen that coming." I had, but my arm was going numb and slow from having been hit too many times. "I'm all right," I wheezed. This was going to be the first time I'd seen her break a sweat, and I wasn't going to stop now. I shakily got to my feet and held up 2 fingers, then 1. My hand went down, and she lunged with a supernatural quickness. Alarmed, I blocked her vamp-quick blows, retreating off the mats and almost into the foyer. She grabbed my arm as I reached the threshold, flinging me over her and back onto the mats. My back hit with a thump, knocking the wind from me. I felt her feet padding after me. Adrenaline surged. Still not breathing, I rolled until I hit the wall. She was hot after me, landing to pin me there. Eyes alight, she leaned over me. "Eden is a wise man," she said between breaths, a strand of hair that had escaped her tie tickling my face. Sweat dampened her brow. "You should listen to him and leave Trent alone." Et tu, Brute? I wheezed. Grunting, I jerked my knee up to her groin. She sensed it coming and fell back. I had known she was too fast to let it land, but it got her off me, which was what I'd wanted. Ivy stood her usual 8 feet back and waited for me to rise. It was slower this time. I rubbed my shoulder as I took her in, avoiding eye contact to let her know I wasn't ready. Not bad, she admitted, but you didn't follow it up. Mr. Big Bad Ugly isn't going to stand aside and wait for you to regain your balance, and neither should you. I gave her a weary look from around my red frizz of hair. Trying to keep up with her, much less best her, was hard. I'd never had to think about overcoming a vampire before, since the IS didn't send witches to tag them. And whatever else the IS took care of on its own, on or off the job, unless they wanted you dead. "What are you going to do?" she asked as I felt my ribs through my sweatshirt. "About Trent?" I said, breathless. "Talk to him without Eden or Glenn knowing?" Ivy's rocking motion faltered. With a warning shout, she leapt forward. Instinct and practice saved me as I ducked. She spun in a tight circle, and I jerked out of the way. Ivy followed, with a series of blows that backed me to the wall. Her voice echoed against the empty walls of the sanctuary, filling it with sound. Shocked at her sudden ferocity, I pushed myself from the wall and fought back using every trick that she had taught me. I became angry that she wasn't even trying. With her vamp speed and strength, I was a moving target dummy. My eyes widened as Ivy's face went savage. She was going to show me something new. Swell. She shouted and spun. I foolishly did nothing as her foot slammed into my chest, sending me into the wall of the church. My breath whooshed out and pain crushed my lungs. She darted away, leaving me to hang gasping. Staring at the floor, I saw the green and gold sunbeams shake as the stained-glass windows to either side of me shivered. Still not breathing, I looked up to see Ivy sauntering away. Her slow, mocking pace ticked me off. Anger burned, giving me strength. Still having not caught my breath, I jumped her. Ivy cried out in surprise as I landed on her back. Grinning savagely, my legs went around her waist. I grabbed a fistful of her hair and jerked her head back, sliding an arm around her throat to choke her. Gasping, she backpedaled. I let go, knowing she was going to slam me against the wall again. I dropped to the floor, and she tripped over me. She went down. I grappled for her, catching her around the neck again. She bucked against the floor, twisting her body at an impossible angle, breaking my hold. Heart-pounding, I flipped myself to my feet, finding Ivy standing 8 feet away, waiting. My exhilaration at having surprised her vanished as I realized something had shifted. She was moving from foot to foot with an unnerving fluid grace, the first sign of her vamp background getting the better of her. Immediately I straightened and waved my arms in surrender. "That's it," I panted. "I have to get cleaned up. I'm done. I've got to do my homework." But instead of backing off as she always did, she started the circle. Her movements were languorously slow, and her eyes were fixed to mine. My heart pounded, and I spun to keep her in view. Tension laced through me, tightening my muscles one by one. She came to a halt in a sunbeam, the light glinting on her black body stocking like it was oil. Her hair was free, the black band lying between us where I had accidentally ripped it off her. "That's the trouble with you, Rachel," she said, her soft voice echoing. "You always quit when it starts to get good. You're a tease. Nothing but a goddamned tease." "Excuse me?" I asked, the pit of my stomach clenching. I knew exactly what she meant, and it scared the crap out of me. Her face tightened. Forewarned, I braced myself as she lunged. I blocked her fists, driving her away with a foot aimed at her knees. "Knock it off, Ivy," I shouted as she jerked out of my reach. "I said I'm done." "No, you aren't." Her gray voice settled over me like silk. "I'm trying to save your life, little witch. A big bad vamp isn't going to stop because you tell him to. He's going to keep coming until he gets what he wants or you drive him away. I'm going to save your life, one way or another. You'll thank me when it's over." She darted forward. Catching my arm, she twisted it, trying to force me to the floor. I gasped and kicked her legs from under her. We went down, my breath exploding out of me. Panicking, I pushed away and rolled to my feet. I found her waiting her usual 8 feet back, circling. A subtle heat had soaked into her movements. Her head was lowered, and she was eyeing me from around her hair. Her lips were parted, and I could almost see her breath passing through them. I backed away. Fear grew as the ring of brown around her pupils flashed to black. Damn. Swallowing, I ran a hand over myself, foolishly trying to wipe her sweat off. I had known better than to jump her. I had to get her smell off me, and now. My fingers touched the demon scar on my neck, and my breath caught. It was tingling from the pheromones she was pumping into the air. Double damn. "Stop, Ivy," I said, cursing the quaver that had crept into my voice. "We're done." Knowing my life hung on what happened in the next few seconds, I turned my back on her in a false show of confidence. Either I would make it to my room and its 2 locks, or I wouldn't. The hair on the back of my neck prickled as I paced past her. My heart pounded, and I held my breath. She did nothing as I neared the hallway, and my breath slipped out. "No, we aren't," she whispered. The sound of moving air pulled me around. She attacked silently, her eyes lost in black. I fended off her blows by instinct. She wasn't even trying. Ivy caught my arm, and I cried out in pain as she spun me around, crushing my back against her. I leaned forward as if trying to break her grip. As her arms tightened and her body leaned to find our balance, I slammed my head backward into her chin. Grunting, she dropped her grip and stumbled back. Adrenaline sang through me. She was between me and my spells. If I went for the front door, I'd never make it. This was my fault. Damn it, back to the turn. I shouldn't have jumped her. I shouldn't have become aggressive. She was driven by instinct, and I had pushed her too far. I stood, watching her come to a swaying halt in a sunbeam. Standing sideways, she tilted her head and touched the corner of her mouth. My stomach clenched as her fingertip came away, colored in blood. Her eyes met mine as she rubbed the blood between her fingers and smiled. I shuddered at the sight of her sharp canines. "First blood, Rachel." "Ivy, no!" I shouted as she lunged. She caught me before I had moved a step. Gripping my shoulders, she flung me to the front of the church. I hit the wall where the altar had once stood, slipping down to the floor. I struggled for air as she paced to me. Everything hurt. Her eyes were black pits. Her movements were smooth with power. I tried to roll away. She caught me, yanking me up. "Come on, witch," Ivy said gently, her black owl feather voice in stark contrast to her painful grip on my shoulder. "I taught you better. You're not even trying." "I don't want to hurt you," I panted, one arm clutched around my middle. She held me to the wall under the shadow of a long-gone cross. The blood from her lip made a red jewel caught at the corner of her mouth. "You can't," she whispered. Heart pounding, I jerked to get away, failing. "Let me go, Ivy," I panted. "You don't want to do this." A cloying scent of incense pulled the memory of her pinning me to her chair last spring. "If you do this," I said frantically, "I'll leave. You'll be alone." She leaned close, putting the flat of her free forearm against the wall by my head. "If I do this, you won't leave." A heated smile curved over her, showing a hint of teeth, and she pressed closer. "But you could get away if you really wanted to. What do you think I've been teaching you the last 3 months? Do you want to get away, Rachel?" Panic lanced deep into me. My heart beat wildly, and Ivy sucked her breath in as if I had slapped her. Fear was an aphrodisiac, and I'd just given her a jolt. Lost in the blackness of instinct and need, her muscles went tension-wire tight. "Do you want to get away, little witch?" she murmured, her breath against my demon scar sending a surge of tingling through me. My intake of breath went to my core, seeming to turn my blood to liquid metal as it conducted a pulse through me. "Get off," I panted, the delicious feeling coursing from my neck to fill me. It was my scar. She was playing on my demon scar as Piscari had done. She licked her lips. "Make me." She hesitated, the hard hunger shifting to something more playful and insidious. Tell me it doesn't feel good when I do this." Breath easing from her in a sigh, she watched my eyes as her finger ran a trail from my ear, across my neck, and down my collarbone. I almost buckled at the sensation of her nail finding the faint bumps of scar tissue, stimulating the scar back into full play. My eyes closed as I remembered that the demon had taken Ivy's face when it ripped out my throat, filling the wound with a dangerous cocktail of neurotransmitters to make pain into pleasure. "Yes," I breathed, almost moaning. "God help me. It does. Please, stop." Her body shifted against mine. "I know how it feels," she said. "The hunger racing from it to fill your body, the need it stirs, until the only thought burning in you is to touch the craving to fulfill it." "Ivy," I whimpered, "stop. I can't. I don't want to." My eyes flashed open at her silence. The drop of blood at the corner of her mouth was gone. I could feel the blood pounding through me. I knew my reactions were tied to the demon scar, that she was sending out pheromones to re-stimulate the pseudo-vamp saliva that remained in me to make pain into pleasure. I knew it was one of the survival adaptations vamps relied upon to bind people to them, ensuring that they had a willing supply of blood. I knew all of this, but it was getting harder to remember, harder to care. It wasn't sexual. It was need, hunger, heat. Ivy put her forehead against the wall beside mine as if to gather her resolve. Her hair made a silk curtain between us. I felt the warmth from her through her body stocking. I couldn't move, wire-tight with fear and want, wondering if she would sate it or if I would be strong enough of will to push her away. "You don't know what it's been like living beside you, Rachel," she said, her whisper coming from behind her hair as if from a confessional grate. "I knew you'd be frightened if you knew how vulnerable your scar makes you. You've been marked for pleasure, and unless you have a vampire to claim and protect you, they all will take advantage of it, taking what they want and passing you to the next until you're nothing but a puppet begging to be bled. I was hoping you might be able to say no, that if I taught you enough, you would be able to drive a hungry vampire away. But you can't, dear heart. The neurotoxins have soaked in too far. It's not your fault. I'm sorry." My breath came in small pants, each one sending the promise of coming pleasure through me, flowing back to renew that which ebbed, building on those that came before. I held my breath, trying to find the will to tell her to get off me. Oh, God, I was failing. Ivy's voice went soft, persuasive. "Piscary said this is the only way to keep you alive. I would be kind, Rachel. I wouldn't ask anything you didn't want to give. You wouldn't be like those pathetic shadows at Piscary's, but strong and equal. He showed me when he bespelled you that it wouldn't hurt." Her voice went little girl soft. "The demon already broke you. The pain is over. It will never hurt again. He said you would respond, and, my God, Rachel, you did. It's as if a master broke you, and you're mine." Fear flashed through me at her hard, possessive tone. She turned her head, her hair falling back to show her face. Her black eyes were an ancient hunger, faultless in their innocence. "I saw what happened under Piscary, what you felt with no more than a finger touching your skin." I was too frightened and enraptured by the waves of feeling coming off my neck in time with my pulse to move. "Imagine," she whispered, "what it's like when it's not your finger but my teeth, slicing clean and pure through you." The thought sent a pulse of heat through me. I went slack in her grip, my body rebelling against my railing thoughts. Tears slipped down my face, warm on my cheeks to fall on my collarbone. I couldn't tell if they were tears of fear or need. "Don't cry, Rachel," she said, tilting her head to brush her lips upon my neck in time with her words. I almost passed out from the ache of desire. "I didn't want it to be like this either, but for you," she whispered, "I'd break my fast." Her teeth grazed my neck, taunting. I heard a soft moan, shocked to realize it came from me. My body cried out for it, but my soul screamed no. The eager, pliant faces at Biscari's intruded. Lost dreams, wasted lives, existence turned to serve someone else's need. I tried to push her away, but failed. My will was a ribbon of cotton, falling apart with the slightest tug. "Ivy," I protested, hearing my whisper, "Wait." I couldn't say no, but I could say wait. She heard, pulling away to look at me. She was lost in a haze of anticipation and rapture. Numb terror struck through me. "No," I said, panting as I fought the pheromone-induced high. I had said it. Somehow, I had said it. Wonder and hurt crossed her face, a breath of awareness returning to her black eyes. "No?" She sounded like a hurt child. My eyes closed in the ripples of ecstasy that flowed from my neck as her fingernails continued to trace the scars where her lips had let off. "No," I managed, feeling unreal and disconnected as I weakly tried to push her away. "No." My eyes flashed open as her grip on my shoulder tightened. "I don't think you mean that," she snarled. "Ivy!" I shrieked as she pulled me against her. Adrenaline scoured my veins, pain followed it, punishing me for my defiance. Terrified, I found the strength to keep her from my neck. She pulled me with an increasing power. Her lips drew back from her teeth. My muscles began to shake. Slowly, she pulled me closer. Her soul was lost from her eyes. Her hunger shone like a god. My arms trembled, ready to give out. "God, save me!" I thought desperately, my eyes finding the cross incorporated into the ceiling. Ivy jerked as a metallic bong reverberated through the air. She stiffened. The need in her flickered. Her eyebrows rose in bewilderment, and her focus wavered. Breath held. I felt her grip slacken. Fingers slipping from me, she collapsed at my feet with a sigh. Behind her, Nick stood with my largest copper spell pot. "Nick," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. I took a breath and reached out for him, passing out as he touched my hand. 13. It was warm and stuffy. I could smell cold coffee. Starbucks, 2 sugars, no cream. I opened my eyes to find a red, stringy mass of my hair blocking my sight. My arm aching, I pushed it out of the way. It was quiet, with only the hushed sound of traffic and the familiar hum of Nick's alarm clock to break the silence. I wasn't surprised to find I was in his bedroom, safe on my occasional side of the bed, facing both the window and the door. Nick's dilapidated dresser with the missing knob never looked so good. The light slanting in past the drawn curtains was faint. I was guessing it was getting close to sunset. A glance at his clock showed 5:35. I knew it was accurate. Nick was a gadget guy, and the clock received a signal from Colorado every midnight to reset it from the atomic clock there. His watch was the same way. Why someone had to be that accurate was beyond me. I didn't even wear my wristwatch. The gold and blue afghan Nick's mother had crocheted him was snuggled under my chin, smelling faintly of ivory soap. What I recognized as a pain amulet lay on the nightstand, right beside the fingerstick. Nick thought of everything. If he could have invoked it, he would have. I sat up, looking for him, knowing by the scent of coffee that he was probably nearby. The afghan pulled about me as I swung my feet to the floor. Muscles protesting, I reached for the amulet. My ribs hurt and my back was sore. Head bowed, I pricked my finger for the 3 drops of blood to invoke the charm. Even before I slipped the cord over my head, I felt myself relax in immediate relief. It was all muscle aches and bruises, nothing that wouldn't heal. I squinted in the artificial dusk. An abandoned coffee cup pulled my eyes to a slump of clothes on the chair. It moved in a gentle rhythm, becoming Nick asleep with his long legs sprawled out before him. He was sock-footed, since he wouldn't let shoes on his carpet, and his big feet pulled a smile from me. I sat content to do nothing for the moment. Nick's day started 6 hours earlier than mine, and a faint stubble made early shadows on his long face, slack in slumber. His chin rested on his chest, his short black hair falling to hide his eyes. They opened as a primitive part of him felt my gaze on him. My smile grew as he stretched in the chair, a a sigh slipping from him.
"Hi, Ray,"
he said, his voice pooling like brown puddle warm water about my ankles.
"How are you doing?"
"I'm okay." I was embarrassed that he had witnessed what happened, embarrassed he'd saved me, and heartily glad he had been there to do both. He came to sit beside me, his weight making me slide into him. My breath made a relieved, contented sound as I fell against him. He put his arm around me and gave me a sideways squeeze. I rested my head against his shoulder, taking the scent of old books and sulphur deep into me. Slowly my heartbeat became obvious as I sat and did nothing, taking strength simply from his presence.
"Are you sure you're all right?"
he asked, his hand buried deep in my hair as he held me. I pulled away to look at him. "Yes, thanks. Where's Ivy?" He didn't say anything, and my face went slack in alarm. "She didn't hurt you, did she?" His hand dropped from my hair.
"She's on the floor where I left her."
"Nick!" I protested, pushing myself away from him so I could sit straight. "How could you just leave her there?" I stood, looking for my bag and realizing he hadn't brought it. I was still barefoot, too. "Take me home," I said, knowing the bus wouldn't pick me up. Nick had risen when I did. His face flashed into alarm and his eyes dropped. "Shit," he said under his breath.
"I'm sorry. I thought you said no to her."
His gaze flicked to mine and away. His long face looked pained, disappointed, and red with embarrassment. "Oh, shit, he muttered.
"I'm really sorry. Yeah, come on, I'll get you home. Maybe she hasn't woken up yet. I'm really sorry. I thought you said no. God, I shouldn't have interfered. I thought you said no." He was hunched with discomfort and bewildered. I reached out and pulled him back before he could walk out the bedroom door. "Nick," I said as he jerked to a halt. "I did say no." Nick's eyes widened even farther. His lips parted, and he stood there, seeming unable to even blink. "But you want to go back?"
I sat on the bed and looked up at him. "Well, yeah, she's my friend." I gestured in disbelief. "I can't believe you just left her lying there." Nick hesitated, confusion thick in his pinched eyes.
"But I saw what she tried to do," he said. "She almost bit you. And you want to go back?"
My shoulders slumped and I dropped my gaze to the stain-spotted, ugly yellow carpet. "It was my fault," I said softly. "We were sparring and I was angry." I glanced up. "Not with her, with Eden. Then she got cocky and it ticked me off, so I jumped her, catching her off guard, landed on her back, pulled her head back by her hair, and breathed on her neck." His lips pressed together. Nick lowered himself to sit on the edge of the chair and put his elbows on his knees. "Let me get this straight. You decided to spar with her while you were angry. You waited until you were both emotionally charged, and then you jumped her?" He exhaled loudly through his nose. "Are you sure you didn't want her to bite you?" I made a sour face at him. I did say it wasn't her fault. Not wanting to argue with him, I got up and moved his arms to make a spot for me in his lap. He made a surprised grunt and curved his arms about me as I sat down. I tucked my head against his cheek and shoulder, breathing in his masculine scent. The memory of the vamp saliva-induced euphoria flickered through me and was gone. I hadn't wanted her to bite me. I hadn't. But a niggling thought wouldn't go away that the baser, pleasure-driven side of me might have. I had known better. It hadn't been her fault. And as soon as I could convince myself of that and get out of Nick's lap, I was going to call and tell her so. I snuggled and listened to the traffic as Nick ran a hand over my head. He seemed inordinately relieved. "Nick?" I questioned. "What would you have done if I hadn't said no?" He took a slow breath. "Put your spell pot just inside the door and left," he said, his voice rumbling up through me. I straightened, and he winced as my body weight shifted against him. "You would have let her tear out my throat?" He wouldn't meet my eyes. "Ivy wouldn't have drained you and left you for dead," he said reluctantly. "Even in the frenzy you had her whipped up to.
I heard what she offered you. That was no one-night stand. It was a life commitment."
My demon scar tingled at his words, and frightened, I pushed the feeling away. "Just how long were you standing there?" I asked, going cold with the thought that the nightmare might have been far more than Ivy simply losing control. His grip around me tightened as his eyes failed to reach mine.
"Long enough to hear her ask to make you her scion. I wasn't going to stand in your way if it was something you wanted."
My mouth dropped open, and I pulled my arm from around behind him. "You would have walked away and let her make me into a plaything?" A flash of anger flickered in his brown eyes.
"A scion, Rachel. Not a shadow or plaything, or even a thrall. There's a world of difference."
"You would have walked away," I exclaimed, not willing to get out of his lap for fear pride might make me leave his apartment. "You would have done nothing?" His jaw clenched, but he made no move to dump me onto the floor.
"I am not the one living in a church with a vamp," he said. "I don't know what you want. I can only go on what you tell me and what I see. You live with her. You date me. What am I supposed to think?"
I said nothing, and he added in a softer voice,
"What Ivy wants is not wrong or unusual. It's a cold, scary fact. She's going to need a trustworthy scion in about 40 years or so, and she likes you. To tell you the truth, it's a damn fine offer. But you'd better make up your mind as to what you want before time and vamp pheromones make it for you."
His voice grew halting, reluctant.
"You wouldn't be a plaything. Not with Ivy. And you would be safe with her, untouchable by just about every nasty thing Cincinnati has."
Gaze distant, my thoughts lit on small, seemingly unrelated instances of friction between Ivy and Nick, seeing them in a new light. "She's been hunting me all this time," I whispered, feeling the first hints of real fear. The wrinkles around Nick's eyes creased.
"No, it's not just blood she's after, though an exchange is involved. But I have to be honest, you complement each other like no vamp and scion pair I've seen."
A flicker of unknown emotion swelled and died within his eyes.
"It's a chance at greatness. If you're willing to give up your dreams and bind yourself to hers, you would always be second, but you would be second to a vamp slated to rule Cincinnati."
Nick's hand ceased its motion over my hair.
"If I made a mistake," he said carefully, not looking at me, "and you want to be her scion, then fine. I'll drive you and your toothbrush home and walk away, letting you two finish what I interrupted."
His hand began moving again.
"My only regret will be that I wasn't enough to lure you away from her."
My eyes drifted across Nick's hodgepodge of furniture, hearing the busy traffic outside his apartment. It was so unlike Ivy's church with its wide-open spaces and breathing room. All I had wanted was to be her friend. She desperately needed one, unhappy with herself and wanting to be something more, something clean and pure, something untouched and unsullied. She was trying so hard to escape her vampiric existence, and I knew she harbored a belief that someday I might find a spell to help her. I couldn't leave and destroy the one thing that kept her going. God save me if I was a fool, but I admired her indomitable will and belief that someday she'd find what she sought. Despite the potential threat she posed, her asinine demands for organization, and her strict adherence to structure, she was the first person I'd roomed with who said nothing about my mind slips, like draining the water heater or neglecting to turn off the heat before opening the windows. I'd lost too many friends over such petty arguments. I didn't want to be alone anymore. The scary thing was that Nick was right. We did do well together. And now I had a new fear. I hadn't realized the threat of my vamp scar until she told me. Marked for pleasure and unclaimed. Passed from vampire to vampire until I begged to be bled. Remembering the waves of euphoria and how hard it had been to say no, I saw how easy Ivy's prediction could turn real. Though she hadn't bitten me, I was sure the word on the streets was that I was taken goods and to back off. Damn, how did I get to this place?
"Do you want me to take you back?"
Nick whispered, pulling me close. I shifted my shoulder and molded myself into him. If I was smart, I'd ask his help in moving my stuff out of the church tonight. But what came out of my mouth was a small, "Not yet. I'll call to make sure she's all right, though. I'm not going to be her scion, but I can't leave her to be alone. I said no, and I think she'll respect that."
"What if she doesn't?"
I tucked in closer. "I don't know. Maybe I'll put a bell on her?" He chuckled, but I thought I heard a trace of pain in it. I felt his amusement fade. His chest shifted my head as he breathed. What happened had scared me more than I wanted to admit.
"You aren't under a death threat anymore," he whispered. "Why don't you leave?"
I didn't move, hearing his heartbeat. "I don't have the money," I protested softly. We'd been over this before.
"I told you that you can move in with me."
I smiled, though he couldn't see it, my cheek scraping against his cotton shirt. His apartment was small, but that wasn't why I had always kept our sleepovers to the weekends. He had his own life, and I would get in his way if he had to take me in more than small doses. It would last for a week, and then we would hate each other, I said, knowing from experience it was true. And I'm the only thing keeping her from falling back into being a practicing vamp.
So, let her fall. She's a vampire.
I sighed, not finding the strength to get angry. She doesn't want to be. I'll be more careful. It'll be all right. I put a confident, persuasive tone in my voice, but was left wondering if I was trying to convince him or me.
"Rachel,"
Nick breathed, his breath shifting the hair atop my head. I waited, almost able to hear him trying to decide whether he should say anything more.
"The longer you stay," he said reluctantly, "the harder it's going to be to resist the vamp-induced euphoria. That demon that attacked you last spring pumped more vamp saliva into you than a master vampire. If witches could be turned, you'd be one by now. As it is, I think Ivy could bespell you simply by saying your name, and she's not even dead yet. You're making unsafe rationalizations for staying in an unsafe situation. If you think you will ever want to leave, you should go now. Believe me, I know how good a vampire scar feels when a vamp's need kicks in. I know how deep the lie goes, and how strong the lure."
I sat up, my hand going to cover my neck. "You know?" His eyes went sheepish.
"I went to high school in the Hollows. You don't think I got through that without being bitten at least once?"
My brow rose at his almost guilty look. "You have a vamp bite? Where?" He wouldn't meet my eyes.
"It was a summer fling, and she wasn't dead, so I didn't contract the vamp virus. There wasn't much saliva in it to begin with, so it stays pretty quiet unless I get in a situation where there are a lot of vampire pheromones. It's a trap. You know that, don't you?"
I slumped back into him, nodding. Nick was safe. His scar was old and made by a living vampire barely out of adolescence. Mine was new and laced with so much neurotoxin that Piscari could set it into play with just the weight of his eyes. Nick went still, and I wondered if his scar had flamed to life when he'd walked into the church. It might explain why he had said nothing and simply watched. How good had his scar felt, I wondered, unable to blame him. "Where is it?" I asked slowly. "Your vamp scar." Nick jiggled me farther up onto his lap. "Never mind that, witch," he said playfully. I suddenly became very aware of him pressing up against me, his arms draped around me to keep me from falling off. I glanced at the clock. I had to go to my mom's and get my old ley line stuff before I could do my homework. If I didn't do it tonight, it wouldn't get done. My gaze tilted to Nick's, and he smiled. He knew why I was looking at the clock. "Is this it?" I asked. Shifting on his lap, I pulled the collar of his shirt aside to show a faint white scar on his upper shoulder from a deep scratch. He grinned. "I don't know." I said. "Bet I could tell." As he laced his hands to cradle me about the hips, I undid the 2 top buttons of his shirt. The angle was awkward, and I shifted to straddle his lap, my knees to either side of him. His hands moved to hold me a trifle lower, and arching my eyebrows at our new position, I leaned closer. My fingers went behind his neck, and I nuzzled aside his collar to set my lips against the scar, leaving it with an audible pop. Nick took a noisy breath, shifting under me into more of a slouch so he wouldn't have to hold me from falling. "That's not it," he said. His hand went to my back, tracing a trail down my spine, bumping as he found the waistband of my sweats. "Okay," I murmured, as his fingers tugged the hem of my sweatshirt. He reached up under it, his fingertips making a long tingle across my skin. "I know it isn't this one." Bending over him, I let my hair fall about his chest as I flicked my tongue against first one and the second puncture mark I had given him when I'd been a mink and thought he was a rat trying to kill me. He said nothing, and I carefully worried the 3-month-old scar with gentle teeth. "No," he said, his voice suddenly strained. "You gave me those." "That's right," I breathed, my lips grazing his neck as I steadily worked my way to his ear with little hop kisses. I breathed. "I guess I'll have to do some investigating. You are aware, Mr. Sparagamos, that I am professionally trained in the field of investigation." He said nothing, his free hand making a delicious sensation as he traced a path along the small of my back, testing. I pulled back, and his hands followed the curves of my waist under my sweatshirt with an increasing pressure. I was glad it was near dark, so still and warm. An eager anticipation was in his gaze, and leaning forward to brush the tips of my hair over his face, I whispered, "Close your eyes." His entire body shifted as he sighed, doing as I asked. Nick's touch became more insistent, and I settled my forehead into the crook between his neck and shoulder. Eyes closed, I felt for the buttons on his shirt, enjoying the rising feeling of expectation as each one gave way. I struggled with the last, tugging his shirt out from his jeans. His hands fell from me, and he twisted to pull his shirt free. I tilted my head and gently bit his earlobe. "Don't you dare help," I whispered, his lobe still between my teeth. I shivered as he resumed his touch, his hands warm against my back. All the buttons were undone, and I ran my lips across the faint notches rimming his ear. With a quick motion he reached up, pulling my face to his. His lips were demanding. A soft sound urged me to respond. Had it been him or me? Don't know, don't care. One hand was buried deep in my hair, holding me to him as his lips and tongue explored. His motions grew aggressive, and I pushed him back into the chair, liking his rough touch. He hit the slats with a thump, pulling me down with him. His stubble was prickly, and lips still on mine, he reached around, pulling me close. With a grunt of effort, he lurched to his feet, carrying me. My legs wrapped around him as he moved us to the bed. My lips felt cold as he pulled away, setting me down gently. His arms slipped from me as he knelt over me. I looked up at him. His shirt still on, but open to show lean muscles running down to disappear beneath his waistband. I had tossed one of my arms artfully over my head, and I reached up with the other to draw a line from his chest downward, tugging at his jeans. Buttonfly, I thought in a wash of impatience. God help me, I hated Buttonfly. His dusky smile faltered, and he almost shuddered as I gave up for a moment and reached behind him, tracing the curve of his back, following it as far as I could reach. It wasn't nearly far enough, and I pulled him down toward me. Slumping forward, Nick supported himself on the flat of a forearm. A sigh escaped me as I got my hands to where I wanted them to be. Warm and with a delightful mix of gentle pressure and rough skin, Nick sent his hands searching under my shirt. I ran my hand over his shoulders, feeling his muscles bunch and ease. He scooted lower, and I gasped in surprise as he nuzzled my midriff, his teeth searching for the hem of my sweatshirt. My breath came faster, and a whispered pant of anticipation slipped from me as he tugged my shirt upward, his hands pushing against my waist. Hasty with a sudden need, I dropped my hands from fumbling at his buttonfly to help him get my shirt off. It scraped my nose in passing, taking my amulet with it. My held breath slipped out in a sound of relief. Nick's teeth were a teasing hint as he tugged at my tight-fitting exercise bra. I shuddered, arching my upper back in encouragement. He buried his face at the base of my neck, My demon scar running from my collarbone to my ear gave a knife-edged pulse of feeling, and I froze into a frightened wariness. It had never done that before when I'd been with Nick. I didn't know whether to enjoy it or lump the feeling in with the terror of the scar's origin. Sensing my sudden fear, Nick slowed, his body nudging mine once, twice, then halting. In a slow stillness, he brushed my scar with his lips. I couldn't move as waves of promise raced through me, settling low and insistent in my body. My heart pounded as I compared it to Ivy's vamp pheromone-induced ecstasy and found it identical. It felt too good to dismiss out of hand. Nick hesitated, his breath harsh in my ear. Slowly the feeling ebbed. "Should I stop?" he whispered, his voice husky with need. I closed my eyes, reaching downward to work almost frantically at his button fly. "No," I moaned. "It almost hurts. Be careful." His breath came in a quick sound, matching mine. More insistent, he ran a hand under my bra and made soft kisses against my scarred neck. An unhelped sound escaped me as I got the last of his buttons undone. Nick's lips ghosted up the underside of my chin and found my mouth. His touch was gentle, and I lunged my tongue deep into him. He pushed back, his stubble harsh. Our breath came in tandem. His continuing gentle fingers on my neck sent a sudden spasm through me. I traced my hands down his open shirt to find his jeans. Breath fast, I pushed his clothes down to where I could hook my foot into them and push them all the way off. Hungry for him, I sent my hands searching, stretching to find what I wanted. Nick's breath caught as I grasped him, feeling the tight, smooth skin between my fingers and thumb. His head dropped from mine, burying it between my breasts, nuzzling as my bra had somehow disappeared. He pushed his hips against me, hinting, and I pushed back. My heart pounded. Strong and insistent, my scar sent waves through me, though Nick's searching lips were nowhere near it. I abandoned myself to the demon scar, letting the feeling flow through me. I'd figure out later if it was wrong or not. My hands quickened their motion against him, feeling the difference between him and a male witch, finding it roused me further. Leaving one hand to caress him, I grasped the hand not supporting his weight over me and led him to the drawstring on my sweats. He snatched my wrist, pinning it up over my head on the pillow, refusing to accept my help. A jolt struck through me. He nipped at my neck and darted away, the barest hint of teeth bringing a gasp from me. Nick's hands tugged at my waistband, pulling my sweats and underwear off in a fierce need. I arched my back to help free them from my hips, and a heavy hand pinned my shoulder to the bed. I opened my eyes, and Nick leaned over me and breathed, "My job, witch." But my sweats were gone. I reached downward for him, and he shifted his weight, nudging his knee against the inside of my thigh. Again I arched my lower back, reaching, straining to find him. He fell to cover me. His lips on mine, we began to move against each other. Slowly, almost tauntingly, he moved inside of me. I clutched at his shoulders, racked with tingling jolts as his lips found my neck. "My wrist," he panted in my ear. "Ah, God, Rachel, she bit my wrist." The surges of feeling came in time with our bodies' rhythms, as I hungrily found his wrist. He moaned as I fastened on it. I grazed my teeth across it, sucking hungrily as he did the same on my neck. The ache rose in me, and out of my mind in need I bit Nick's old scar, making it mine, trying to take it away from the one who first marked him. Pain shot through my neck, and I cried out. Nick hesitated, then again pinched a fold of scarred skin between his teeth. I did the same with his wrist to tell him it was all right. Silent with a desperate need, his mouth lunged hungrily into me. Want crept up from within. I felt it swell. I seduced it closer, willing it to happen. Now, I thought, almost crying, "Oh God, make it now!" Together, Nick and I shuddered, our bodies responding as one, as a wave of euphoria washed from me into him. It rebounded, striking me with twofold strength. I gasped, clutching at him. He groaned as if in pain. Again the wave took us, pulling us back. Poised, we hung at the point of climax, trying to hold it forever. Slowly it ebbed, jolts of dying pleasure sending tremors through both of us as the tension eased from us in stages. Nick's weight gradually pressed down atop me. His breath was rough in my ear. Exhausted, I made a conscious effort to unkink my hands from his shoulder. The imprints of my fingers made red lines on his skin. I lay for a moment, feeling a dying tingle from my neck. Then it was gone. I ran my tongue along the inside of my teeth. No blood. I hadn't broken his skin, thank God. Still atop me, Nick shifted his weight so I could breathe easier. "Rachel," he whispered, "I think you almost killed me." Breath slowing, I said nothing, thinking I could forgo my 3-mile run today. My heartbeat eased, filling me with a relaxed lassitude. I pulled his wrist close, eyeing the old scar showing a stark white against the red, roughened skin. I felt a twinge of embarrassment to see I'd given him a hickey. No guilt, though, for having marked him. He'd probably known what would happen better than I had, and my neck was undoubtedly in a similar state. Did I care? Not right now. Maybe later, when my mom spotted it. I gave his tender skin a kiss and set his arm down. "Why did it feel like one of us was a vampire?" I asked. "My demon scar was never that sensitive before. And you—" I left my sentence unfinished. I'd nibbled a good share of his body over the last 2 months, and never provoked such a response in him, not that I was complaining. Looking exhausted, he eased himself off me and fell groaning on the bed. "Must have been from Ivy getting things started," he said. His eyes closed as he faced the ceiling. I'm going to be sore tomorrow." I grabbed the Afghan and pulled it to cover me, cold now without his body heat. Shifting to my side, I leaned close and whispered, "Sure you want me to move out of the church? I think I'm beginning to see why threesomes are so popular in the vamp circles." Nick's eyes opened as he grunted. "You are trying to kill me, aren't you?" Chuckling, I stood, wrapping the Afghan around me. My fingers touched my neck to find the skin sore but unbroken. I wouldn't say it had been wrong to take advantage of the sensitivities Ivy set into play, but the vehement need of it had me concerned, almost too exquisitely intense to control. No wonder Ivy had such a hard time. Thought slow and speculative, I dug about in the bottom drawer of Nick's dresser for one of his old shirts and made my way to his shower. 14. "Hello." Nick's recorded voice came from my answering machine, sounding smooth and polished. "You've reached Morgan, Tamwood, and Jenks of Vampiric Charms Independent Runners. They are currently unavailable. Please leave a message and let us know if you would prefer a daylight or evening return call." I gripped the black plastic of Nick's phone tighter and waited for the beep. Having Nick leave the outgoing message on our machine had been my idea. I liked his voice, and I thought it very posh and professional for us to appear to have a man as a receptionist. Of course, that all went out the window when they saw the church. "Ivy?" I said, wincing at the guilt I could hear in my voice. "Pick up if you're there." Nick walked past me from the kitchen, his hand trailing across my waist as he went into his living room. The phone remained silent, and I rushed to fill the gap before the machine clicked off. "Hey, I'm at Nick's. About earlier. Sorry, it was my fault." I glanced at Nick doing the bachelor tidy shuffle as he swooped about, shoving things out of sight under the couch and behind cushions. "Nick says he's sorry for hitting you." "I do not," he said, and I covered the receiver, thinking her vamp hearing might catch it. "Hey, I continued, I'm going to my mom's to pick up some stuff, but I'll be back around 10. If you get home before me, why don't you pull the lasagna out and we'll have that tonight? We can eat around midnight, make it an early dinner so I can get my homework done." I hesitated, wanting to say more. "Well, I hope you get this," I finished lamely. "Bye." I clicked the phone off and turned to Nick. What if she's still knocked out? His eyes tightened. I didn't hit her that hard. I slumped to lean against the wall. It was painted an icky brown and didn't go with anything else. Nothing in Nick's apartment went with anything else, so it kind of fit, in a warped sort of way. It wasn't that Nick didn't care about the continuity, but that he looked at things differently. The time I found him wearing a blue sock with a black, he had blinked at me and said they were the same thickness. His books, too, weren't catalogued alphabetically. His oldest tomes had no title or author, but by some ranking system I had yet to figure out. They lined an entire wall of his living room, giving me the eerie feeling of being watched whenever I was there. He had tried to get me to store them in my closet for him after his mother dumped them on his doorstep early one morning. I'd kissed him soundly and refused. They creeped me out. Nick leaned into the kitchen and grabbed his keys. The sliding sound of metal pulled me from the wall and to the door. I glanced over my outfit before following him into the hall. Blue jeans, tucked-in black cotton tee, and the flip-flops I used when we swam in his apartment's pool. I'd left them last month and found them washed and hung up in Nick's closet. "I don't have my bag," I muttered as he gave the door a firm tug to lock it. "You want to stop at the church on the way?" His offer didn't sound genuine, and I hesitated. We'd have to cross half of the hollows to get there. It was after sundown. The streets were getting busy, and it would take forever. There wasn't much in my bag in terms of money, and I wouldn't need my charms. I was only going to my mom's. But the thought of Ivy flat out on the floor was intolerable. Could we? He took a slow breath, and with his long face twisted into a stilted expression, he nodded. I knew he didn't want to, and the bother of that made me almost miss the step out of the apartment house and onto the dark parking lot. It was cold. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, but the stars were lost behind the city lights. My feet felt drafty in their flip-flops, and when I clutched my arms about myself, Nick handed me his coat. I shrugged into it, my anger at his reluctance to check on Ivy easing at the warmth and lingering smell of him on the thick fabric. A faint whine came from a street lamp. My dad would have called it a thief light, just enough illumination to let a thief know what he was doing. The sound of our feet was loud, and Nick reached for my door. "I'll get it," he said gallantly, and I smirked as he fought with the handle, grunting as he gave it a final yank and the latch released. Nick had been working his new job for only 3 months, but somehow managed to get a beat-up blue Ford truck already. I liked it. It was big and ugly, which was why he had gotten it so cheap. He said it was the only thing they had on the lot that didn't scrunch his legs up to his chin. The clear coat was peeling and the tailgate was rusting out, but it was transportation. I lurched up and in, putting my feet squarely on the offensive floor mat from the previous owner. As Nick slammed the door shut, the truck shook, but it was the only way to be sure the door wouldn't fly open when we went across the railroad tracks. As I waited for Nick to come around the back, a flickering shadow over the hood caught my eye. I leaned forward, squinting. Something almost smacked the window, and I jumped. "Jenks!" I exclaimed, recognizing him. The glass between us did nothing to hide his agitation. His wings were a gossamer blur, shimmering in the street lamp as he frowned. A floppy, wide-brimmed red hat, looking gray in the uncertain light, was on his head, and his hands were on his hips. My guilty thoughts flashed to Ivy, and I rolled the window down, pushing it along when it got stuck halfway. He darted inside and took off his hat. "When the hell are you two going to get a speakerphone?" he snarled. "I belong to this crappy firm as much as you, and I can't use the phone." He had come from the church? I didn't know he could move that fast. "What did you do to Ivy?" he continued as Nick silently got in and shut his door. "I spent the afternoon with Glenda the Good trying to calm him down after you yelled at his dad, then I come home to find Ivy having hysterics on the bathroom floor." "Is she all right?" I asked, then looked at Nick. "Get me home." Nick started the truck, jerking back as Jenks landed on the gear shift. "She's fine, as much as she ever is," Jenks said, his anger shifting to worry. "Don't go back yet." Jenks flitted up, then down, staring at Nick until the man put his hands back on the wheel. "No," staring at Nick until the man put his hands back on the wheel. "No," the pixie said. "I mean it. Give her some time. She heard your message and is calming down." Jenks flew to sit on the dash before me. "Man, what did you do to her? She was going on and on about not being able to protect you and that Piscari was going to be angry with her and she didn't know what she was going to do if you left." His tiny features grew worried. "Rach, maybe you should move out. This is too weird, even for you." I felt cold at the undead vampire's name. Maybe I hadn't pushed her too far. Maybe Piscari had put her up to it. We would have been fine had she quit when I first said to. He'd probably figured out that Ivy wasn't the dominant one in our odd relationship and wanted her to rectify the situation, the little prick. It wasn't his business. Nick put the car in gear and the tires cracked and popped against the gravel lot. "Church?" he questioned. I glanced at Jenks, and he shook his head. It was the wisp of fear on him that decided it for me. "No," I said. I'd wait, give her time to collect herself. Nick seemed as relieved as Jenks. We pulled out into the traffic, headed for the bridge. "Good," Jenks said. Eyeing my lack of earrings, he vaulted up to sit on the rearview mirror. "What the hell happened anyway?" I rolled my window back up, feeling the coldness of the coming night in the damp breeze. "I pushed her too far while we were working out. She tried to make me tried to bite me. Nick knocked her out with my spell pot." "She tried to bite you?" I looked from the passing night to Jenks, seeing in the light from the car behind us his wings go still, then blur to nothing and go still again. Jenks looked from Nick's embarrassed face to my worried one. "Oh," he said, his eyes widening. "Now I get it. She wanted to bind you to her so only she could make your vamp scar resonate to vamp pheromones. You turned her down. My God, she must be embarrassed. No wonder she's upset." "Jenks, shut up," I said, stifling the urge to grab him and toss him out the window. He would only catch up at the first red light. The pixie flitted to Nick's shoulder, eyeing the lights glowing on the dash. "Nice truck." "Thanks. Stock?" Nick's gaze slid from the taillights of the car ahead to Jenks. "Modified." Jenks's wings blurred, then steadied. "What's your top end? 150 with NOS?" "Damn!" The pixie swore admiringly as he flew back to the rearview mirror. "Check your lines, I smell a leak." Nick's eyes darted to a grimy, obviously not factory-installed lever under the dash before returning to the road. "Thanks, I wondered." Slowly he rolled his window down a crack. No problem." I opened my mouth to ask, then closed it. Must be a guy thing. "So," Jenks drawled, "we going to your mom's?" I nodded. "Yeah, wanna come?" He rose an inch as we hit a pothole, hovering cross-legged. "Sure, thanks. Her rose of Sharon is probably still blooming. Think she'd mind if I took some of the pollen home?" "Why don't you ask her?" "I will." A grin came over him. "You'd better put some makeup on that love bite." "Jenks!" I exclaimed, my hand going to cover my neck. I'd forgotten. My face warmed as Jenks and Nick exchanged looks in some asinine macho thing. God help me. I felt as if I was back in the cave. Me mark woman so Glurg keep his furry hands off her. "Nick," I pleaded, keenly feeling the lack of my bag. "Can I borrow some money? I have to stop at a charm shop." But the only thing more embarrassing than buying a complexion spell is buying one with a hickey on your neck, especially when most of the shop owners knew me. So I opted for autonomy and asked Nick to stop at a gas station. Of course, the spell rack by the register was empty, so I ended up plastering my neck with conventional makeup. Cover girl? Don't you believe it. Nick said it looked all right, but Jenks laughed his wings red. He sat on Nick's shoulder and chatted about the attributes of the pixie girls he had known before meeting Madalena, his wife. The randy pixie kept it up all the way to the outskirts of Cincinnati, where my mom lived, while I tried to touch up my makeup in the visor's mirror. "Left down that street," I said, wiping my fingers off on each other. "It's the third house on the right." Nick said nothing as he pulled to the curb in front of my house. The porch light was on for us, and I swear I saw the curtain flutter. I hadn't been there for a few weeks, and the tree I'd planted with my dad's ashes was turning. The spreading maple was almost shading the garage in the 12 years it had been in the ground. Jenks had already buzzed out Nick's open door, and as Nick leaned to get out, I reached for his arm. "Nick?" I questioned. He paused at the worried tone in my voice, easing back against the age-worn vinyl as I drew my hand away and looked at my knees. I want to apologize for my mom before you meet her," I blurted. He smiled, his long face going soft. He leaned across the front seat and gave me a quick kiss. "Moms are terrible, aren't they?" He got out, and I waited impatiently until he came around and jerked my door open for me. "Nick," I said, as he took my hand and we started up the walk. "I mean it. She's a little whacked. My dad's death really threw her. She's not a psychopath or anything, but she doesn't think about what she's saying. If it comes into her head, it comes out of her mouth." His pinched expression eased.
Is that why I haven't met her yet? I thought it was me.
You? I questioned, then winced inside. Oh, the human witch thing? I said softly, so he wouldn't have to. No. Actually, I had forgotten about that. Suddenly nervous, I checked my hair and felt for my missing bag. My toes were cold, and the flip-flops were loud and awkward on the cement steps. Jenks was hovering beside the porch light, looking like a huge moth. I rang the bell and stood beside Nick. Please make it one of her good days.
I'm glad it wasn't me, Nick said.
Yeah, Jenks said as he landed on my shoulder. Your mom ought to meet him, seeing as he's bonking her daughter and all. Jenks! I exclaimed, then steeled my face as the door opened. Rachel! My mom cried, swooping forward and giving me a hug. I closed my eyes and returned her embrace. She was shorter than I was, and it felt odd. Hairspray caught in my throat over the faint whiff of redwood. I felt bad about not telling her the full truth about quitting the IS and the death threats I'd survived. I hadn't wanted to worry her. Hi, Mom, I said, pulling back. This is Nick Sparagamos, and you remember Jenks? Of course I do. It's good to see you again, Jenks. She stepped back into the threshold, a hand briefly going to her faded, straight red hair, and then her calf-length sweater dress. A knot of worry loosened in me. She looked good, better than last time. The mischievous glint was back in her eyes, and she moved quickly as she ushered us inside. Come in, she said, putting a small hand on Nick's shoulder. Before the bugs follow you. The hall light was on, but it did little to illuminate the shadowy green hallway. Pictures lined the narrow space, and I felt claustrophobic as she gave me another fierce hug, beaming as she pulled away. I'm so glad you came, she said, then turned to Nick. So you're Nick, she said, giving him a once-over, her lower lip between her teeth. She nodded sharply as she saw his scuffed dress shoes, then her lips twisted in thought as she saw my flip-flops.
Mrs. Morgan,
he said, smiling and offering his hand. She took it, and I winced as she pulled him staggering into a hug. She was a great deal shorter than he was, and after his first startled moment, he grinned at me over her head. How wonderful to meet you, she said, as she let him go and turned to Jenks. The pixie had put himself at the ceiling. Hi, Mrs. Morgan, you look nice tonight, he said warily, dipping slightly. Thank you, she smiled, her few wrinkles deepening. The house smelled like spaghetti sauce, and I wondered if I should have warned Mom that Nick was human. Well, come all the way in. Can you stay for lunch? I'm making spaghetti. No problem to make a little more. I couldn't help my sigh as she led the way to the kitchen. Slowly I started to relax. Mom seemed to be watching her mouth more than usual. We entered the kitchen, bright from the overhead light, and I breathed easier. It looked normal, human normal. My mom didn't do much spelling anymore, and only the dissolution vat of salt water by the fridge and the copper spell pot on the stove gave anything away. She had been in high school during the turn, and her generation was very discreet. We just came by to pick up my ley line stuff, I said, knowing my idea to get it and run was a lost cause since the copper pot was full of boiling water for pasta. It's no trouble, she said, as she added a sheaf of spaghetti, ran her eyes down Nick, then added another. It's after 7. You're hungry, aren't you, Nick?
Yes, Mrs. Morgan,
he said, despite my pleading look. She turned from the stove, content. And you, Jenks, I don't have much in the yard, but you're welcome to what you can find, or I can mix up some sugar water if you'd like. Jenks brightened. Thank you, ma'am, he said, flitting close enough to send the wisps of her red hair waving. I'll check the yard. Would you mind if I gather the pollen from your rose of Sharon? It will do my youngest a world of good this late in the season. My mother beamed. Of course, help yourself. Those damned fairies have just about killed everything looking for spiders. Her eyebrows arched, and I froze in a moment of panic. She had a thought, no telling what it was. Might you happen to have any children who would be interested in a late summer job? She asked, and my breath escaped in a relieved sound. Jenks landed on her offered hand, wings glowing a satisfied pink. Yes, ma'am, my son Jax would be delighted to work your yard. He and my 2 eldest daughters would be enough to keep the fairies out. I'll send them tomorrow before sunup if you like. By the time you have your first cup of coffee, there won't be a fairy in sight." "Marvelous!" my mother exclaimed. "Those damn bastards have been in my yard all summer, drove my wrens away." Nick started at the foul word coming from such a mild-looking lady, and I shrugged. Jenks flew an arching path from the back door to me in an unspoken request for me to open it. "If you don't mind," he said, hovering by the knob, "I'll just nip out and take a look. I don't want them running into anything unexpected. He's just a boy, and I want to be sure he knows what to watch out for." "Excellent idea," my mother said, her heels clacking on the white linoleum. She flicked on the backlight and let him out. "Well," she said as she turned, eyeing Nick. "Sit down, please. Would you like something to drink? Water? Coffee? I think I have a beer somewhere."
"Coffee would be great, Mrs. Morgan," Nick said, as he pulled a chair from under the table and lowered himself into it. I opened the fridge for the coffee, and my mom took the bag of grounds out of my hands, fussing with soft mother sounds until I sat beside Nick. The scraping of my chair was loud, and I wished she wasn't making such a fuss. Nick grinned, clearly enjoying my disquiet. "Coffee?" she said as she puttered about. "I admire a man who likes coffee with lunch. You have no idea how glad I am to meet you, Nick. It's been so long since Rachel brought a boy home. Even in high school she wasn't much for dating. I was starting to wonder if she was going to lean the other way, if you know what I mean." "Mom!" I exclaimed, feeling my face go as red as my hair. She blinked at me. "Not that there's anything wrong with that," she amended, scooping out the grounds and filling the filter. I couldn't look at Nick, hearing the amusement in him as he cleared his throat. I put my elbows on the table and dropped my head into my hands. "But you know me," my mother added, her back to us as she put the coffee away. I cringed, waiting for whatever was going to come out of her mouth. "I'm of the mind that it's better to have no man than the wrong one. Your father, now, he was the right man." Sighing, I looked up. If she was talking about Dad, she wouldn't be talking about me. "Such a good man," she said, motion slow as she went to the stove. She stood sideways so she could see us as she took the lid off the sauce and stirred it. "You need the right man to have children with. We were lucky with Rachel," she said. "Even so, we almost lost her." Nick sat up interested. "How so, Mrs. Morgan?" Her face went long in an old worry, and I rose to plug the coffee maker in, since she had forgotten. The Cummings story was embarrassing, but it was a known embarrassment, much better than what she might come up with, especially after having mentioned children. I sat down beside Nick as my mom started in with the usual opening line. "Rachel was born with a rare blood disease," she said. "We had no idea it was there, just waiting for an inopportune match to show itself." Nick turned to me, his eyebrows raised. "You never told me that." "Well, she doesn't have it anymore," my mother said. "The nice woman at the clinic explained everything, saying that we were fortunate with Rachel's older brother, and that we had a 1 out of 4 chance that my next child would be like Rachel." "That sounds like a genetic disorder," he said. "You usually don't get better from those." My mother nodded and turned the flame down under the boiling pasta. "Rachel responded to a course of herbal remedies and traditional medications. She's our miracle baby." Nick didn't look convinced, so I added, "My mitochondria were kicking out this odd enzyme, and my white blood cell thought it was an infection. They were attacking healthy cells as if they were invaders, mostly the bone marrow and anything that had to do with blood production. All I know was I was tired all the time. The herbal remedies helped, but it was when puberty kicked in that everything seemed to settle down. I'm fine now, except for being sensitive to sulfur, but it did shorten my lifespan by about 10 years. At least that's what they tell me." Nick touched my knee under the table. "I'm sorry." I flashed him a smile. "Hey, what's 10 years? I wasn't supposed to make it to puberty." I didn't have the heart to tell him that even with 10 years sliced off my life expectancy, I was still going to live decades past him, but he probably already knew that. "Monty and I met at school, Nick," my mother said, bringing the conversation back to its original topic.
I knew she didn't like talking about the first 12 years of my life. It was so romantic. The university had just started their paranormal studies, and there was a lot of confusion about prerequisites. Anyone could take anything. I had no business being in a ley line class, and the only reason I signed up for it was because the gorgeous hunk of witch in front of me at the registrar's office was, and all my alternate classes were full. Her spoon in the pot slowed, and steam wafted over her. "Funny how fate seems to push people together sometimes," she said softly. "I took that class to sit next to one man, but ended up falling in love with his best friend." She smiled at me. "Your father. All three of us partnered for the lab. I would have flunked if it hadn't been for Monty. I'm not a ley line witch, and since Monty couldn't stir a spell to save his life, he set all my circles for me the next 2 years in return for me invoking all his charms for him until he graduated." I'd never heard this one before, and I rose to get 3 coffee mugs. My gaze fell upon a pot of red sauce. Brow pinching, I wondered if there was a tactful way to spill it down the garbage disposal. She was cooking in her spell pot again, too. I hoped she had remembered to wash it in salt water, or lunch might be a bit more interesting than usual. "How did you and Rachel meet?" my mother asked, as she nudged me away from the pot and set a loaf of frozen bread to bake in the oven. Eyes suddenly wide, I shook my head in warning at Nick. His eyes flicked from me to my mother. A sporting event." "The Howlers?" she questioned. Nick looked to me for help, and I sat beside him. "We met at the rat fights, Mom," I said. "I bet on the mink, and he bet on the rat." "Rat fights?" she said, making a face. "Nasty business, that. Who won?" "They got away," Nick said, his eyes soft on mine. "We always imagined they escaped together and fell madly in love and are living in the city's sewers somewhere." I choked back a laugh, but my mother let hers flow freely. My heart seemed to catch at the sound. I hadn't heard her laugh in delight in a long time. "Yes," she said as she set her oven mitts aside. "I like that. Minks and rats, just like Monty and me with no more children." I blinked, wondering how she had jumped from rats and minks to her and Dad, and how that related to them not having any more children. Nick leaned close and whispered, "Minks and rats can't procreate either." My mouth opened in a silent O, and I thought that perhaps his odd way of seeing the world might understand my mother better than I did. "Nick, dear," my mom said as she gave the sauce a quick clockwise turn, "you don't have a cellular disease in your family, do you?" "Oh, no," I thought in panic, as Nick answered evenly, "No, Mrs. Morgan." "Call me Alice," she said. "I like you. Marry Rachel and have lots of kids." "Mom!" I exclaimed. Nick grinned, enjoying it. "But not right away," she continued. "Enjoy your freedom together for a while. You don't want children until you're ready. You are practicing safe sex, yes?" "Mother!" I shouted. "Shut up! God help me get through this night." She turned, one hand on her hip, the other holding the dripping spoon. "Rachel, if you didn't want me to bring it up, you should have spelled your hickey." I stared at her, my mouth agape. Mortified, I rose and pulled her into the hall. "Excuse us," I managed, seeing Nick grinning. "Mom," I whispered in the safety of the hall, "you ought to be on medication, you know that?" Her head drooped. "He seems like a nice man. I don't want you to drive him away like you do all your other boyfriends. I loved your father so. I just want you to be that happy." Immediately my anger fizzled to nothing, seeing her standing alone and upset. My shoulders shifted in a sigh. I should come over more often, I thought. "Mom," I said, "he's human." "Oh," she said softly. "Guess there isn't much safer sex than that, is there?" I felt bad as the weight of that simple statement fell on her, and I wondered if it might change her opinion of Nick. There could never be any children between Nick and me. The chromosomes didn't line up right. Finding that out for sure had been the end of a long-running controversy among Inderlanders, proving that witches, unlike vamps and wares, were a separate species from humans, as much as pixies or trolls. Vamps and wares, whether bitten or born to their status, were only modified humans. Though witches mimicked humanity almost perfectly, we were as different as bananas from fruit flies at a cellular level. With Nick, I would be barren. I had told Nick the first time our cuddling turned to something more intent, afraid he would notice if something didn't look quite right. I had been almost sick with the thought he would react in disgust about the different species thing. Then I almost cried when his only wide-eyed question had been, "It all looks and works the same, doesn't it?" At the time, I honestly hadn't known. We had answered the question together. Flushing at such thoughts in front of my mother, I gave her a weak smile. She returned it, pulling her slight body up straight. "Well," she said, "I'll go open a jar of Alfredo, then." Tension drained from me, and I gave her a hug. Her grip had a new tightness to it, and I responded in kind. I'd missed her. "Thanks, Mom," I whispered. She patted my back, and we stepped apart. Not meeting eyes, she turned to the kitchen. "I've an amulet in the bathroom if you want it. 3rd drawer down." She took a breath, and with a cheerful face headed into the kitchen with quick, short steps. I listened for a moment, deciding nothing had changed as she chattered happily to Nick about the weather while packing the tomato-based sauce away. Relieved, I thumped down the shadowed hall in my flip-flops. My mom's bathroom looked eerily like Ivy's, minus the fish in the bathtub. I found the amulet, and after washing off the cover girl, I invoked the spell, pleased at the result. A final primp and sigh at my hair, and I hustled back to the kitchen. No telling what my mom would tell Nick if I left her alone with him too long. Sure enough, I found them together with their heads almost touching as she pointed at the photo album. He had a cup of coffee in his hands, the steam drifting between them. "Mom," I complained, "this is why I never bring anyone over." Jenks's wings made a harsh clatter as he rose from my mother's shoulder. "Aw, lighten up, witch. We've already got past the naked baby pictures." I closed my eyes to gather my strength. Moving with a happy swing in her step, my mother went to stir the Alfredo sauce. I took her place by Nick, pointing down. "That's my brother, Robert," I said, wishing he would return my phone calls. "And there's my dad," I said, feeling a soft emotion fill me. I smiled back at the photo, missing him. "He looks nice," Nick said. "He was the best." I turned the page, and Jenks landed on it, hands on his hips as he strolled over my life, carefully arranged in neat little rows and columns. "That's my favorite picture of him," I said, tapping an unlikely-looking group of 11- and 12-year-old girls standing before a yellow bus. We were all sunburned, our hair 3 shades lighter than usual. Mine was cropped short and stuck out all over. My dad was standing beside me, a hand on my shoulder as he smiled at the camera. I felt a sigh slip from me. "Those are all my friends at camp," I said, thinking my there had been some of my best summers. "Look," I said, pointing. "You can see the lake. It was up in New York somewhere. I only went swimming once, since it was so cold, made my toes cramp up." "I never went to camp," Nick said, looking at the faces intently. "It was one of those Make-A-Wish camps," I said. "They kicked me out when they figured out that I wasn't dying anymore." "Rachel," my mother protested. "Not everyone there was dying." "Most were." My mood went somber as my gaze roved over the faces, and I realized I was probably the only one in the picture still alive. I tried to remember the name of the thin, black-haired girl standing beside me, not liking it when I couldn't. She had been my best friend. "Rachel was asked not to come back after she lost her temper," my mom said, "not because she was getting well. She got it into her head to punish a little boy for teasing the girls." "Little boy?" I scoffed. "He was older than everyone else there and a bully." "What did you do?" Nick asked, a glint of amusement in his brown eyes. I got up to put coffee in my mug. "Threw him into a tree." Jenks snickered, and my mother rapped the spoon on the side of the saucepot. "Don't be modest. Rachel tapped the ley line the camp was built on and threw him 30 feet up." Jenks whistled, and Nick's eyes grew wide. I poured out the coffee, embarrassed. It hadn't been a very good day. The brat had been about 15 and was tormenting the girl whose shoulder my arm was draped over in the picture. I had told him to leave her alone, and when he pushed me down, I lost it. I hadn't even known how to draw on a ley line. It just kind of happened. The kid landed in a tree, fell, and cut his arm. There had been so much blood, I got scared. The young vamps in the camp all had to take a special overnight trip across the lake until they could dig up the dirt he had bled on and burn it. My dad had to fly up and sort things out. It was the first time I had used ley lines, and basically the last until I went to college, since my dad had tanned my hide but good. I'd been lucky they hadn't made me leave right then and there. I went back to the table, looking at him smiling at me from the photo. "Mom, can I have this picture? I lost mine this spring when a misaligned spell took them out." I met Nick's eyes, the shared understanding in them reassuring me he'd say nothing about my death threats. My mom sidled close. "That's a nice one of your father," she said, pulling the photo out and handing it to me before she went back to the stove. I sat down in my chair and looked at the faces, searching for a name for any of them. I could recall none. It bothered me. Rachel?" Nick said, peering down at the album. "What? Amanda?" I silently asked the dark-haired girl. "Was that your name?" Jenks's wings flashed into motion, sending my hair to dance about my face. "Holy crap!" he exclaimed. I looked down to the picture that had been under the one, now in my hand, and felt my face go white. It was the same day, since the background was of the bus, but this time, instead of being surrounded by pre-adolescent girls, my dad was next to a man who was a dead ringer for an older Trent Kalamack. My breath wouldn't come out. The two men were smiling, squinting against the sun. They had an arm companionably about each other's shoulders and were clearly happy. I exchanged frightened looks with Jenks. "Mom?" I finally managed. "Who is this?" She came close, making a small sound of surprise. "Oh, I had forgotten I had that one. That's the man who owned the camp. Your father and he were such good friends. It broke your dad's heart when he died, and so tragically, too, not 6 years after his wife. I think that was part of the reason your dad lost the will to fight. They died only a week apart, you know." "No, I didn't," I whispered, staring down. It wasn't Trent, but the resemblance was eerie. It had to be his father. My dad had known Trent's father? I put a hand to my stomach in a sudden thought. I had gone to camp with a rare blood disease and left every year feeling better. Trent dabbled in genetic research. His father might have done the same. My recovery had been called a miracle. Perhaps it had been outlawed, immoral genetic manipulation. God help me, I breathed. 3 summers at camp, months of not waking until almost sundown, the unexplained soreness in my hip, the nightmares I still occasionally woke from, of a cloying vapor. How much? I wondered. What had Trent's father taken from my dad in payment for the life of his daughter? Had he exchanged it for his own? "Rachel?" Nick said. "Are you okay?" "No." I concentrated on breathing, staring at the picture. "Can I have this one too, Mom?" I asked, hearing my voice as if it weren't my own. "Oh, I don't want it," she said, and I slipped it out, fingers trembling. "That's why it was underneath. You know I can't throw anything of your father's away." "Thanks," I whispered. 15. I wedged one of my fuzzy pink slippers off and dismally scratched the back of my calf with my toe. It was after midnight, but the kitchen was bright, gleams of fluorescent light reflecting off my copper spell pots and hanging utensils. Standing at the stainless steel island, I ground the pestle into the mortar, pulping the wild geranium into a green paste. Jenks had found it in a vacant lot for me, trading one of his precious mushrooms for it. The pixie clan that worked the lot had gotten the better end of the deal, but I think Jenks felt sorry for them. Nick had made us sandwiches about a half an hour ago, and the lasagna was put away into the fridge, still hot. My bologna sandwich had been tasteless. I didn't think I could blame it all on the fact that Nick hadn't put ketchup on it, as I asked, saying he couldn't find any in the fridge. Stupid human foible. I'd find it endearing if it didn't tick me off so much. Ivy had yet to show, and I wouldn't eat the lasagna by myself in front of Nick. I wanted to talk to her, but I'd have to wait until she was ready. She was the most private person I knew, not even telling herself what her feelings were until she found a logical reason to justify them. Bob the fish swam in my next to the largest spell pot, beside me on the counter. I was going to use him as my familiar. I needed an animal, and fish were animals, right? Besides, Jenks would flip out if I so much as hinted at a kitten, and Ivy had given her owls to her sister after one narrowly escaped being torn apart when it caught Jenks's youngest daughter. Jezebel was fine. The owl might be able to fly again, someday. Depressed, I continued to grind the leaves to a pulp. Earth magic held more power when made between sunset and midnight, but tonight I was having difficulty concentrating, and it was already past 1. My thoughts kept circling back to that photo and the Make-A-Wish camp. A heavy sigh escaped me. Nick looked up from the opposite side of the counter where he was perched on a bar stool, finishing off the last of the bologna sandwiches. "Give it up, Rachel," he said, smiling to soften his words, clearly knowing where my thoughts lay. "I don't think you've been tampered with, and even if you were, how could anyone prove it?" I let the pestle fall still and pushed the mortar away. "My father died because of me," I said. "If it hadn't been for me and my damned blood disease, he'd still be here. I know it." His long face went sad. "In his mind, it was probably his fault you were sick." That made me feel a whole lot better, and I slumped where I stood. "Maybe they were just friends, like your mom said," Nick offered. "And maybe Trent's father tried to blackmail my dad into something illegal and died because he wouldn't do it. At least he had taken Trent's dad with him." Nick stretched his long arm out to snag the photos still on the counter where I'd dropped it. "I don't know," he said, his voice soft as he gazed at it. "They look like friends to me." I wiped my hands off on my jeans and leaned to take the picture. My eyes crinkled as I scanned my dad's face. Sealing my emotions away, I handed it back. "I didn't get well because of herbal remedies and spells. I've been tampered with." It was the first time I had said it aloud, and my stomach tightened. "But you're alive," he offered. I turned away and measured 6 cups of spring water. The tinkling as it ran into my largest copper pot sounded loud. "What if it got out?" I asked, unable to look at him. "They'd pack me up and put me away on some frozen island like I was a leper, afraid whatever he did to me might mutate into something and start another plague." "Oh, Rachel," Nick slipped from his stool. Anxious, I busied myself, needlessly drying the measuring cup. He came up behind me, giving me a backward hug before turning me around to face him. "You're not a plague waiting to happen," he cajoled, meeting my eyes. "If Trent's father cured your blood disease, then he did. But it was just that. He fixed it. Nothing's going to happen. See? I'm still here." He smiled. "Alive and everything." I sniffed, not liking that it bothered me so much. "I don't want to owe him anything." "You don't. This was between your father and Trent, and that's assuming it even happened." His hands were warm around my waist. My feet were between his, and I laced my fingers behind his back and balanced my weight against his own. "Just because your dad and Trent's father knew each other, it doesn't mean anything," he said. "Right," I thought sarcastically. We let go of each other at the same time, stepping reluctantly away. While Nick stuck his head in the pantry, I checked over my recipe for the transfer medium. The text I had for binding a familiar was in Latin, but I knew the scientific names of the plants enough to follow it. I was hoping Nick would help me with the incantation. "Thanks for keeping me company," I said, knowing he had a half-day shift at the university tomorrow and a night shift at the museum. If he didn't leave soon, he wouldn't get any sleep before he had to go to work. Nick glanced at the black hallway as he sat down on his stool with a bag of chips. "I was hoping to be here when Ivy came back. Why don't you spend the night at my house?" My lips curled in a smile. "I'll be fine. She won't come home until she's calmed down. But if you're going to stay for a while, how about sketching some pentagrams for me?" The crackle of plastic stopped. Nick looked at my black paper and silver chalk stacked suspiciously on the counter, then to me. Amusement lit his eyes, and he finished rolling down the edges of the bag. "I'm not going to do your homework, Ray Ray." "I know what they look like," I protested, putting the clippings of my hair into the spell pot and pushing them down with my ceramic spoon until they sank. "I promise I'll copy them myself later, but if I don't hand them in tomorrow, she'll flunk me, and Eden will deduct the cost of tuition from my fee. It's not fair. Nick, the woman has it in for me." Nick ate a chip, skepticism pouring from him.
"You know them,"
Nodded, and he wiped his hand on his jeans before pulling my textbook closer.
"All right,"
he challenged as he tilted the book so I couldn't see.
"What does a pentagram of protection look like?"
My breath escaped me in a relieved whoosh, and I added the sanical decoction I'd prepared earlier, standard graph with 2 braided lines in the outer circle.
"Okay. How about divination?"
New moon sketched at the points and a Mobius strip in the center for balance. The amused glint in Nick's eye turned to surprise. "Summoning," he prompted. I smiled and dropped the pulped wild geranium into the brew. The bits of green hung suspended as if the water were a gel. Cool. "Which one? Summoning internal power or a physical entity?"
"Both."
Internal power has acorns and oak leaves in the midpoints, and summoning an entity uses a Celtic chain binding the points. Smug at his obvious surprise, I adjusted the flame onto the pot and dug in my silverware drawer for a fingerstick.
"Okay, I'm impressed."
The book slipped down, and he grabbed a handful of chips. "You'll copy them for me?" I asked, delighted.
"Promise you'll do them yourself later?"
"Deal," I said cheerfully. I had already finished the short essays. Now all I had to do was make Bob my familiar, and I'd be set. Piece of cake. I looked at Bob and cringed. Yeah, piece of cake. "Thanks," I said softly, as Nick straightened my black drawing paper by tapping the ends on the counter.
"I'll make them sloppy so she thinks you did them,"
he said. I gave him a raised eyebrow look. "Thanks a lot," I amended dryly, and he grinned. Done with the brew, I jabbed my finger and massaged out 3 drops of blood. The scent of redwood blossomed as they plunked into the pot, and the spell quickened. So far so good.
"Earth witches don't use pentagrams,"
Nick said as he sharpened the chalk by rubbing it against a piece of scrap paper.
"How come you know them?"
Careful to keep my bloodied finger clear, I polished my scrying mirror with the velveteen scarf borrowed from Ivy. A shudder sifted through me at the cold feel of it. I hated scrying. It gave me the willies. "From those pentagram jelly glasses?" I said. Nick looked up, the lost look on his face making me feel good for some reason. "You know, those jelly jars you can use for juice glasses when they're empty? These had pentagrams on the bottom and their uses written on the side. I lived on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that year." My mood went soft at the memory of my dad quizzing me over toast. Nick rolled his sleeves up and started sketching.
"I thought I was bad for digging to the bottom of my cereal box for the toy."
I was done with the prep work and ready to do some serious spelling. Time to set my circle. "In or out?" I asked, and Nick looked up from my homework, blinking. Seeing his confusion, I added, "I'm ready to set my circle. Do you want to be in it or out of it?" He hesitated.
"You want me to move?"
"Only if you want to be out of it." His look turned incredulous.
"You're going to enclose the entire island?"
"Is that a problem?"
"No."
Nick scooted his bar stool closer.
"Witches must be able to hold more ley line power than humans. I can't make a circle much bigger than 3 feet across."
I smiled. "I don't know. I'd ask Dr. Anders if she wouldn't make me feel like an idiot. I think it depends. My mom can't hold a circle bigger than 3 feet either. So, in or out?" "In?" My breath slipped from me in relief. "Good. I was hoping you'd say that." Leaning over the counter, I plunked my spell book down beside him. "I need your help translating this."
"You want me to do your homework and help you bind your familiar too?"
he protested. I winced. The only spell I could find in my books was in Latin. Nick looked at me in disbelief.
"Rachel, I sleep at night."
I glanced at the clock above the sink. "It's only 1:30. Sighing, he slid the book to him. I knew he wouldn't be able to resist once he started, and sure enough, his mild annoyance shifted to hot interest before he had read more than a paragraph.
Hey, this is old Latin.
I leaned across the counter until my shadow covered the print. I can read the plant names, and I'm sure I made the transfer medium right, as it's standard, but the incantation is iffy. He wasn't listening anymore, his brow furrowed as he ran a long finger under the text.
Your circle needs to be modified to resolve and gather power.
Thanks, I said, glad he was going to help. I didn't mind muddling through most things, but spelling was an exact science, and just the idea that I needed a familiar made me uncomfortable. Most witches had them, but leyline witches needed them as a matter of safety. Dividing one's aura helped prevent a demon from pulling you into the ever-after. Poor Bob. Nick went back to sketching pentagrams for me, glancing up as I pulled my 20-pound bag of salt from under the counter and set it thumping on top. Acutely aware of his eyes on me, I scraped a handful from the clumping mass. At Ivy's insistence, I had blown off the security deposit and etched a shallow circle in the linoleum. Ivy had helped. Actually, Ivy had done all of it, using a string and chalk contraption to be sure the circle was perfect. I'd sat on the counter and let her have at it, knowing it would tick her off if I got in her way. The result was an absolutely perfect circle. She had even taken a compass and marked true north with black nail polish to show me where to start my circle. Now, peering down to find the black dot, I carefully sifted salt, moving clockwise around the island until I found my starting point. I added the doodads for protection and divination, put the green candles at the appropriate places, then lit them from the flame that I'd used to make the transfer medium. Nick watched with half his attention. I liked that he accepted me as a witch. When we had met, I'd worried that since he was one of the few humans who practiced the black arts, I would eventually have to smack him up and turn him in. But Nick had taken demonology to improve his Latin and get through a language development class, not to summon demons. And the novelty of a human who accepted magic with such ease was a definite turn-on. "Chance to leave," I said as I turned the gas burner off and moved the media to the center island. Nick made a noise deep in his throat, setting his perfect pentagram aside and starting on the next. Envious of his smooth, straight lines, I pushed my paraphernalia aside to make a clear spot on the counter across from him. The memory of being punished for having unknowingly tapped into a ley line and flinging the camp bully into a tree flashed through me. I thought it stupid that my dislike of ley lines might stem from the childhood incident, but I knew it was more than that. I didn't trust ley line magic. It was too easy to lose sight of which side one's magic was on. With earth witchcraft, it was easy. If you have to slaughter goats, it's probably a good bet it's black magic. Ley line magic required a death penalty, too, so it is a more nebulous death taken from your soul, much harder to quantify and easier to dismiss until it's too late. The cost for white ley line witchcraft was negligible, tantamount to me pulling weeds and using them in my spelling. But the unfiltered power available through ley lines was seductive. It took a strong will to stick to self-imposed limits and remain a white ley line witch. The boundaries that looked so reasonable and prudent when set often seemed foolish or timid when the strength of a line coursed through you. I'd seen too many friends go from the pulling weeds analogy to slaughtering goats without even realizing they'd made the jump to the black arts, and they never listened, saying I was jealous or a fool. Eventually I'd find myself hauling their asses down to the IS lockup when they put a black charm on the cop who pulled them over for going 50 in a 35 zone. Maybe that was why I couldn't keep my friends. Those were the ones that bothered me, basically good people who had been tempted by a power greater than their will. They were pitiable, their souls slowly eaten away to pay for the black magic they played with. But it was the professional black witches who scared me, those strong enough to foster the soul death onto someone else to pay for their magic. Eventually, though, the soul death found its way home, probably dragging a demon along with it. All I knew was there was screaming and blood and great big booms that shook the sky. And then I didn't have to worry about that particular witch anymore. I wasn't that strong of will. I knew it, accepted it, and avoided the problem by shunning ley lines whenever I could. I hoped that taking a fish as my familiar wasn't the start of a new push, but just a speed bump in my current road. Glancing at Bob, I vowed that's all it would be. All witches had familiars, and there was nothing in that binding spell that would hurt anyone. Taking a slow breath, I closed my eyes to prepare myself for the coming disorientation of connecting to a ley line. Slowly, I willed my second sight into focus. The stench of burnt amber tickled my nose. An unseen wind shifted my hair, though the kitchen window was closed. It was always windy in the ever after. I imagined the walls that surrounded me becoming transparent, and in my mind's eye they did. My second sight strengthened, and the sensation of being outside grew until the mental scenery beyond the walls of the church became as real as the counter, unseen under my fingers. Eyes closed to block my mundane vision. I glanced over the non-existent kitchen with my mind's eye. Nick didn't show up at all, and the memory of the church's walls had vanished to faint, silvery chalk lines. Through them I could see the surrounding landscape. It was park-like, with a glowing red haze reflecting off the bottom of clouds where Cincinnati would be, hiding behind the stunted trees. It was common knowledge that the demons had their own city, built on the same ley lines as Cincinnati. The trees and plants carried a similar reddish glow, and though no wind whispered through the linden tree outside the kitchen, the branches of the stunted ever-after trees tossed in the wind that lifted my hair. There were people who got off on the discrepancies between reality and the ever-after, but I thought it freaking uncomfortable. Someday I'd go up Carew Tower and look at the broken, glowing demon city with my second sight. My stomach tightened. Yeah, sure I would. My gaze was drawn to the graveyard by the stark, almost glowing white tombstones. They and the moon were the only things that seemed to exist without that red glow, unchanged in both worlds, and I stifled a shudder. The ley line made a solid-looking red smear running due north at head height above the tombstones. It was small, not even 20 yards, I guessed, but so underused that it seemed stronger than the enormous ley line the university straddled. Conscious that Nick was probably watching with his own second sight, I stretched out my will and touched the ribbon of power. I staggered, forcing my eyes to remain shut as my grip tightened on the counter. My pulse leapt and my breath quickened. Swell, I whispered, thinking the force surging into me seemed stronger than the last time. I stood and did nothing as the influx continued, trying to equalize our strengths. My fingertips tingled and my toes ached as it backwashed at my theoretical extremities, which mirrored my real ones. Finally it began to balance, and a trace of energy left me to rejoin the line. It was as if I was part of a circuit, and the ley line's passage left a growing residue that made me feel slimy. The link with the ley line was heady, and no longer able to keep my eyelids closed, they flew open. My cluttered kitchen replaced the silver outlines. Queasy with disorientation, I tried to reconcile my mind's eye with my more mundane vision, using them simultaneously. Though I couldn't see Nick with my second sight, it would cast shadows upon him through my usual vision. Sometimes there was no difference, but I was willing to bet Nick wouldn't be one of those people. Our eyes met, and I felt my face go slack. His aura was rimmed in black. It wasn't necessarily bad, but it pointed to an uncomfortable direction. His narrow build looking gaunt, and where his bookish mien gave him a scholarly air before, now it had undertones of danger. But what shocked me was the black circular shadow upon his left temple. It was where the demon he had saved me from had put its mark, an IOU that Nick would someday have to repay. Immediately I looked at my wrist. My skin showed only the usual upraised scar in the shape of a circle with a line running through it. That didn't mean that was all Nick could see, though. Holding my arm up, I asked him, "Is it glowing black?" He nodded solemnly, his usual appearance starting to overshadow his threatening look as my mind's eye began to falter under the strength of my mundane sight. "It's the demon mark, isn't it?" I said, as I ran my fingers over my wrist. I didn't see any hint of black, but I couldn't see my aura either. "Yes," he said softly. "Did, anyone tell you that you look really different while channeling a ley line?" I nodded, my balance wavering as the two realities clashed. Different was better than scary as all hell, which is what Ivy had called me once. "Do you want out of the circle? I haven't closed it yet." "No." Immediately I felt better. A properly closed circle couldn't be broken except by its maker. He didn't mind being trapped inside with me, and his show of trust was gratifying. "All right, then, here goes." Taking a steadying breath, I mentally moved the narrow rim of salt from this dimension to the ever-after. My circle made the jump with the sharpness of a snapping rubber band against my skin. I started as the salt winked out of existence, replaced with an equal ring of ever-after. The spine-tingling jolt was expected, but it got me every time. "I hate it when it does that," I said as I glanced at Nick. But he was staring at my circle. "Whoa," he breathed in awe. "Look at that. Did you know they were going to do that?" I followed his gaze to the candles, and my jaw dropped. They had gone transparent. The flames still flickered, but the green wax glowed with an utterly unreal look. Nick slid from his stool, edging carefully around the counter to avoid hitting the circle. He crouched by one of the candles, and I almost panicked when he extended a finger to touch it. "No!" I shouted, and he jerked his hand back. I think they shifted to the ever-after with the salt. I don't know what touching them will do. Just don't, okay?" He nodded as he stood. Looking properly cowed, he went back to his stool. He didn't pick up the chalk, though. He was going to watch. I smiled weakly at him, not liking that I was at such a disadvantage with ley line magic. But if I followed the recipe, I'd be fine. All but the barest remnant of power I had drawn from the ley line was now running through my circle. I could feel it pressing against my skin. The molecule-thin slice of the ever-after was a red smear between me and the rest of the world, making a dome arching just over my head. Nothing could get through the bands of alternating realities. The oblong sphere was mirrored below me as well, and if it had run into any pipes or electrical lines, the circle would not have been perfect, but vulnerable to breakage at that point. Though most of the ley line force had gone into sealing the circle, there was already a secondary build-up beginning in me. It was slower, almost insidiously so. It would continue until I broke the circle and disconnected from the ley line. Ley line witches knew how to properly store power, but I didn't, and if I remained connected to the line too long, it would drive me insane. The bare hour I'd need would come nowhere near too long. Satisfied the circle was secure, I let my second sight die completely. The vision of Nick's aura was lost to me. "Ready for step 2? He asked, and I nodded. Setting his pentagrams completely aside, he pulled the old book closer. His brow furrowed as he ran a finger under the text to leave a chalk mark as he read. "Next you remove all charms and spells from yourself." He looked up. "Maybe you should have taken a salt bath." "No, the only charms I have are amulets." I pulled the spell I had gotten from my mom off, the cord tugging at my hair. I felt my neck, giving Nick a lopsided grin at his attention on it. After a moment's hesitation, I worked my pinky ring off and set it aside. "I knew it!" Nick exclaimed. "I knew you had freckles. It was the ring, wasn't it?" He was reaching out, and I handed it to him across the clutter between us. "My dad gave it to me for my 13th birthday," I said. "See the wood inlay? I have to renew it every year." Nick glanced at me from under his bangs. "Well, I like your freckles." Embarrassed, I took my ring back and set it aside. "What do I do now?" He glanced down. Prepare the transfer medium." "Done?" I said, giving the spell pot a sharp tap to hear it ring. This wasn't so bad. "Okay." He was silent, and the ticking clock seemed to grow loud. Still reading, he said, "Now you have to stand on your scrying mirror and push your aura down into your reflection." His brown eyes pinched in worry as they met mine. "You can do that?" "In theory. That's why I was so picky about the circle. Until I get my aura back, I'll be vulnerable to all sorts of things." He nodded, his gaze distant in thought. "Will you watch me and tell me if it works? I can't see my own aura." "Sure. It isn't going to hurt, is it?" I shook my head as I took up the scrying mirror and set it on the floor. Looking down at its black surface, I was reminded of why I had worked so hard to avoid ley line magic. Its perfect blackness seemed to soak up the light, but at the same time was still shiny. I couldn't see myself in it, and it pegged my creepy meter. "Barefoot?" Nick added, and I kicked off my slippers. Taking a deep breath, I stepped onto the mirror. It was as cold as it was black, and I stifled a shiver, feeling I might fall through it as if it were a pothole. "Yee-wee," I said, making a face at the pulling sensation from under my feet. Nick stared, standing up and looking over the counter at my feet.
It's working,"
he said, his face suddenly pale. Swallowing, I took my hands and ran them down my head as if pushing off water. An ache set my head to throb.
"Oh, yeah," Nick said, sounding sick. "That pulls it off much faster."
"It feels awful," I muttered, as I continued to push my aura down to my feet. I knew it was going by the soft ache its absence left behind. There was a taste of metal on my tongue, and I glanced at the black surface, my mouth dropping as I saw my reflection in it for the first time. My red hair hung about my face, looking just as I would have expected, but my features were lost behind a smear of amber. "Is my aura brown?" I asked. "It's bright gold," Nick answered as he dragged his stool around to my side of the counter. "Mostly. I think you got it all. Can we move on?" Hearing the unease in his voice, I met his eyes. "Please." "Good." He sat and pulled the book onto his lap. Head bowed, he read the next passage. "Okay. Put the scrying mirror into the transfer medium, being careful not to let your fingers touch the media, or your aura will reattach and you'll have to start over." I refused to look in the mirror, worried that I'd see myself trapped in it. Shoulders tense, I scuffed my slippers back on. My feet ached and my head throbbed with the beginnings of a migraine. If I didn't finish this quickly, I was going to be stuck in a dark room with a washcloth all day tomorrow. Taking up the mirror, I gingerly slipped it into the media. The specks of wild geranium flashed to nothing, dissolved by my aura. It was eerie even by my standards, and I couldn't help an ooh of appreciation. "What's next?" I asked, wanting to be done with it so I could take my aura back. Nick's head was bent over the book. "Next, you need to anoint your familiar with the transfer medium, but you have to be careful not to touch the media yourself." He looked up. "How do you anoint a fish?" I felt my face go slack. I don't know. Maybe I could just slip him into the vat along with the mirror?" I reached for the book on his lap, turning the page. "Isn't there anything about making a fish your familiar?" I questioned. "Everything else is in there." Nick pushed my hands from the pages as one tore. "No, go put your fish in the spell pot. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else." My mood went sour. "I don't want my aura smelling like fish," I said, as I dipped a hand into Bob's bowl, and he snickered. Bob didn't want to go in the spell pot. Trying to catch his darting shape in a round bowl was almost impossible. Getting him out of the bathtub had been easy. I simply drained it until he was beached. But now, after a frustrating moment of near misses, I was ready to dump him onto the floor. Finally, I got him, and dripping wet over the counter, dropped him in. I peered into the spell pot, watching his gills pump the amber liquid. "Okay," I said, hoping he was all right. "He's anointed. What's next?" "Just an incantation, and when the transfer medium goes clear, you can take back the aura your familiar left you." "Incantation?" I said, thinking ley line magic was stupid. Earth magic didn't need incantations. Earth magic was precise and beautiful in its simplicity. My eyes shifted to the not-there candles, and I stifled a shudder. "Here, I'll read it for you." He stood up with the book, and I made a spot for it beside Bob in the bowl. I leaned close to him over the book, thinking he smelled good, manly good. Intentionally bumping into him, I felt a warm current that was probably his aura. Too busy deciphering the text, he didn't notice. Sighing, I put my attention on the book. Nick cleared his throat. His eyebrows bunched and his lips moved as he whispered the words, sounding dark and dangerous. I caught about 1 in every 3 words. He finished, giving me one of his half-smiles. "How about that?" he said. "It rhymes." A sigh shifted my shoulder. "Do I need to say it in Latin?" "No, I wouldn't think so. The only reason they made these things rhyme is so the witch can remember them. It's the intent behind the words rather than the words themselves that does the trick." He bent back over the book. "Give me a moment and I'll translate it. I think I can even make it rhyme for you. Latin is very loose in its interpretation." "Okay." Nervous and jittery, I tucked my hair behind an ear and looked into the spell pot. Bob didn't look happy. "Pars tibi totem mihi, vinctus vinculus, presi factus." Nick looked up. Some to you, but all to me. bound by ties made so by plea. I dutifully repeated it, feeling silly. Invocations. Could it be any more hokey? Next I'd be standing on one foot and shaking a posy of feathers at the full moon. Nick's finger ran under the print. Luna servata, lux sanata, chaos statutum, pejus minutum. His brow furrowed. Let's go with moon made safe, ancient light made sane, chaos decreed, taken tripped if bane. I echoed him, thinking ley line witches had a substantial lack of imagination. Mentum, tegens, malum ferens, semper servus, dum duret mundus. I'd say protection recalled, carrier of worth, bound before the world's rebirth. Oh, Nick, I complained. Are you sure you're translating that right? That's dreadful. He sighed. Try this, then. He thought for a moment. You could also translate it as Lee of mind, bearer of pain, slaves until the worlds are slain. That I could live with, and I said it, feeling nothing. We both peered in at Bob, waiting for the amber liquid to go clear. My head pounded, but other than that, nothing happened. I think I did it wrong, scuffing my slippers. Oh, shit, Nick swore, and I looked up to find him staring over my shoulder at the doorway to the kitchen. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. The hair on the back of my neck pricked. My demon scar gave a pulse. Breath catching, I spun around, thinking Ivy must be home. But it wasn't Ivy. It was a demon. 16. Nick! I cried, stumbling back. The demon grinned. It looked like an aristocratic Brit, except that I recognized it as the one who put on Ivy's face and tore out my throat that spring. My back found the counter. I had to run. I had to get out of here. It would kill me. Flailing to put the counter between us, I hit the spell pot. "Watch the brew!" Nick shouted, reaching out even as the bowl tipped. I gasped, tearing my gaze from the demon long enough to see Bob's bowl spill. Aura-laced water spilled over the counter in an amber wash. Bob slid out, flopping. "Rachel!" Nick exclaimed. "Get the fish! He has your aura! He can break the circle!" I'm in a circle, I thought, strangling my panic. The demon isn't. It can't hurt me. "Rachel!" Nick's shout tore my eyes from the grinning demon. Nick was desperately trying to catch Bob flopping on the counter and keeping the spilled water from reaching the edge. My face went cold. I was willing to bet just the aura-laced water would be enough to break the circle. I lunged for the paper towels as Nick fumbled for Bob. I made a mad dash around the counter, laying squares of white to sop up rivulets before they could make puddles on floor that would run to the circle. My heart pounded, and I frantically alternated my attention from the water to the demon, standing with a bewildered, amused expression in the archway to the hall. "Gotcha!" Nick whispered, his breath exploding from him in a ragged sound as he finally gained control of the fish. "Not the salt water!" I warned as Nick held him over my dissolution pot. "Here!" I shoved Bob's original bowl at Nick. Ordinary water sloshed out, and I blotted it up as Nick dropped Bob in. The fish shuddered, sinking to the bottom with his gills pumping. Silence descended, framed by the heavy rasping of our breathing and the ticking of the clock above the sink. Nick's and my eyes met over the bowl. As one, we turned to the demon. It looked pleasant enough, having taken the shape of a young man with a mustache, elegant and polished. It was dressed as an 18th century businessman, in a suit of green velvet with lace trim and long tails. Round glasses were perched atop its thin nose. They were smoked to hide its red eyes. Though able to shift its form and shape at will, becoming everything from my roommate to a punk rocker, its eyes stayed the same unless it made the effort to take on all the abilities of whomever it was mimicking. Hence, my demon bite laced with vamp saliva. A tremor shook me as I recalled that its pupils were slitted like a goat's. Fear tightened my stomach, and I hated being afraid. I forced my hands to unclench their grip on my elbows, pulling myself straight and tossed my head. "Ever think of updating your wardrobe?" I mocked. I was safe in a circle. I was safe in a circle. My breath caught as a red mist of ever after hazed it. The demon's clothes molded to a modern-day business suit I'd expect to see on a Fortune 20 executive. "This is so common," it said, its resonant, British-laden accent perfect for the stage, "but I wouldn't want it said that I wasn't accommodating." It took its glasses off and my breath hissed in. I stared at the alienness of its eyes, jerking as Nick touched my arm. Nick looked wary, not nearly scared enough to please me, and I felt a flush of embarrassment at my earlier panic. But damn it, demons scared the crap out of me. No one risked calling up demons since the turn, except for whoever called this one up to maul me last spring, and then there had been the one that attacked Trent Kalamack. Maybe demon summoning was more common than I wanted to admit. I hated that Nick's respect for them stopped short of terror. They fascinated him, and I was afraid his search for knowledge would someday lead him to make a foolish decision, letting the tiger turn and eat him. The demon smiled to show thick, flat teeth as it glanced over its attire. It made a deep-in-thought sound, and the wool disappeared, to become a black t-shirt tucked into leather pants with a gold chain belted around narrow hips. A black leather jacket appeared, and the demon stretched in a cloud of sensuality, showing every curve of the new, attractive muscle pulling its t-shirt tight across its chest. Blonde hair cut short grew as it shook its head, and its height lengthened. I felt myself pale. It had become kissed, pulling my old fear of him right out of my head. The demon seemed to take great delight in changing into whatever frightened me the most. I wouldn't let it shake me. I wouldn't. "Oh, this is nice," the demon said, its accent shifting to a sultry bad boy drawl to match its look. "You're afraid of the prettiest people, Rachel Mariana Morgan. I rather like being this one." Licking its lips suggestively, it sent its gaze across my neck, lingering on the scar it had given me while I was sprawled on the floor of the university library's basement, lost in a haze of vamp saliva-induced ecstasy as it killed me. The memory sent my heart pounding. My hand rose to cover my neck. The pressure from its gaze pushed on my skin, making it tingle. "Stop it," I demanded, frightened as it sent the scar into play and tendrils of feeling ran like molten metal from my neck to my groin. My breath hissed in through my nose. I said, "Stop it!" The blue of Kist's eyes went wide and flashed to red. Seeing my resolve, the demon's outlines blurred. "You aren't afraid of this one anymore," it said, its voice shifting to become lower and laden with a proper British accent again. "Pity. I do so like to be young and testosterone-laden. But I know what frightens you. Let's keep that a secret, huh? No need to let Nick Sparagamos know. Not yet. He may want to buy the information." Nick's breathing sounded harsh beside me as the demon doffed the bike. Nick's breathing sounded harsh beside me as the demon doffed the biker's hat, which promptly vanished in a haze of ever-after red, and shifted, returning to its previous form of British nobility in lace and green velvet. It smiled at me over its round, smoked glasses. "This will do. In the meantime," it said. I jumped as Nick touched me. "Why are you here?" he asked. "No one called you." The demon said nothing, glancing over the kitchen with an undisguised curiosity. Showing a predatorial grace, it began to circle the bright room, its shiny buckled boots silent on the linoleum. "I know you are new to all of this," it mused aloud as it tapped at Mr. Fish's brandy snifter on the windowsill and the fish quivered. "But, generally, the summoner is outside the circle, and the summoned is on the inside." It turned on a heel to send its long coattails furling. "I'll give you that for free, Rachel Mariana Morgan. Because you made me laugh. I haven't laughed since the turn. We all laughed at that." My pulse had slowed, but my knees felt watery. I wanted to sit down, but didn't dare. "How can you be here?" I asked. "This is holy ground." The vision of British grace opened my fridge. Making a tisk-tisk sound, it shuffled through the leftovers, coming out with a half-empty container of fudge frosting. "Oh, yes, I do like this arrangement. Being on the outside is ever so much more interesting. I think I'll answer that query for free as well." Oozing old-world charm, it pulled the top of the frosting off. The blue plastic disappeared in a smear of ever after, and the demon dipped the gold spoon that had taken its place into the container. "This isn't holy ground," it said, as it stood in my kitchen in a gentleman's frock and ate frosting. The kitchen was added after the sanctuary was blessed. You could have the entire ground sanctified, but then you'd connect your bedroom to the ley line in the graveyard. Ooh, and wouldn't that be delightful? A sick feeling twisted my stomach at what that might mean. Eyebrows raised, it looked me over, its smoked glasses, its red eyes showing a shocked amount of sudden ire. "You'd better have something worth hearing, or I'm going to be royally buggered." I straightened in understanding. It thought I had summoned it with an offer of information to pay off my IOU. My pulse jackhammered back into full throttle as the container of frosting vanished from the demon's hand, and it came close to the circle. "Don't!" I blurted, as it tapped the sheet of Ever After between us. The demon's face lost its amusement and expression deadly serious. It ran its attention over the seam with the floor. I grabbed Nick's arm as it mumbled about tearing summoners limb from limb, interrupted teas, and how inconsiderate it was to pull someone from their dinner or Wednesday night telly. Adrenaline shook me as the demon dissolved to a red mist and sank through the floorboards. I clutched at Nick, my knees threatening to give way. "He's checking for pipes," I said. "There are no pipes. I looked." Fear made my shoulders hurt as I waited for the demon to rise from the floor at my feet and kill me. "I looked," I asserted, trying to convince myself. I knew the circle bisected rocks and roots, and the top of it went into the attic, but as long as there wasn't an open path like a phone or gas line, the circle was secure. Even a laptop could break a circle if it was connected to the net, and an email came in. "Oh, good. He's back." Nick breathed as the demon reappeared outside the circle, and I stifled a laugh, knowing it would sound hysterical. What kind of a life did I have when seeing a demon was a good thing? The demon stood before us, taking a tin of what probably wasn't snuff out of a tiny vest pocket and sniffing a pinch of black powder into both nostrils. "You cast a well-built circle," he said between cultured sneezes. "As good as your father's." My eyes widened, and I stepped to the circle's edge. "What do you know of my dad?" "Reputation, Rachel Mariana Morgan," it simpered. "Strictly reputation. He was not in my realm of expertise."